Yo, they getting started already. Holy moly, I'm not ready. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. Oh my gosh, what's going on, y'all? I can't believe we back. I can't believe we here. I'm just getting home from the freaking airport, y'all. I'm so for real. And they already getting started. Let me turn this up. Let's hear what they got to say. How are y'all? I missed y'all. What's good? What's good? What's good? We are here at MSI. We are here at MSI, y'all. It's about to be so freaking insane. What's going on, Zook? How you doing? So, first game is going to be EU versus Latin America. So it's going to be FUR versus G2. This is about to be insane, man. First game of the mid-season invitational, and we might be able to have a little surprise at the end. I'm actually supposed to move my cam over to here. I haven't been able to set up my the silent. Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime and the 11 months of support. I haven't been able to set up my stream for MSI because I was in New York yesterday. I was in New York 6 hours ago. Isn't that crazy, bro? Holy moly. But I'm so freaking ready for MSI today, y'all. I hope y'all are too. It's gonna be lit. Let's freaking get into it. Let's freaking get into it. We going up. Watching from Japan. Wu-Tang. Wu-Tang. Yo, thank you so much for tuning in. Hope you're having a beautiful day today. And I hope you're ready for some amazing games.
Vancouver, please welcome to the stage, hailing from the LEC, G2 Esports.
Oh, we just getting straight into it.
In this best of 5, the representatives from the LTA
We getting straight into it, y'all. Oh my gosh. Let's freaking go.
Ladies and gentlemen,
let's freaking go.
Welcome to MSI 2025 here in beautiful Vancouver, Canada. I am Captain Flowers here on the cast for the first time with my good friend and colleague, Chronicler from the LCK, to bring you this first best of 5 between G2 and Furia, the LEC and the LTA South. Chronicler, are you ready for some International League of Legends?
Oh, you know I am. Can't wait to see whether today we are going to see.
Let's run it. They said no BS. Get straight into it.
We're expecting.
It's Han-sama.
Of the fan vote going the
Who
way
we rooting
of
for, y'all?
G2.
Who we rooting for on first game?
The favorites coming here today, and I can't believe it's you and me for the first time. I've been casting.
G2 versus
I've been casting
Furia
for almost 5 years now. Never happened. Not in any capacity.
It's crazy that it hasn't happened yet, but I'm so glad it's happening here today. I'm so glad we are back again on the international stage, and hopefully
not G2.
We get a banger to
Why you don't like G2, the Tiger?
The fans have a
What's
lot
wrong
of
with
faith
G2?
in G2. I think a lot of viewers familiar with the team are going to have a lot of faith in G2. They are a very storied organization.
Facts.
And for Furia, this is going to be the first time we're really seeing them on the international stage.
And that always comes with, I think, very different responses from players. Some players really thrive in that, right? They feel that absence of pressure. They're able to play without any reservation and really able to pop off and kind of catch their opponents off guard. But I think that's where, for Fury, the opportunities will lie, right? Trying to get that explosive early game going. These players are within their region mechanically
they
renowned.
haters. It's best of 5. So these are play-ins, y'all. These are the very first games. These people are technically not even in MSI yet. This is just play-ins. Oh my gosh, look at this capybara little notebook. This is just play-ins. So you can get eliminated before MSI even starts. You feel me? I guess technically it has started, but do you see what I'm saying? Like this, it's like the games aren't even really beginning. This is just play-ins.
The challenge was always,
so like today matters for these teams. Only 2 teams will advance out of the entire freaking
it'll be Furia
play-ins.
on the blue side for game
it's
1.
Furia, G2, GAM, which is Vietnam, and BLG, which is China.
Of their seeding from first stand.
So y'all, this matters. We playing for some marbles today, okay? This is not just some ronky tonk doing whatever the frick. We locked in, you feel me?
Have seen some minor changes on this, but
we
some
are
bigger
locked
ones
in.
On point 12. But nothing to the extent of the shifts that we have seen before, right? Everyone can remember the Morgana Rumble MSI.
Yeah,
I'm just nervous because
that was a bit of a traumatic one for me.
We back in LA. We had the same pick-ons, period. Yeah, guys, you can also do pick-ons. I think they're closed right now, though. Like, I don't think you can do them anymore, but I'm excited to see what champions are going to get picked. This is MSI. It's a whole new ball game, y'all. It's a whole new freaking ball game. So I think that's going to be even more exciting. Is seeing what champions are actually picked today.
All the way, and on red side, you do have a lot more opportunity to respond to those solo lanes, get favorable matchup, and make it harder for a player like Gigo to pop off.
Gigo.
Yeah, we've got the Yone, the Pantheon, the Twisted Fate banned out by Furia. Over on the G2 side,
7 more minutes on pick'ems, y'all. You can get your pick'ems. You can get your last little pick'ems in.
Of the Brazilian AD carry.
You can get your last little pick'ems in.
Gigo, like you're talking about.
What's going on, Quentin? How are you doing?
Up and open. Talia's locked in.
No, I need to see some Samira.
Yeah, this
I
goes
need
unchanged.
some Samira. I'm on my knees.
Absolute top notch.
For some Samira.
Fayari, one of those jungle mid combos that at any point in the last like 4 years you could have picked up. Would have been too surprising.
King, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime and the 3 months of support. I hope you're having a gorgeous day today. No, just once. Just once, Brazy. Just once. Just one time.
Feels like a really good response there for the first 2 picks of G2. Let's see how Furia wants to respond to this one. Taking their time, running down the clock on the second pick, sitting on this Shenjiao hover for a while, and they will go ahead and lock that one in.
Games are best of 5. Games are best of 5 today.
A lot more dueling power than the Vibe.
So whoever gets the first to 3 wins.
We already saw a lot of attention being paid by G2 towards IO in the draft. Now top lane wouldn't surprise me. And okay, well, the Aatrox just coming out.
Okay, Aatrox. Like we've seen Aatrox here and there, but he is less seen, so I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
Towards Gigo.
Let me see these.
Yeah, throughout the spring split
Wait.
for Gigo, this was tied for his most picked champion alongside the Rumble there with 4 picks. Gigo is a player who is unafraid to pick whatever he thinks is going to work best for the game. It doesn't necessarily have to fit the state of the global metagame. So we'll see what Broken Blade is ready to pick into this, as the Kai'Sa is going to be locked instead, securing the AD carry for G2 before the second round of the bans come in.
I totally forgot, y'all. JoJo is at MSI.
Right back to the AD
like JoJo Pyun from LTA. He's not in LTA anymore, but he's going to be at MSI.
Probably not.
The Kai'Sa, one of the downsides that you can run into it, obviously, is that the laning phase is relatively weak, but you already have an extremely strong dive core, and now we're also banning away things like the Xayah. Wouldn't be surprised if something like an Ezreal ban also comes through. That's the other AD carry they often go towards when it comes to a ton of innate safety. And the possibilities for IO are getting smaller and smaller, because for a lot of AD carries, just playing into this, if you don't get huge laning leads, is going to be tough. There's also the opportunity for G2 to go for a support counter pick, which can skew some of Kai'Sa's weaker matchups, where I think really your struggles often are in lane, is going to get taken off the board.
Not a final AD carry ban for G2 though, but a very effective peel champion in the Alistar. Like you already said, you've got a dive comp. You've got one of the few AD carries that can dive along with it. This is looking like a real torpedo coming out from G2 Esports in the first half of the draft. So being able to shut down Furia's ability to stop that dive, I like what I'm seeing. Now, do Furia want to ban one more top laner? Yes, they do.
Yep, JT, we locked in.
Broken Blade.
And looking at this, the Renata to me kind of stands out as something.
After this game, I've got a couple
G2
of. You know what? Actually, I can make
very
these
careful.
changes
The Nico is still open. That's been one of the most popular counter picks we've seen into the Renata, and obviously when it comes to the laning phase, can really make life hard for her. But if you are already fully committed to playing this type of dive style composition, I do think Renata can really ruin your day.
You got BLG, G2, and Gam. So BLG and G2 advancing.
And it looks like those banned were warranted as the Warwick comes out.
I love this,
I like a Warwick, honestly.
Someone who is known to play his types of
I love a Warwick. Okay, JT, we got the same pick'ems. Okay, so it sounds like we all in agreement. Also, guys, you can join my pick'ems. Oops, that's the wrong one.
Is such a powerful outplay tool, but it's Neela locked in for IU. You want to try to dive onto an AD carry?
Wait,
how about an AD carry with a dodge
did y'all not just say y'all wanted to see a Neela?
But Neela loves it when the entire team does jump into her. Right? She can
Let's go. Oh my gosh, I forgot to post on Instagram.
I'm kind of.
I forgot to post on Instagram that we live and we back.
There is still the Poppy open, so
oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh.
Smash hit, especially huge into the Neela as well. Even something like the Zinzo can really struggle with that. Poppy to me is also one of those picks that just always has value. But I love this. This is exactly what we were talking about earlier with the ability and the willingness to just go for these type of picks. So the Neela we have seen every now and then, right? It is a very niche champion. As you highlighted, she's very short range. Technically not melee, but let's be real. It's
a lot closer to melee than a normal AD carry.
It really is. And the ability to serve as both counter dive as well as such good ability to absorb a huge amount of burst initially with the healing that comes through from her ultimate, plus the fact, and this is something that I wonder how well IU and JoJo are going to be able to use that, the experience.
Oh, what other leaderboards are you in, JT?
Because obviously isn't a very popular champion by any means. If she's able to last hit, gets full value for both her and her lane partner in terms of experience. So building early level leads can snowball very quickly, right? We've seen in any region, in any point of League of Legends, the level 2 power spike be kind of a, even though we feel like at this point we should all know, we still see teams get caught off guard by it so often, and Neela makes that whole situation even more complicated.
I'm really looking forward to this. Anyone that's watched some LTA South so far this split knows that IU is a very mechanically gifted player. He is someone who's got the hands to be able to pilot whatever he needs to pilot to get the team to a good spot.
I wanted to cook so bad before MSI started, but I was not able to.
I want to see Can the LTA South bot lane build
No,
themselves up an
literally,
advantage?
JT, I wanna
Could
be
then
there
a win
so
condition
bad.
in this matchup that the community is predicting to be
I wanna be there
85%
so
favored
bad.
for G2 Esports.
As we get into game, can't wait to see what we're going to have ourselves here today. Flowers, as looking at the rune setups, not seeing anything too out of the ordinary just yet. The other thing, as we talked a lot about the TF, that is definitely going to be a talkable
Furia being a little bit aggressive, telling him to throw up the white flag.
A rune that got buffed
I
a
like
couple
it
of
so
patches ago.
far.
We already saw so many supports go to it in the playoffs, and no different here.
The flyback
Right, you
was
lose some of that
long,
early trading power that you might have with something
and
like a
I
Guardian
slept the whole
or
time.
similar, but as the game goes forward, you have so many more
But we
options.
bet.
You have so many more ways to just catch your opponents.
But we
If they're
bet.
not on top of it, always keeping track of what you're doing, there's plenty of opportunities to manage to throw a curveball at him. As we see Hansama and Labrov make their way into the bottom lane, looking for early positioning here in the side brush, but IU is going to see Hansama there.
New Broken Blade here. As you already highlighted, there is the ability for Broken Blade to deny some of the CC that comes through from Guigo, but I also think it's important to note how Aatrox works.
I remember
in a lot of
I had
matchups.
Guigo on
He
my
basically functions like kind of a soft poke champion, right? You're really just looking to
At
get
Guigo
Q1
on
sweet
my,
spots. Eventually you hit enough
OTA
CDR, but you don't want to
team.
go up against this lethal tempo Warwick because it
fantasy
might
team.
look like he's low.
Did I?
Broken Blade is walking it
No,
off,
I had him
but
as a support,
the
so this is the wrong
sustain for a
person. Never
Warwick, as
mind.
we're going to see now, I fear for Gigo, is something that's tough to deal with.
Yeah, Broken Blade on that Warwick. The champion is so deceptive in the way that it works, right? It doesn't seem like he should be able to win a lot of the fights that he does, but if the player knows his limits on the champion, if the pilot is adept at the character, it's a serious problem to deal with, and we know that Broken Blade has the skill on this pick to make it work, as Gigo
What is this
just trying to stay
layout?
back
So,
and far. Broken Blade takes a turret
I'm not gonna lie to
Not
y'all,
be too happy about that one,
they
but still,
made
winning
a
out an
lot of
EXP,
changes
health bars around the same
to
level. Broken
this
Blade just wants to get
year's,
this wave crashed in, looked for
like,
an extra
overlay.
Q there for a quick trade. Gigo with a nice little punish.
I actually
with a Q2
gave
of
a
his
lot of
own,
feedback
and
on
Broken
it.
Blade's going to get the full crash.
I gave a lot of
Also
feedback
do note
on the
we have
overlay.
seen iterations of this Warwick where
So
you play
it's
the
very
barrier,
interesting to see
which
what
is true. Like, you
they
can
The solo
straight up-
queue style.
You can straight up
what they
1v2
took
or
from the
1v2,
feedback,
right?
because
At the
I don't
end,
know
the
if y'all
jungler shows
remember
up.
the first
Very
stand
important that the board also
like
highlighted.
overlay.
We see the ping, they did see it go
That was a
down,
rough one.
But Broken Blade wasn't really in a position
That
to
was
get
a rough
ganked
one.
because he did get his crash.
But,
It was
yeah,
just backing off.
we
But
get
there
to
was also
see,
the knowledge on G2. I think also Jojo showed up a little bit late towards lane. Looking at bot lane, though, we already see a very
some
early back
adjustments.
forced out, and I was talking about the relative lack of laning strength of a Kaisa.
Oh, the first stand one was
and also the Poppy
tough,
obviously
y'all.
does really shift that
I gave
matchup because
so much feedback on that.
Rakan into the Poppy early burst is something that needs to be respected.
Oh my gosh,
We
look at
see
this name.
early lead already being built there, and
Yeah,
no
I
experience
did not. I told
actually
them very
going
much
over
that I
because, again,
didn't
you
like
do
the
need to
little
last hit
block
on the Nila
that they
to get
had.
full value of that passive.
Okay, Tatu just going to clear out that topside Scuttle Crab. You can see the bottom.
Are you going to do a
one
YouTube
was
video on
already
Riot
secured there
implementing
by Skewmon
gambling
from G2.
sponsorships now?
As looks like
I
we might
was
see
not
Tatu
thinking
try to
about
make
it.
something happen
I
up here, but he is
did
gonna
not
walk
know
over
about
that
this.
ward in the Pixel Brush that was placed down by Broken Blade. So Broken Blade knows, hey, just
What
play it
gambling
nice and slow here.
sponsorships are they
Allow this
doing?
wave to continue pushing up. Don't go too
Yeah,
crazy
it
here
was
onto
it was
Gigo.
pretty
Tatu
tough.
already taking his
But
back.
they
as
heard the
Broken
feedback
Blade,
from the
just
community,
again, trying to
and they made a
constantly
lot
be
of
as aggressive
changes,
as you
which
can,
makes
using
me
those
very
Qs
happy.
on cooldown with the Warwick. Nice slam into the wall there from Labrov on this Poppy. Steadfast presence on the back end of things just to try to make it so if Jojo jumps in and then tries to battle dance back out, he will be interrupted. And I do want to keep an eye on how effective
MSI
Labrov is with these
time.
steadfast presences this game. It's very powerful against Rakan. It also has pretty
I
great
beg your
effect
finest
against
pardon.
Sinjao, Nila, and Aatrox as well. Just super, super good pick, I think, here on the R5 for G2. Broken
It really
Blade.
is, and it also takes it out.
Oh,
There-
Broken Blade had to
Ooh,
flash away.
close.
Gigo nearly got him there on the solo kill. That
They're
was
allowing
death's
gambling
door for
sponsorships
the
now, but
dog.
they're saying they're going to try
we
and
talk
go
about
at
wanting
it
to be low on
responsibly, but
Warwick.
keeping
Not
all
that low.
ads
That
off
was
stream.
not 28.
And it's up to teams on how they advertise it, but not on
In this case,
jerseys.
he does have the teleport available, so
Really?
that won't be too heavy of a payment. But losing the summoner does mean that it might provide an opportunity to get this Aatrox out
It
of the
sounds
lane.
like it is
He is
a
gonna use it
desperate
immediately,
call
I
for
imagine,
money.
to try and maybe get an opportunity
A lot of people are
to play
saying like
elsewhere on the map,
esports is not
because I don't think
profitable.
Broken Blade in time would have been able
That's
to
what it
really get
sounds
the shove.
like.
Obviously,
It
Warwick
sounds like
early on
desperation.
doesn't have the greatest wave clear.
What's up, Alos?
Does,
How are you
rely
doing?
on his items to really
What's up,
get
Death
that going.
Ray?
You do need to be careful though in this longer lane. I know
Yeah,
he
it
just
sounds
went
like
back. Broken
because
Blade,
like there's
he's still going.
no way
Lane
they
2
do that.
stacking.
Yeah, Broken Blade's looking to keep this one going on there. Wants to find the fear. Gigo flashes away from it so he doesn't get hit by the
Warwick's
CC, but Gigo's
lifesteal
going
is
to need the Qs
insane.
to come back up yet again. Q2 hits! First blood solo kill for Gigo in the top lane.
That just looked very
Broken Blade
inty,
is down,
no?
but now
Am I
G2's looking
tripping?
for a counter punch here in the bottom side instead. IU's going to be in
Thank you,
some danger.
JT.
Slam
I'll
back
take a
into
look at
wall
it.
from LeBron, but now dashes away to try to escape. Flash from Sama, and G2 evens up the score.
What's happening?
Really big that they get the kill there onto IU because they needed to make an
happening?
immediate cross map. An unforced error there as
What the frick?
Gigo just straight up solo bolus. The counter pick Warwick.
Like it didn't.
BB maybe overestimating his sustain. Could also be that he thought he was going to hit level 6. I didn't
That
see what
looked
the,
very
but looking at the
int-worthy,
XP chart, there's
no?
no
Am I
shot,
tripping?
right? Because even now he's not really that close to 6. As this is a Zinzao here.
Yeah.
And look for the steal.
Tatu throughout the wind becomes lightning, but didn't find a target with it. Now jumping in after LeBron. JoJo's ready to show up. We will at least get a smite fight over this. As there it is,
Okay.
TY for Leash. Furia secures themselves
Is
the
Furia
first Drake
trying to
after
beat
G2
G2?
started it up in their faces.
They go
Some
to
of my
13.
feedback
They've got the
was
Drake. Doesn't matter. As there we saw, G2 again.
I didn't really
understandably
like
that
these
you wanna try and
circles
get
in the
Drake as well.
middle.
You just got a successful play off towards the bot side.
Even
As we
though
take a
like
look
you can
here,
easily look at red and blue side,
if you have
I would much
barrier,
rather just
I can
see
this
like
work,
the
right?
dragon
something
on the
that
left
we'll
side or
go
the dragon on the
towards.
right
Even then, I
side
think it
because
is
I have
really
to then
risky, but you
remember
have so
like
much
who's
build
blue
to sustain
side,
on
who's
the
red
passive of your
side.
W.
Like it's a lot
But even
more
without
work
it
on
level, this
the
wasn't particularly close.
on the viewer
And you see, BB as well knows this
to
was
realize like who actually
it
got
didn't even
it.
feel like it was a necessity, right? There's situations where I feel like if your wave state is really
But-
low, well, you need to. But wave state was
I'm
fine.
sorry, the
We might
feats.
just have another
Let's
problem
see.
here, Chronicler.
They did it with the
As
dragons. They did it with the
back in he
dragons.
goes.
Okay, dope,
Gigo's
dope,
trying to
dope.
make this one into another solo kill. Gigo is making Broken Blade look foolish in this 1v1.
He really is.
Yeah, the first one.
What the
It
frick
happens,
is
right?
happening?
Sometimes you just overestimate how much sustain you have. That one, though, that can't happen. You can't just be giving leads like this as Gigo on the Aatrox, full
frick
of
is
confidence,
happening, dude?
understandably, has the ultimate available. And if Broken Blade goes for this plays approximately a couple of seconds later, maybe it's fine. The timing there again, Gigo
The sustain
able
is so
to
bad. Like I
simultaneously
totally
stack his
understanding.
comfort,
Like
walk away
I
from
totally
the
understand that
fear,
you think
and then
as
here he
Warwick
still
you're
gets the
gonna
damage off,
lifesteal
and
the frick out of somebody.
executioners means that Broken
But,
Blade
like,
doesn't heal that much. Qmon sees this like if I go into that Aatrox,
Babes, you're
when
not
it's
there
clear my
yet.
work's
Aatrox can
I'm
lifesteal
gonna get blown
too.
up. Like there's no shot that you win that. There's just not enough damage.
This
and
man, ooh,
the
that's tough,
miscommunication
dude.
there, the timing from Broken Blade not quite on point, but then we look at the gold graph, and we do need to talk about the bot lane situation.
Yeah.
Because that one is looking a lot better for G2, and it's why they're still sitting on a gold lead.
Exactly. Sama and Lebrov have built themselves an impressive lead
Yeah,
down here with the
the
bottom lane.
executioner's
Caps
calling.
now having to use that Spirit Rush to get away from JoJo, who did go
Yeah.
for the grand entrance after him. Caps only needed the single charge, but forcing the ulti out. Still going to be a win there in the mid lane. At the same time, it looks like Furia is now going to collect all 3 grubs, no contest. So both of the
Okay,
first
they're
neutral
really working the objectives,
go
y'all.
over to the side of Furia and Tatu. They are still down in that gold like you talked about.
They're really
Sama is
working
still
the
up
objectives
almost
right now.
4 full waves of farm in that Kai'Sa versus Neela matchup down in the bottom lane. And back to what you were talking about earlier, all those
Hello,
lesser
27
last hits
Ray.
for
Welcome to
IU
the
are an
stream.
even
We're
bigger
currently watching
problem because of the
MSI.
nature of
We are one of
Neela
the
and her
official
passive.
co-streamers for the
funniest thing, though,
mid-season
despite everything,
invitational.
if you look at
Today
IU,
is play-ins.
he's still-
The first
still
games of
ahead in
play-ins. It's going to be 2 best of 5s. The
Even
first
at-
best
at
of
a
5
kind
we're
of-
watching right now. This is game 1. G2 versus
And that's
Furia.
kind of puts into
And the
perspective
second
the
best
value
of 5 is
Neela.
going to be
Neela, to me, is also one of the
BLG
picks
versus
where
GAM. That
her
means
first
Vietnam
spike feels
versus
okay, but
China.
particularly when you
Today
get
is going to
to
be a
that
great game
traditional
of,
break
or
point for
a great
AD
day of
carries,
games.
you
It's
know,
a
the
really
free
good
item
time to
spike
tune
when you
in.
get all your crit online, but she becomes so tanky because
Yeah, I heard about y'all, or I was reading y'all in y'all messages on the plane about how y'all have been having trouble like getting into games or been lagging.
Literally every
Thank
single
you,
member
Michael.
of his team, as
Yeah, get you some
Lebrov,
food.
should be fine here.
I
but
just
they're
ordered
gonna
me some
chase for a little
DoorDash.
bit longer, it looks like.
Yeah,
yeah.
slightly more at least. JoJo goes in further than everyone else. This might have been
I think
a bit of a
Neela
miscalculation here from
Tariq
JoJo.
or
Nobody
Tariq
else on Furia
or
following up on that
Neela
play, so JoJo
literally anybody with healing is super good. Rakan is just such a traditional support right now.
Not the end of the world. We do see.
What did I
think
order?
there's some hesitation
I
there where
ordered
they're like, is this
a
trap?
salad
Yeah,
with
are we
like
being
it's like a
baited in?
breakfast salad.
It wasn't,
So
but
it's like
obviously
salad with a
Fira doesn't know
lemon
that as Gigo on his way. The
olive
timing
oil
could be here for Skewmont
dressing,
to
and then
save
there's
his
like sweet
top laner.
potatoes,
Yeah, this would be a big one there for Skewmont. Immediately Broken Blade trying to jump in with a counter ulti as Gigo is
Oh wow, that's some good shutdown. Oh my gosh, the Vi ult. That was so good. The Vi ult. Guys. Was that ult not delicious? Wow. I have not watched a competitive game in a while. Well, Pal Pink, today is your day, Pinky. Lock in.
And that is a big win here.
Yeah, they got a little bit too greedy. They entered a lot there.
Really 2 uncontested kills. There's no cross map available. That is also.
I have to throw up the FF already.
Shutdown, I'm pretty sure going over there from Gigo, and that dive towards topside felt like maybe a little bit too telegraphed. Skewmont in the correct position.
Yeah.
And even a Talia wall can't get you away from Vi. Unfortunately.
Let's see. Doesn't look like we're going to get a whole lot more here, but I do want to give props to Skewmont playing in his first international event, being able to have the game sense, have the knowledge, have the presence to stop what would have been another disaster up there in the top lane. If Skewmont's not in the right spot, all of a sudden Broken Blade is even further behind.
Skewmont.
Toots now could be in a bit of a rough spot himself. Skewmont ulti not quite ready to go again on the Vi just yet.
I'd be so embarrassed. I'd simply
as Furia is going to start up the next Drake themselves, but they got to be careful.
If you greed, you know what happens.
Hans is going to get caught out. Has to use Killer Instinct defensively, and now Skewmont
I think Hansama wins this. Hansama's a little bit too ahead and has too much damage. He's got a full wild arrows. IU doesn't even have a full item yet.
But G2 has the full health jungler and control over the Drake pit.
Really big win for G2 because they get a bunch of sums with that as well. As we do see, Tatu had to use his flash. He also used there for Jojo. And they get a dragon, and the first dragon plus
TikTok.
the first couple
Lux,
of grubs.
thank you so much for the roses and the community fest. I appreciate you.
Went over to
hello,
Furia,
Pookie.
but not going
Hope your day's been good. Hello from the Philippines. I'm sending you a hello straight back.
And this is kind
What's
of
up, Logan?
what I think unfortunately happens often, right? Like the early laning, it looked great, but
No
when it
deaths from
comes to
Fur.
these
No,
movements on
Fur
the map,
does have deaths.
this play just a little
So
bit too
yeah,
telegraphed.
like
And
the
now
top
you see that TP coming in as
thing
well.
might be that can be some feedback I'd pass
They knew
along.
this was coming. Right? The wave crash was obviously
But
being
it's
prepared.
2-3
as there,
if I remember correctly as we look at this
doesn't quite make
replay.
it out as,
What a
that's
crazy
one of the
ult,
longest
dude.
files I've seen.
Yeah, that was cross-country Vi ulti, and then you mentioned the blast.
You like the circles for feats? I can write down all of this.
Only having a single charge on his ult.
I can write down all of this
especially with the
feedback
Talia
to give to
passive,
the
if he
team.
just gets to the turret, I think he might have been fine. Cap still did have flash, so maybe he dies nonetheless.
they
But that's
have it.
definitely going to sting. And now, gold lead being further built upon there for G2.
But yeah, those are just towers up at the
30
top.
seconds left until
They
the
have
turret blades
deaths.
fall. The Drakes
So it's
are
2-3
1-1,
right
so
now
it's
at
not
the
like
top, as
Fury
you
is
can
starting
see.
towards a Drake stacking win condition, really.
Yeah.
They got 3 grubs. That's going
Aw,
to feel
thank
nice.
you,
But
Lux. I
grubs are always more of a
appreciate
down
you.
payment objective, right? You still need to be able to get plates. You still need to be able to get turrets with them to really get great value. And if G2 is
Yeah, some of
commanding
my
a
like
solid gold
big
lead, it's
feedback
that
to the
much harder to
team
make
was
that
that the
happen.
dragons
Broken Blade
needed to be
obviously has
displayed
been the one
always.
struggling the most
The
in the
Rift
early game here for
Herald,
G2,
the
but
Void
on the Warwick
Grubs,
now,
it always
just
needed to
continuing
be
try
displayed, and
farm
so
up,
did the
make sure that he
timers.
stays
I don't know if
relevant for
y'all
when it
remember
gets
at
time
first
for those
stand,
bigger
it was on
fights
like a
so that they
scroll
can
reel,
deal with Furia
scroll
in a team
wheel,
fight scenario.
or something like that.
Let's see the ward getting spotted there.
And I was like, I really don't like having to wait for that information. Royal, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime and the 3 months of support. I appreciate you, fam. Thank you for supporting the stream.
Use the Vault Breaker over it, or the rocks are going to interrupt you.
Thank you,
Uses the
thank
flash
you.
instead, since it's a blink, and manages to get to safety. But that first turret is going to fall, and it'll be Furia taking it. There is the payday on the grubs right there for Toots and Furia.
Will be answered by a turret towards the bot lane. I do think, although it looks like Hans instead going to go for the base, which makes sense because Herald is spawning in about 15 seconds. So minions are going to crash here. TP not quite available for Gigo just yet, and Skewmon
Okay,
does get
G2,
found
y'all
here.
can FF now.
Skewmon
Not the back and
trying to
forth.
get out of this one. Fury is ready to commit to it. Twitch is coming in. We're going to need to see a seismic shove, but Labrov and Caps playing protection, stopping this from working out. Broken Blade thinking about joining up with the fight if he needs to, but instead goes back to shove out one more wave. Does have the Tiamat now on the Warwick for the extra wave push capability. Charm onto Tatu, followed up by Labrov. Furia now in full defense mode. G2 doesn't get any kills,
or
but they get significant
LeBron?
damage onto 3 separate health bars for control
That's
over the
the real
Rift Arrow.
question.
And that should be the call from Furia to just not contest this, right? The health bar's
There's
already
TP to
battered.
that ward.
Gigo has the opportunity to take a turret towards the bottom side of the map, but the value of this Poppy, I think we're only going to see more and more of as this game continues. The ability to turn fights into a moment's notice, get yourself a numbers advantage as the Herald goes through, is traded. So right now, Fury ahead. Once the Herald comes down, I imagine towards the mid lane often used there just to ensure that you get as much map control as possible.
Yeah, nicely done by Gigo to take that turret down there in bottom lane. And Chronicler, we now have a battle for the boots. Feats of Warfare were claimed by G2. The first turret was claimed by Furia. Both teams now sitting on 2 neutral objectives. If Skewmon
Careful,
gets caught out a little bit
Skew.
here, Exhaust will be committed on that one. They're going to put the quickness into it as well. Skewmon nearly dead, but not quite. And it'll be Gigo taking the third kill of the game for
it'll
Furia.
be fine. They'll have dragon control,
on this top
but
lane, Aatrox.
I think
This
it'll
is
be
the
fine.
man.
He can
This
still
is
make
the
it
raid
back.
boss for the Brazilian team.
And the composition for G2 is obviously extremely short range. That is the type of situations where, as an Aatrox, if you are fed, if your team buys enough space for you, can
still make
really
it back
pop
in
off.
time for dragon.
The downside for Furia, there isn't an objective right now to get. Also, they did invest a decent amount of cooldowns, but they should be available in about 50 seconds when that dragon spawns. Looking at the Cloud Drake, obviously,
I'm big rooting for
big fan of the movement
G2.
speed, always very valuable. Looking at some of the ultimates, there's some characters where like, yeah,
What if
you know,
African
Talia,
American Trox
Warwick, your captain plays, but on Aatrox.
at double
on
charges,
Ari,
would that be crazy or no?
very effective.
Yes.
And Rakan obviously is
Would
another one.
def
Even
be
the Nila
crazy.
kind of goes hard.
And I mean,
The
even
E
if
is the
we're not
dash,
considering
right?
the ultimate boost, just the basic movement speed
Oh, it's
boost that
OP.
you get from the soul
It's
is
OP.
always movement speed and range are the 2 strongest stats in League of Legends.
Just
right?
walk.
Like
It's
yeah,
because
just
I
walk
definitely,
faster than the guy
I
can
thought
dash, you don't have
that
a problem.
Aatrox
As
was
Gigo
African
might have a
American.
problem here. It's a
I
3-man play coming in
100%
from
thought
the
that was
side
a
of
black
G2.
man.
LeBron
But they
and
have a
Skewmon ready to
chroma
join up for this
for
one.
his
But the early
legendary
flash from
where
Gigo to get
he
himself out
is
of the
white.
range of danger
And I was like,
guarantees
I
that G2's
swear I thought that man
collapse
was
will not
black.
result in a kill. They've still overloaded this bottom lane. They're
In
still
my
looking
heart,
to force down
that's
the
a black
tier 1
man.
turret, and they should be able to get away with it.
Truly.
But now Furia
Aatrox.
pushing the tier 1 over in mid at the same time.
There's a
Broken Blade might get
chroma
cut off.
for
Tackle win becomes lightning.
Primordian
Toots trying to get
Aatrox
away
where
alongside Ayu,
he's
but
like
Toots is gonna
this
be your
like
target as Hansama looks
white.
for a little bit more damage. Apotheosis from Ayu. A lot of damage back into Skewmon. Tatu's going in. Ayu's got the kill into Skewmon, and now Broken Blade's in the middle of it.
Oh, are you saying the
darken?
darken? Because yeah, Aatrox is the weapon technically.
Caps,
Whoa.
shut down, triple kill, Ayu.
Guys, that's a
Y'all,
Nila!
y'all gonna have to start banning
Jump
Nila.
into
Oh my
her
gosh,
like
we're in
that.
just chatting.
It's a delayed engage.
I'm
It's kind of staggered
trolling.
from G2 as Ayu might straight up die.
I just saw
yeah,
it.
it should be fine.
Okay, he's good. He had the minion.
Fine.
He had
It's
the
okay.
minion. It was
Oh my
calculated.
God,
He's
the
good.
mode game on
Okay,
point
we're
as
in.
well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just now noticed that.
Furia has now earned themselves control.
How do you
over the
decide what to
bottom side
share
river.
and what's
yes, they barely miss out
just
on the tier
for
1
you,
turret
too
mid lane.
personal?
One minion auto attack will kill that later on. The dragon is going to go over to Tatu. Hansama in a bad spot here. Has enough
It's
distance to
honestly
escape
on a
the infernal
base-to-base
chains.
case.
But what about the Rakan?
Like, if I think
What about
something
the
is too
grand
personal, I
entrance?
just don't
What
share
about
it.
Hansama's exit? Furia 7
But I'm pretty
3,
transparent.
2,000 gold ahead.
I'm not really scared to
And
do or
G2,
say
these
anything.
traps from Furia, they keep
but,
falling for it as we take another look here.
When it comes to
The
other
big thing,
people,
again, with
I try to
Nila is
keep
that
it
if
pretty
you
low
don't
key.
100
So
to
like,
0 her, it's
I don't know if
so
y'all noticed, but when I
hard
was
to
at
actually
LTA,
get going, and instead it looks
LTA
like they're going
finals,
on toots, but
I wasn't really
this
trying to
is a
say
Talia,
anybody's
right?
name
Actually getting on
because
top
I
of
didn't
her
know
is
if
kind of
people
hard, and they just
wanted
don't have the damage with just
to
the
have
two.
their
That
name
kind of caught off
said.
guard, I
Like
think,
when my
by
friends
the
would come
amount
up
of
to me at
people that are
LTA, I'd
ready.
be like, oh, this is
Gigo
my
even
friend.
comes in
Rather than saying
from the
like,
back
this is
there,
my friend,
and a lot
Shelly.
of the previous-
Because, you know, I never really know.
I don't think we
So
have
when it
time
comes
to
to
talk
like
about
relationships
previous
and
plays,
friendships,
my
I
friend.
normally
We're
keep them
already
pretty
into the next, and Labrov is
low-key, pretty
already going
personal.
back to Fountain.
And on the previous kills, even the solo kills, I don't think those were necessarily of too much value because they're just kills. It's a little bit of money. But as we saw, the gold lead didn't meaningfully change. But now, The Drake went over, right? Mid lane turret has fallen for G2. They are rapidly losing control of this game. And if we start to see an Otacon setup here, that is a possibility for G2 to find an angle back. I've seen so many teams not respect the fact that Otacon turns everyone on your team into a paperback. So I do hope that Fury is careful with that. The B1 to Leah, though, for me, is the biggest pickup as all.
Jojo stepping in there to intercept the charm from Caps, guarantee
you like me,
that
huh?
IU does not
TikTok,
get
thank
caught
y'all
out.
for
Caps
liking the
did spin the
live.
Spirit Rush on that. We'll see if Furia can find a chance to use that window to punish, but G2 is instead going to give them another problem to think about, summoning up the Rift Herald from earlier here in the mid lane. The tier 1 turret will die just to the charge alone, so they'll claim that one. Rift Herald will not be able to get the charge off on the tier 2 turret, or at least should not be able to get that, so it will guarantee it here. But we're getting to the point of the game, Chronicler, where now I think it will be the real test for Furia. I do want to give them credit. I do want to commend them for what has been a very impressive first 20 minutes of the game, building this nearly 3,000 gold lead, taking the feeds, taking the lead in terms of objectives. But now we're at that mid-game point where traditionally
I think that's super valid though. Like y'all are streamers, not Chad's BFFs, so IRL you still want those bad boundaries. I think
it's the actual
like,
right? Like again, I think they're in a really
my
good
thought
position
process
right now.
is
I also think when talking about the scaling,
when talking about other people, just because I'm pretty transparent
feels
in
like
an open book
like
doesn't mean that other people want their business on the internet.
Not always quite
so like,
as high as they go on
I think
LeBron,
that's mainly where I draw like pretty big lines. Is like if it's somebody else, I don't know what they're comfortable with unless I ask, and I can't ask everybody who's on my stream like immediately. So I just don't give out like certain information.
He's gonna live on this one, but that's all he'll do. Now that Warwick much less effective.
And there's no ultimate on the Aatrox. Lebrov has a little bit of vision, so is checking. The Poppy, for me, is one of the reasons why I think Fury still need to be very respectful. You might be feeling confident, but at any moment's notice, you can suddenly be 2 members down. Oh, Tadu?
Yeah, let's see here. Tatu, broken blade, defensive ulti over the wall, gets himself away to safety, but now he's not ready to join up here in this fight. Caps is up in the top lane looking to take down that turret instead, as the Otacon is down to half HP. Fury's got 5 men down here. IU's the one tanking up that Otacon, though, and you gotta be careful. If IU gets debuffed, you're gonna have a problem. Lebrov wants to find the Keeper's Verdict, but he doesn't find anything. Tatu jumping right back in, is immediately the quickness back into Lebrov. The Poppy in some danger. Guigo ready to follow up. Lebrov not going anywhere except a black and white screen as
no way.
Is claimed by
no way this is happening, right? I was rooting for G2, but yo.
Caps wanted to get the tier 2 turret, and yes, he will, but can he get away at the same time? A flash for a flash, as Caps has a blast cone to get himself away to safety. Caps will find some global gold for his team, but the Otacon goes to Furia.
Wow.
And Broken Blade didn't have ult.
Was that not a flash and 2 ults
I think he got
for
one
Poppy?
Flash, but it didn't get any of the members, which really is what you're looking for. And then
Poppy's
your only
ult
member with a substantial
wasn't very useful.
Wasn't even there, right? And I think that makes sense. G2 doesn't really want the fight. They just want to try and look for a steal on the Otacon.
They did ult.
Obviously, you can have Caps TP in, but the moment that the Poppy ult doesn't hit, that's just kind of it.
I only saw one ulti.
There isn't really a way that you can fight with the lead that Fury have available right now. And these leads are just being stacked upon each other. There is still 4G2. When it comes to the item finishes, not too much of a deficit. But this Drake fight, this might be a breaking point. If Soul Point is picked up, could be really big, because I think having Soul Point means that your macro decisions down like it's so much easier. Because at any point, you just give up a dragon or 2 and make a play towards an inhib, make a play towards the Baron. But I talk about simplifying decision making. I feel like Fury don't need the simplification, because thus far, that for Drake just being given over here.
I've been very impressed with the game so far from Furia, and now moving on to Soul Point. This just shows how critical it was earlier that G2 did manage to secure that second Drake for themselves. Imagine if this is a 24-minute Cloud Soul for Furia instead. All of a sudden, if you're G2, you're saying, all right, let's look ahead to the second game. Right?
Yeah, I'm looking at the champions of Furia. That's not okay.
Right.
So that might happen in 5 minutes.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Now G2, they're on the back foot. They've got to be ready for this. The gold lead is still not going to suffocate them, but they haven't seemed super coordinated so far. It seemed like not everybody's quite on the same page.
That's the biggest thing. The sync up and the buy-in on Furia is I think their biggest advantage that they've had so far. It feels like everyone is just always ready to throw down with everyone whenever a call is made. And with G2, we've seen some staggered engages. We've seen some missed timings, I think, in particular, looking at that top
the
side
best
play
of
from
5,
BD, right? And
Ben.
then Skewmon coming in.
Ooh, my
timing
food
not
is
quite
about to pull
there.
up.
Looking at the mid lane play where they're trying to find what looks like a punish, end up falling for the trap instead.
Run
And now the
outside and
Baron
get it.
is up. The one thing that G2, outside of the Poppy, does have is the ability to take out any member if it is a sole member. And I think that that is going to be one of their biggest abilities. And I think we're starting to see them set up for that as well.
Yes.
Is trying to just find a side lane catch. Their single
Well,
target
thank
CC
you for being
and
here
damage,
with me. I hope
absolutely
you're
outrageous,
enjoying
but there's a
MSI
defensive ward
vibes so
there.
far.
Oh, this could be a huge... This is the most fed member of Furia, and he is now getting caught out. If Gigo dies before the fight starts, G2 might have just found the pick to turn the game on its head. The shutdown of the Skewmon, but it will be traded back 1-for-1.
Oh man, he's outside.
Now Ayu's ready to show up, but he's isolated. Ayu's over on the other side of the fight. He's all alone. He has to flash over the wall to join up with the rest of the team. But Caps is already down. Tatu's got the kill on the Caps, and Toots is not done chasing. Broken Blade and Han Sama are on the run. Toots flashes over the wall, and BB tries to bite back, but the dog's been declawed, and Broken Blade is down again. Right when it looks like G2 found their moment, Furia found G2.
That's Nash! Straight up, and G2, they look for the side lane pick. But taking out his Aatrox takes so much longer than I think they bargained for, and it's again the response from Furia. The immediate rest of the teammate arriving in a moment's notice. And even though the Aatrox goes down, it doesn't matter. They don't actually get the damage to take down that Neil. And then on the other end,
Okay, what I missed?
G2, having blown everything, trying to kill this Aatrox, he is 6 levels up on Lebrov, right? Like, actually taking him down.
Okay, I'm getting exactly what I missed. Okay, got that fight. You gotta shut down on Aatrox.
It takes too long, it takes too many cooldowns, and then
okay, and then their support dies, so we're trading 1-for-1.
The amount of picks that we've seen that just
and then we've got 2 scuffles going on.
That seismic shove. It's amazing.
Oh my gosh, no way for a turn this. No way for a turn that.
Has been so good. Now with the Baron.
Here we go again, man. Broken Blade with another defensive ulti here. Gigo is behind enemy lines. Now getting jumped on by Skewmon. But Gigo is not down. The healing
Hans, what the frick?
Han Sama and Furia.
Hans just ended.
Of G2 Esports. The inhibitor turret in mid lane broken as the inhibitor is about to follow. Gigo is back in the base, but he's got his teleport. He's joining back up with the rest of Furia. It's a 5-man push with a Baron.
Han Sama, you have got to do better, my boy.
Furia has made their way onto the Nexus turrets. The first is already down. G2 are out of sorts. They cannot defend. Caps has to flash away from the apotheosis just to survive.
No way.
But the rest of G2 cannot do the same. Furia win the first game of MSI 2025.
Okay, I'm hyped with y'all though.
And the crowd goes wild. Understandably, as they should, Captain.
G2, what the frick?
Because if you come in from the future, like, oh, they take a game, you could see it. You know, maybe deeper into Fearless. A draft that you don't quite
It's best
see
of
coming,
5.
but slamming Danila straight up.
It's
into
best
a
of 5, so it's not over.
Ended up being a stroke
But what
of genius.
the
Add to that
heck?
the performance of Gigo.
All right, let me test something real quick. Okay,
Him.
cool.
What an opening here.
What an incredible first game from Furia. That was exactly what LTA South fans wanted to see. I feel like that's what international fans wanted to see with the parity between regions. That was a show. Let's go ahead and toss it back over to the analyst desk to break it all down.
Thank you so much, guys. I am speechless after this game. What a
I'm speechless as well.
Game from Furia. It is the first time the organization goes to international. First time for all these players as well. Yeah.
I'm so happy for them because you see, like, the thing I was most afraid of is like, okay, I can definitely see Furia.
It needs a little bit more
like,
work.
beating
Yeah,
G2, but the way it
yeah, I gotta
is that
fix
they
it.
cannot play scared, because I still think G2 have better map play. They did not play scared. They immediately attacked, really punished G2's mistakes.
Yeah, give me 1
Amazing.
second. I gotta
You
get
can
a
see this
fort.
card right in front of you, the coach for the team. Whenever he is on the mic, he's talking
Give
about
me
like
a
how
fort.
fearless this team is.
Be right back.
And how good their scrim records are. And he's like, how do people not believe in us? And if you just see how this game started, you can instantly see how good Furia started off as.
Yeah, and I think it definitely starts, I'm so glad we highlighted the top lane going into this, because it starts in that top lane,
Yes.
right? With Gigo getting the better of Broken Blade.
On his own!
Right off the bat. He immediately gets his flash at 4:30, follows up with first blood coming out, and then just becomes this raid boss for his team.
You're right, the flash, he gets Tether into Q3, he flashes obviously the fear from Warwick. He plays this out so well. A lot of the times when you're going Warwick into somebody, they don't know the matchup as well as the Warwick does. It felt like Gigo knew this much better than Broken Blade in this instance. Of course, the second time around, no flash, tries to get his wave in. He had Vi, of course, doing objectives. So like that was really detrimental to the team, obviously, and Gigo used that as a great confidence for the rest of the
Dude,
game.
I love to see that
backstage here,
LTA South is putting it down. Like,
worried.
I was,
I'm so excited.
I plotted against them. Not gonna lie, I did not pick them in my pick'ems. However,
is the fact that we are used to underdog teams actually
love
performing
this.
well and surprising the expected team to win.
I love to see the underdogs taking over.
It was their game to win. G2 had no chance here, and as we know, every second counts. And thanks to the reliable Cisco network, IU, we hyped him up. He was able to stomp G2 with an easy triple kill.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I think the confidence
It looks like our
coming
pick'ems might
out
get
of
cooked.
IU, he has a 75%
But y'all, again,
win rate on
this is best of 5.
3-1. This
We'll see
set him up
if that's
for
really gonna do
success
anything.
beautifully, ends up getting the triple kill off of this, and Furia kind of never looked back, even when G2 did have more turrets down on the map.
Exactly, and even in this play, it was a numbers game in favor of Furia. The fact that Tatu and Jojo cut off the rest of the team, that Caps and Lebrov couldn't get there to the fight, the TP from Gigo making it basically a 5v3, so when Warwick comes, Vi's already out, like can't play that fight. So it feels like Furia is being able to play the fights both from a mechanical standpoint very well, from a strategic standpoint even better.
Yeah, and that's the
Moon,
that is
thank
the
you for
big
the heart
difference
meme.
maker for me is like, okay,
Hope you're
when
having
I
a good day
was going
today.
into this matchup, I was like, where do I think G2 have the advantage? Again, it was in neutral objective setups, and it was in how they play the map. The great thing that Furia did here was their
Why
map
aren't
play
you
was
in a
pretty
team?
good, but then additionally,
I don't wanna
the
play
way
pro,
they set up
bestie.
these team fights, the way they use this composition to isolate G2 members, or when a G2 member did come in,
I don't
the
think you
ability to
do.
absolutely stuff them, that dragon fight
Yeah.
rounds was insane.
Yeah, and you know the Audicon start, Emily, we've watched a lot of
We've watched a lot of bad out
For one.
bad Audicons. That one made me
Furia
a little
won.
scared.
That was a
little
crazy
bit.
first
But
game.
they played it out so well. The fact that Tatu flashed out of the Poppy ulti and then held his Q3, the knock-up, just to be able to re-engage. They are so ready for any situation with a lead. I did not expect this level from Furia.
I mean, that's the thing. I thought G2 might come back in the game, but every time, every fight, every timing, it was like a unit, a Furia unit on them, ready to strike back. I applaud the synergy from this team. Look at this play.
Yeah.
You feel like G2 is going to be able to make the best
I can't
of it,
believe
but you have the whole team
you're
running at them and just making the best out of this
turn
one.
that around.
Yeah, and I think the big thing is they seem so comfortable and confident team fighting together as we see IU coming in off the back, then flashing over the wall to join the rest of his team. I really, really loved the way they played with this composition to set up fights.
And whenever we see a team from either Brazil, or we're going to be seeing, of course, GAM later on today, we talk about how talented they are within their own region. We don't expect them to be able to immediately translate that on the international stage.
Moon, thank you so much for the power gem.
In day one.
I appreciate you, love.
And just being able to hear the fans from Brazil, from Furia saying, Dia de Furia, like, it's the day of Fury, like, this is going to be their day. It kind of feels like it, but it's a 5-game series.
Yeah.
So they can come back, G2 can be able to, like, basically be ready for game 2 and come back quickly.
They started the tournament in the best way possible. They have the fans behind them because most of the fans were cheering for them during this game. Do we call this first game I don't want to say luck, but what do we make actually of this first game when it comes to G2 and what Furia is going to be able to
what
do
would we say? I feel like a lot of people would say that they got lucky, but G2 did not play well at all.
Yeah, I mean, I think
it did not look like luck.
I think Furia did play this out really, really well.
They played well.
Going into G2's next game, I think what they're going to want to do is really pay attention to their draft. Again, I thought the Ahri was actually good for Caps, but again, get him on something where he can be a difference maker, because I do feel like so much.
Yo, that Tibbers is so cute.
On his playmaking.
Yeah.
I think that.
And then. Again,
G2 played poorly
really
all around.
Early, and I love that from
G2
them, so
played
G2
poorly,
prepared for that.
and I think that Furia played well.
Playoffs, his most played pick was his Xin Zhao.
Yep.
When you think about like the best play and pick for Tuts, it is the Talia. So they got their most comfortable pick out of the way, so it should be better for G2. And now I'm thinking about like that one haymaker you can throw in game one. For me, that was the Neela. And so I am more interested in if they can go the long run from the draft perspective to have more things in the tank. That's going to be my question for Furia for the rest of the series.
Is there any advice you would be think hard right now? Any advice you would give your player to keep the momentum going and grab this second game?
I keep playing with confidence. Like that's the big thing to me, right? Is whenever we have some of these mismatches and we're like, okay, you know, this team is going in as an underdog. You need to play with confidence. You need to play their game. And that's exactly what Furia did.
Adrenaline can come in hot, especially on an international stage like this. So like be able to, yes, feed off that confidence, but remind them the good things that they were doing strategically. That good things, don't forget about it. The adrenaline is running too high. So being the sober second thought in the room is a good thing.
Slow and steady. They have this so far in the first game, Furia, with the upset, with the surprise victory against G2 Esports. Let's see if they can keep this one going for game two. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back.
Woo! Wow. I can't believe they ate that. They ate that up.
What a car. Living the dream, huh? Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to... Okay.
I cannot wait for BLG versus Gam though. I love Gam. I love Gam's owner. But I do think I'm ready for BLG and Ben to get a win. I feel like half of the world is gonna get eliminated off of the pick'em. These are my pick'ems, y'all. Okay, let me see if this works. Oh, with this feed, we get to keep seeing them? Why does it keep lagging? Like, why does it do that? It like dies after 10 seconds. Okay. I'm doing great, True. How are you? I got the secret stream feed. I do. It don't like working for me though. Yeah, I just randomly blacked out though. Like, oh no. I know that this part is not supposed to have music. You're hearing the music like from my stream. Oh, yo. This is like super ahead. This is ahead by like 7 seconds. I think this is like the official broadcast feed. Like I'm getting it straight from Riot Games. Now I just need to make sure I get the freaking audio. Cause like the live stream is on 40 seconds right now and mine says 30. No, I'm on the Riot Games broadcast and it's on 30. Like this one's like 7 to 8 seconds ahead. Yeah, the broadcast is like a little bit behind. That's crazy. A little bit of delay.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight.
Okay. Y'all can hear the feed, right? Why did it stop? Why does it do this? Oh, yeah. It just stopped. Hello, can you come back? Can the audio come back? Hello? Feed? All right, we'll go back to this. We'll go back to this. This is fine. Where is it? Is it on LOL Esports? Is it on LOL? This is awkward.
Of the LTA South teams was they could get early advantages.
I'll work on fixing it.
When the mid-game came around, they wouldn't
I'll
be
get
able
it to work, I
convert
promise.
those into wins, but that was not the case here in game number 1. Furia was playing as a unit. They were punishing G2 when they tried to make any sort of a move, and they honestly ended that game very swiftly.
Rakai said text him for what?
Now, I have had my fair share of best of fives where game 1 looks like a blowout, but remember,
I ain't even got that man's number.
I've seen teams then swiftly follow this up with recalibration into a swift freeze. We saw this at the first finals, right? Remember, like then K-Corp able to get a very, very big win in that game number 1, and then Home Life tightened it up. Was able to pull the series back for G2. I do think we need to see that in this game number 2. I think that the downside of being such a heavy favorite in the fan sentiment, many people, me included, were expecting this to be a swift 3-0. If you go down 0-2, the amount of mental resilience needed is tenfold of what it would be if this turns out to be a 1-to-1. You know, you pull back and everything is fine.
Right. Let's go ahead and jump into our second draft here as it's Jace, Miss
Varus is a pretty boring pick, I'm not gonna lie.
By G2 here on blue side, they've elected to go swap sides this time around. On the other side, Twisted Fate, Azir, and Pantheon banned out by Furia.
Can we all agree on that?
Pointing out, Varus
Varus
and
is a boring
Misfortune were
pick.
both banned out by G2 in round 1 of the previous draft. This time around, since G2's on blue side and they have that first pick, they'll keep the Misfortune banned, but they'll take the Varus for themselves.
He really did,
Furia,
Drew.
in response, they're going to grab the Rise for one of their solo lanes, can be a flex for either one, and Wukong in the jungle. This is a champion that immobile AD carries do not like to deal with.
How was the club yesterday?
No, I do love the Yasuo ban. That
I
one,
had fun
should be a
yesterday.
no-brainer, right? Given IU's performance of the champion, the Wukong also
Jolie was a
would have
vibe.
paired really well with that. I'm a little worried about the Maokai. I think that Maokai is a pick that still, especially as you get deeper into Fearless, does have a decent amount of power. I'm worried about it being picked up this early because I do think that Wukong still will get a ton of room to play.
Okay.
And the Alistair comes through pretty early on here. We'll be able to secure that this time around. And the Poppy didn't have the impact that we were looking for, right? I think we only had a couple of ultimates. and they were mostly used just for CC, so you get the knockup, but you don't actually create a numbers advantage, and you do kind of need to
Yo,
find a
Ben.
couple of those to really make sure you get the value out of the pick.
And we do see the Ezreal.
That's
locked
freaking
in
lit.
here for Furia. I like this pick a lot against Maokai because of the fact that if he uses Twisted Advance at the wrong moment, you can use Arcane Shift to take him into a very bad
That skin's
position.
really pretty.
Turn his engage into your
It's a really
counter
nice
engage with
skin.
just a single button press. As we're into the second half of the
Ezreal
bans,
and
Tristana
Varus is
banned out by
very
Furia,
boring
but
in the
Karma
bot lane. Cat for help.
removed by G2.
I was kind of thinking about that. Ezreal Karma, obviously a bot lane that goes way back. Alistair, his biggest weakness is his laning phase. Obviously, his level 1 is often talked about, but I think outside of that, you're really not expecting too much out of him.
Do you think
when it
that's
comes to
good,
trying to
Jay?
leverage. So it does also mean that I think the Varus does
Like,
lose some of what makes it
I
so
don't know.
strong.
I
Like, if you pair it
don't-
with Renata, the laning phase, the 2v2.
I don't really
so
know what's
oppressive.
good in the
Quite gonna be the
gacha
case here,
realm.
as the
Like,
way it does
I
get
feel like
taken
it's
off the
all
board,
like
something that outranges
cheeks,
the
low
rise,
key.
and is generally able to punish it quite
Yeah,
well.
okay.
'Cause I like the Rumble ban. I do think Rumble, especially after the performance Gigo had, plus the fact that there's a Wukong in the game, definitely a good call.
Yeah. And also, looking at how this one's going to go, I still need to see some more follow-up engage from the side of Furia. I like that
There it is.
Rel and Wukong together. I think that this is a great amount of engage for these fights, for Furia to still call their shots and make their plays where they want them, when they want them.
It always feels a little rough to pick Rel into Alistair, right? The reason why we saw Alistair really rise to prominence again is because he is really good into Rel. You get to
What are you doing, buddy?
interrupt a lot of that. There's also angles for you to get rid of the Wukong, keep your backline safe. As the Jax does come out, Gragas is still open. There's an immobile carry on the enemy team as the Corki comes through. Now, I think in theory the Corki makes sense, right? We've seen this pick be
He's
really good
immobile,
when he gets to
yes, but
actually
he has
have an
means of
aggressive laning
escape.
phase, when he really gets to punish. But I do think the pick right now hasn't really been that convincing recently as the Cassante comes through here for Gigo.
And there's also no
I agree,
major
true.
magic damage for the side of G2. There is splashes of magic damage. Maokai can often go for, like, you know, the red smite into Leandri's in the tank after that build for some magic damage. Varus does some magic, Jax does some magic, but there's no real big mage threat like in the presence of the Rise on Furia's comp. So this last pick, Cassante for Gigo, a character that loves to be able to just say, sure, I'll build a Jax show and then nothing but armor, is fantastic, I feel like.
And we did, of course, see a ton of Maokai back when I think he was both a little stronger and during the double AD carry meta, which this obviously kind of goes back towards. But let's be real, Flowers, game 1, the draft wasn't really the issue. Like, obviously, I think playing a dive comp like that into a Nila can always feel a little rough, but that's not really what the game boiled down to. It was just a level of cohesion that was shown by Fury that was miles ahead of what G2 were able to do. Were able to set up a ton of traps, and this is gonna have to be a very important game. If G2 want to regain control in this series, they need to catch this game, because if that man right there has anything to say about it, think hard. I mean, I don't have to tell you about this, Flowers.
No, I'm very, very American when it comes to the my love for the NA versus EU rivalry. But we do also have to look at the G2 bottom
Something
lane,
happening?
I think, when you're talking about G2 needing to win this game.
Oh, I think somebody's mouse isn't working. Oh, they switched it out.
The very early mid game of game number 1.
Oh, he spilled something. Look at all them towels, y'all. Look at all them towels on the side.
A 4-wave lead over IU. That's really impressive in terms of what they were able to build just in what was mostly isolated. So if they can manage to turn that into a win condition.
Codemaster, mid lane is just a bunch of Faker fanboys.
Himself solo killed this time around.
Anybody in pro play who
in the
plays
last
mid
game, which
loves
introduced an
Faker,
additional level
wants
of
to be just like
volatility.
him.
But for me, the biggest contributor again, and,
And
I'm gonna
that's
keep going
probably
back to
why.
this, I need to see more cohesion.
I know, right,
because
Drew?
It felt like no two members of G2.
I was eating a little salad, Bree.
Because this wasn't just, you know, often we talk about like.
I want to be Faker, please. Yeah, mid lane is
but I feel like
literally
all of the
just a
members
bunch
felt
of
like
Faker
they were on
fanboys.
Very different pages, and clearly,
And like,
not gonna be
I
able to
get
get
it.
away with that.
I
So
would
we
too.
might have a bit of a delay on stage here for some kind of technical issue. Hopefully they'll be able to get that one resolved here as soon as possible, get us into the game. I also think talking about, you know, taking risks for Broken Blade there in the top lane, it's the nature of the champion. The only way Warwick is good is you have to play on the edge. You have to allow him to bait opponents in, use that low life.
If I
to give
had
yourself an opportunity
a
you wouldn't
skin,
otherwise have. So
it'd
now that you're
have to
playing
be
Jax, it's a much
Jinx.
more standard type of character, and you
TikTok,
don't have
thank
to
y'all for
really
liking
skirt
the
edges
live.
as much.
You really don't. Jax will always get good value. It's just a very versatile character. Let's move on the team fights. Do you think that after all the changes that we've had to Cassante, he actually has a very solid match early on, right? I think Cassante and
Rakan and Zaya?
Okay in lane, but really is about afterwards.
Okay, while we have this delay, let me see if I can get this to work.
That's some powerful cosplay ears and hair there. I like that. I respect that.
Dude, why isn't it working?
I mean, I think for a lot of people, the number one thing that comes to mind when you think Cassante is still the showmaker possible.
Okay, never mind.
Like, this is a character that if he gets out of control is truly all out of control. And that's what we've seen Gigo do in game number 1. And we'll see if he can repeat that success here in game number 2. Let's check it out as we're on to the Rift now. Furia this time from the red side. G2 over on blue. Caps on the Corki taking a look at Keystone, Summoner spells, all the normal stuff. It's Grasp for both of our top laners for the early trading power. Sometimes you'll see Jax go for something, you know, more like the Conqueror if he thinks.
You know, I'm not gonna lie.
Free, but again, going up
surprised we don't see like Varus mid.
Make sure that you're having a solid laning phase.
I've seen a good AP Varus
Summoner spellbook here on the support role.
here and there.
This time, we do see Hans going for the Comet, which
I like the new sword board.
There's not a
board
lot
as
of
well.
auto attacking that you will be able to get to do.
Not against Wukong Rel.
Yeah,
no,
or Rise, or Cassante.
Pretty
really.
much any of these characters.
Yeah, I think trying to stay away is the right call. And it also makes sense given his lane partner. I think the lethality Varus is just way more self-sufficient, right? He can just stay in lane, he can just wave clear. And there are lane partners where Varus can be a real bully. I think in this case, you just pick him to try.
Wait,
and
JT, that's so cute.
laning power, but it's not really what it's about, as we do see.
Moon, thank you so much for the
again,
20 heart puffs. I appreciate you, fam.
I also taking a big hit there early on.
Yeah, both early piercing arrows, the one on the way to lane and the one as IU walks out of the brush, both connect, so
100% hit rate.
Bout of
I think we had
health potion of damage there. Feels good for Hans Sama and LeBron.
I think Quid played.
No, I mean, he interrupted the crash down there, so that's, I mean, that's honestly about the best level 1 Alistar performance you can get.
An LTA. That was from TikTok. Anytime somebody donates on TikTok, that's the sound it makes.
Ayu and Jojo, Caps. Eventually, Rise, obviously, in any matchup reaches the point where he just gets to clear waves in seconds, but doesn't have his skills nor the AP available for now.
Yeah, as Furia gets the wave crashed up down here in the bottom lane. It is interesting because there's some history between Furia coach ThinkCard and G2. The last time a team coached by him was against this organization was the fabled Energy versus G2 best of 3.
That was one of the most legendary teams
which was just
in
a
NA
huge
history.
For NA fans everywhere. Now ThinkCard coaching a team in
I think now the most legendary one is Blacklist.
Not just in a best of 3, but in a best of 5. That much harder. And we'll
that was
see if
such
he can
a good team,
that
JT.
same magic here with Furia. They've already got a great start towards it.
Yeah, that was with Genius.
I miss them too.
Palafox, right?
Yes.
We didn't know we were living in the good old days.
Very powerful.
Thus far, though,
we didn't know we were living in the good old days when that team was killing it.
They are going to really pull back on a lot of the risks that they took in game number 1, and instead are going to rely on
I can turn it up.
their macro sense, their ability to pick fights later on in the game, and I do think that that should also mean that this early laning phase is not going to be nearly as interesting. Wukong just desperately wants to farm till 6, but because the wave bounce came through on bot, Labrov already gets to roam up. It looks like they're still going to go for the contest there, and Jojo
Thank you for
and Ayu get a good amount of damage down. As Gigo!
Oh, if you would have hit that third in Tofo strike with that shockwave, could have been a bit of a problem there for Broken Blade. Okay.
For sure.
Nothing too crazy then. Let's take a look at where our junglers are. As you can see, Tatu
I just don't like it blasting my ears, so I normally turn it down, but I'll turn it up in OBS, so it's like
Skewmon.
Skewmon
might just be able to turn this one around. Gigo in some trouble this time around. Top lane's not looking the same as game 1, and it's first
but it wasn't a solo
Broken Blade.
Good bait, set up by Broken Blade there, able to flash away out of the W, still gets his stun off on the back end as well.
What's going on, Claire?
And then Skewmon shows up just in time, and meanwhile, not a fan of this mid lane gank. Tatu, you are a pre-6 Wukong. You just unfortunately don't do that much. A Corki, one of the reasons why he can't play so aggressive is because of the build-in safety that he has with Valkyrie. Caps didn't even need to flash. Hans and Labrov did use their sum, so I imagine we missed a scuffle in the bot lane. So yeah, that's how you got to play Corki. Just got to jump right on top of him. But no cleanse, no heal does mean that at level 6 we could possibly see some volatility introduced if Tatu can get towards the bot side of the map.
Yeah, the difference in this game and game number 1 is, yes, we still have the first blood happening up there in the top side.
I think late game
but remember
will
that
go
in game number
crazy
1, G2 got a kill back immediately in bottom lane right after. This time around, there was no such counterplay again, like you're saying, because the gank wasn't towards bottom. It's not like they were able to find anything effective in mid. So Furia now finds themselves slightly behind. Gigo, obviously not hurting a whole lot. You can still see he has a massive farm advantage, but a big part of that is the large wave about to crash into the turret of Broken Blade. So not hurting as much as could otherwise be from that death up there in the top side. Scumon's Maokai off to a good start here. You can see does have the red smite, does have the faded ashes in inventory, so we will get the Leandry's Maokai build for the extra splash of AP damage for this AD heavy team. As Broken Blade jumps in for a fast trade there. Counter-strike for the stun. Gigo buffers through it there with the Pathmaker, but Broken Blade hitting level 6 just in time. Forces Gigo back. BB doesn't get as much damage out of that ult as he would have liked to, I think. And Gigo now with a mana advantage hits level 6 in a decently soon time frame himself. Should get it after a couple more minions.
Still no ultimate available here for Tatu. It's close, but this is 3 people in the lane. Scumon's also there.
Yeah, this is going to be a 3v3, and immediately Lebrov gets targeted. Exhaust down to Hans Sama as Scumon finds the counter engage onto Tatu, who has to flash out of the Wukong. Scumon getting the better of Tatu in the jungle matchup this game.
Me personally, I'm flashing
no
forward
one ends up
to kill
dying,
them.
but it's still, I think G2 pretty happy with that.
That's really good discipline.
And it's again, these ganks to come through. There's no ult for Broken Blade.
How much
Gigo's going all out. Pathmaker to try to buffer through the counter strike. Broken Blade getting away. Gigo tries to flash forward for the Intofo strike. Toots is coming up to try to cut off Broken Blade's escape route. Realm Warp gets him in range. Toots is there. He binds him up in the Ruined Prison. The last auto attack gets it done.
Realm Warp
and Toots evens up the score.
Slow, no?
See if the cancel can be found on this Cassante. Not going to be the case. No punish available. As I imagine, Toots just going to run towards top, catch that wave, swap for now. In this game, still a precarious balance, as maybe we get another one of those feats fight, right? Last time we went all the way to the final one.
It's one of my favorite things, because everybody really wants the shoes, especially when they're
like 3 minions lost there.
Yeah.
Although Varus obviously does have a good amount of range, so see how much Hans is able to pick up. It's not too bad.
Yeah, okay. So only like 2 minions, it's fine.
What's up, Claire?
Ayu and Jojo rotated over to the mid lane now as Lebrov is just going to be the support for his other AD carry for the time being. Both of our top laners now set up in that bottom side of the map. You can see Caps currently leading in terms of XP globally among everybody here, but it is both mid laners.
You will never see a lane swap happen before 3 minutes and 30 seconds due to
Tatu
the
finally level 6 now on the Wukong. We'll see how much of a
changed,
difference that makes, how much more he can get done.
World Atlas,
as now once more,
and with World Atlas, you cannot have more than 2 people in any other lane besides bot lane.
Playing the opportunity from Broken Blade there, and Broken Blade just using this ulti on cooldown, trying to trade with his opponent.
You don't get gold.
Yeah, and that first ulti towards the top side, right? I think that was an attempt at trying to force a flash out of, because I don't think there was really a kill opportunity there. There is on the cross map though, good amount of pressure, but Tatu, instead of going for Dragon, it looks like he's trying to go for the counter punch. There is, I think, a counter-strike available, so we'll see if BB can outplay this.
Yeah, this is pretty dangerous. Jack's very effective at defending against these types of situations. Gigo is about to die to the turret, he barely gets away. Tatu needs a little bit more distance to close into Broken Blade, and he finds it finally there with that last Q. So Furia gets their man. Gigo barely survives. That's a 2-to-1 game now for the side of Furia, but it does come at the cost of G2 Esports claiming all 3 grubs on the other side of the map. Now Scumon firing off the ulti, wants to catch Gigo with it. Pathmaker to try to buffer through the CC. Cassante's tanky, but he's only got 50 health. And Scumon brings him down to tie this game up at 2-2.
What happens if you greed, guys? If you greed?
Feels like Gigo could have maybe left after they got the kill.
Yeah, perhaps. Maybe. Just a little.
They did get obviously they knew that the grubs were being taken, so maybe underestimating the speed with which Scumon could get towards the bot side. We also saw what was maybe a little bit, I thought that they maybe were going to look for a topside play the moment they saw Scumon in bot, but doesn't look like there really was a window. And G2, gold lead remains basically non-existent here for either team. Dragon is advantage for Furia.
Yeah, I need to write it down so we can quote the same verse.
Tatu getting my favorite experience as a jungler. Your laner is just not quite in range there to catch the waves, so unfortunately you have to do the job yourself. A little bit of extra econ.
Especially as Wukong.
Oh yeah.
The kill going to Wukong I think is also actually a big deal. We see that still Gigo is in a great position when it comes to gold advantage, thanks to the CSing and the plates. So he did, he did get played. So I guess that maybe he would call worth from that one, as the Dragon is going to come over here.
Is plus 125 gold on your Cassante worth more than plus 300 on the enemy Maokai?
Yeah, I'd say so.
That's the question, right?
Yeah, no, I really think so, especially given the fact that Hans, who, even if he does go for an on-hit build, I don't think it's going to have the best of time into Cassante, but it does obviously mean that until you reach really late game, I do think that ever since the change they did to Lethality Varus, once you reach like 4 or 5 items, you do actually have a deceptive amount, even against tanks, but it is a lot of Qs, right?
There we go.
And you still need to also make sure that in that time you don't get engaged on, and then look at the enemy team, and there's Wukong, there's Rel, and there's Rai. So I don't think that's going to happen.
Well, we've got the first 2 fully completed items for both sides coming online now. As you can see, the Rod of Ages has been completed for Toots' Rai. He's going to start stacking that one now, so it'll be done right around the 21-minute mark there with those stacks. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's Skewmon, who's been a part of both kills so far. It's Skewmon who's getting his first item fully completed with that Leandries. Now I'm expecting him to go more towards tank. Just rely on everybody else on the team. I think between Corki, Varus, and Jax, you have plenty of damage.
Or intillations?
This is also, right there is one of the big advantages that Varus has, right? Particularly with lethality. You can always play pretty far up, because they need to respect, because you are still strong in the all-in.
Thank you
they
so
don't
much
really
for
know
the
what the
Twitch
members are as a flank.
Yeah, Jojo's about to have a bad time. He tries to flash away, so at least Lebrov can't knock him the other direction. But meanwhile, the Bramble Smash from Skewmon's going to do the same job anyway. Feat of Warfare claimed for the 2nd game in a row by G2. In both games, it was a 3-2 count on the kills. And now IU is stranded in a 1 versus 3. You're against an Alistar that's got an ultimate. This tower dive from G2 could be deadly, but IU survives as Gigo comes in with a TP to threaten the counterattack if G2 overstays. But that just opens the door wide here in the bottom lane for Broken Blade to catch up in gold through some plates.
Yeah, big win there for G2, even though you can't kill the Ezreal. The fact that Broken Blade with the Demolish gets to just spend some time alone in that lane due to the roam from the Rise. It's not like he is going to be able to get much more than that. Does need to respect, as we do see 2-level lead, by the way. And that's with Rod of Ages not even close to fully stacked.
Right. That's scary stuff, man.
Ooh,
what team do you think scales harder?
Looking for Caps here.
Caps needs to have his spidey senses tingle a little bit.
Make sure
he's detecting this, especially if Tatu can time the Cyclone correctly to interrupt the Valk as Caps tries to get away.
I don't think anybody's going to outpace.
It could be absolute disaster for the G2 mid laner here, but it looks like Caps wise to what might be going on, stepping away for now.
Later in the game,
stepping forward, going for the
unstoppable.
3rd in Tofo strike, not going to hit that one. Caps tries to Valk out, but now immediately with a Pathmaker, Gigo going in, while Toots is in a 1v2 down to the bottom lane at the same time. Caps is going to be killed off first. Now, Toots, flash over the wall, Broken Blade ready to follow, finds the stun, but he's Rune Prism up.
Rush.
Toots makes it back over towards the turret. Phase rush, and Broken Blade!
Dang,
with
Broken
the flash
Blade.
at the last second to guarantee that he hits him with the empowered bonk and takes him out. A 1-for-1
You couldn't let him have his
across the
moment,
rift.
Broken Blade.
Big cross map there. Looks like G2 this time not going to go for the Battle of the Boots, just going to claim them straight up towards this bot side of the map. And G2 says, okay, Broken Blade, we get it.
Okay,
they're
G2's
paying a lot of
trying
attention.
to,
We're going to give you some
they're
love.
trying to do their thug thizzle now.
As the play towards the bot side, it does end up working out. Yes, Caps does go down, also uses flash, but he trades for 2 flashes. And because of the cross map, I don't think he's going to be too sad about the whole situation.
And I'm liking what we're seeing from G2 more this game, not just in the game itself, but in the draft. They're a team that has been known historically for their creativity. They're also a team that can overcook it a little bit sometimes. Maybe leave the draft in the oven a little bit too long. Last time around, we saw them use the Warwick as the counter pick into the Aatrox. It doesn't pay off. This time around, you've got Broken Blade on a champion that you know he can pilot very well on the Jax, but it's also not something that's way far out of the meta like that Warwick. And since they're playing around it too, I feel like they are setting him up so much better. Still got to give credit to Gigo, though, despite the fact that he's 0 kills to Broken Blades 2, he's still got a significant gold lead because of the massive farm lead.
As now, towards the bot side of the map, that top lane you were talking about, even with the kills, even with the first turret bot, as you highlighted, Broken Blade still fine as the TP comes through. There's a lot of people here, though.
Yeah, remember Labrov with the Alistar ultimate. This is a powerful turret dive, but not when you go in that early. Labrov just barely gets away. It's all calculated by G2 with a full 5-man stand. Jojo steps away from the chains of corruption, right back in to Broken Blade's waiting arms, and G2 is not making the mistakes from game one again.
Rude or disrespectful, but I thought the first game would go
was a big
more
quiz
like
goal
that
when
play.
Labrov just went in when the wave was about
And
to
I'm
crash, but the
surprised
timing ends up working out. There is enough support from the rest of the team. The damage comes through, and Gigo didn't have TP, so there's no way for him to join. We had the full 5-man rotation because Hans also, I think, just walked from mid lane towards the top end of the map. And if this Zaner falls as well, even if he ends up dying, which I don't think is a given, Jack's obviously quite slippery.
Yeah.
Wukong, they'll be able to get him. It'll take a while, but that doesn't matter. I think that the trade is 100% worth it. Although the Dragon will most likely go over to Furia.
Yeah, it was a lot of money from a
Like,
tier 2 turret. You are going to get a good
G2
amount from the
is gonna
shutdown
make
as
good
well. You will get
plays,
it onto
like
the
what
rise.
they just did.
Oh, never mind. Okay, if you get Dragon
They
as well,
need to
it's
make
fine.
sure
Dragon
that they don't
shutdown,
int
that's a bit rough, but if you
afterwards.
don't lose Dragon, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, Happen doesn't
Like
have
giving
both
away
Rise
little
and the
shutdown
Rel, who's
golds
now
like
low enough
that,
HP
or
that he
like
has to
just
reset.
gold
Means
more
that
than
G2 has
300,
control over
just
this
gold
bottom
in
side.
general,
River has
even.
control over the Drake.
Like, just
Once
giving
again,
that over,
Chronicler, we
it-
are at a
it makes
1-to-1
no
Drake
sense.
state. Nobody's working on that early Drake win condition here, and it looks like
makes no sense at all.
G2 still going to be comfortable,
How you got
enjoying their
broken
lead with a
mental
1,000
instantly,
gold.
my boy?
Rise not on the flash. I'm gonna ult again. Look on right, look on right. Down 3. Let's go right, go right. Volti on anyone. Down 3, guys. That's gonna dip. Okay, go on rise, go on rise, go on rise. Good job, good job. Slowly, slowly. Take it. Go first, go. No flash. Look at him. Good job.
As you see there, G2 really doing what I think we were all expecting off the game one, pulling it back, only going for plays when the whole team is there, the whole team is ready, and the coordination compared to game number 1 is night and day. Now, I do want to be clear, it's not like first composition doesn't scale well. They still have, particularly the Wukong and Rise in mid to late game team fights are absolute menaces. So we still need to see G2 actually close out on this. The team fight's going to be very interesting because I still think Hans is going to have a tough time.
Instead of saying
objective
birthplace.
just gone though, and they're just kind of looking at it happen. I don't think they can really catch anyone out
I'm
here.
so
And
chronically
G2
online,
would be very happy with that.
Yeah, G2 Rift Herald for free. You could see the top 2 wanted to contest, but it's one of the strengths of Alistar because you have the powerful displacement through the head.
I think it's fine.
Even if he wants to walk up, it's not going to happen.
Ooh, pause.
Both the Alistar and the Maokai, right? The guaranteed point and click CC, the ultimate as well.
What's the
Because it
pause
looks
for?
like we're also
Okay, so
seeing
Broken
the
Blade is
full
German.
commit to AP. I was kind of expecting the Leandries into then just going tank.
I was thinking about it and I was like, dude,
but
all
looks
of
like
these
that is
EU
not
players,
going to be the case.
and they have to communicate, like they
As
can't
the crowd?
communicate in their native languages. They're all
Given
communicating
game 1,
in a
I think
secondary
warranted
language.
trying to support the team here.
Yeah, getting fired up for it. Not sure exactly what the reason for the pause is. We'll let you know if we have any more information. But hopefully it's one of those ones that's fast enough. We just get back into the game before we even know.
Facts.
I am really excited to see where the rest of this mid-game starts going. G2 are controlling the objectives more overall. The Drakes, of course, even split 1-to-1. But all 3 grubs for G2. They've got the Herald for the side of G2. They got the first turret on their side as well, securing themselves the empowered boots like you were also mentioning earlier. They've got a lot in their pocket. But I need to see it still come together in the mid game. I need to see the coordination.
This man's
For me, the
mouse
biggest
keeps
difference, as
messing
you
up.
highlight, obviously the coordination for the team as a whole is better. But what's really important with any Maokai composition, and particularly into the amount of hard engaged that the enemy
I
team has,
expected
is
G2 to
if
steamroll
you
as well.
first to an objective, approaching is such a nightmare for the entirety of Fury, because there is, especially now that they're beefed up by a ton of AP, the saplings, there's just the fact that you have the ultimate, there's the Alistar, and outside of the Varus, basically every other single target that you can try and get a pick on is not really going to work. You have the Jax who can still a Counter-Strike. I imagine BB is also going to go towards like a third item Zhonya's as well to make even late game that a problem. Then we have the Alistar, who self-explanatory just can't really go on to. And then the Corki has, even with his short range, a lot of safety with the Valkyrie.
I don't know what
does make it hard. The Varus,
are.
though, yeah, Hans, just make sure you're looking from a distance. Yeah. And, let the rest of your team stand in front. Because if you just get to use the fact that right now your lanes are looking good, and there's not really an opportunity thus far for Fury to get to those objectives first.
Sama,
Like, this is a
also
really good
known as
example
Steven.
because what you'd really want to do had you had
Let
full
me
control
try
as
looking
Fury
up
was
his last
just go
name,
for the
maybe that'll
crossbow,
tell
right?
me.
Like, try and push in.
Highly
Cassante alone on the
accomplished
side lane doesn't
French
hit the
League
same
of Legends player,
as a Jax would.
primarily known
Exactly.
for his
Update
exceptional
on our
skills
pause.
as an
We do
AD
have
carry.
a peripheral
With
issue.
over
Looks like
400
LeBron is having some
professional
problems with his
played
mouse.
and
So we're going to see
over
if we can get that swapped out,
$270,000
fixed,
in
taken
career
care of
prize
in
money.
whatever way
He's
is most
established
effective so we can
himself
get
as a
back in the game
prominent figure
ASAP.
in the European
But until
esports
then,
scene.
I have been
His
very
career
interested so
highlights
far
include
in this game,
multiple
just how
first-place
much
finishes
more
in
G2 is
prestigious
playing
tournaments
around
like the LEC,
Broken Blade. We
and
talked about it a little bit
significant
earlier, but if
performances
you remember
at
back
the
in
World
game number 1, even after we saw
Championship,
that
his
first solo
consistent
death from Broken
high-level
Blade on one of these
play.
iconic like Broken Blade champions, we looked at the player cam,
All
you
right.
could see the frustration on his face, right? It's like, I messed up, I shouldn't have taken that fight, he got me. And now seeing the rest of the team play around him more, try to set him up
last
more
name,
for
which is
success,
Liv,
prevent that, and help him kind of find that
is
mental rebound.
Scandinavian.
I love to see it.
Scandinavian.
It also, in that specific matchup, like,
And
if an
possibly
Aatrox gets ahead and you're a
there's a
jungler, you're
word
like,
that
I'm
has
sorry,
too
man, I
many
don't want
consonants
to
and
get
not
that
enough
lane.
vowels
do to
for
this
me
guy?
to
Well,
pronounce.
if this backfires, we just both die, particularly when it's a champion like Warwick, right? If that would have been something like a Cassante, I think you have a lot more confidence going in because you have so much more time, you have a lot of CC, but with Warwick, it is kind of fall behind and you are
I don't know.
somewhat doomed. So this time around, G2 really pivot, pay way more attention towards
Too many technical
Broken Blade,
difficulties with
and-
his mouse.
And that's for me the
I
biggest
say
difference. Every play looks
disqualify
like
him.
the players are clearly communicating. Everyone's on the same page, right? The top
Sees
play
him.
looked a little dicey, but because of the response from the rest of the team, the damage does come through. Lebrov is able to get out without too much of a hassle. As hopefully we
The
can
name
get back
Han
into
Sama
the
definitely
game
sounds
soon
Japanese,
because
but I don't
the series
know if
really
he's
still in an
Japanese.
interesting place because, as mentioned, I do think G2, in the position that they're in now, getting Prio is really easy because they have, right, the Jax, who obviously is a split person managed. You have the Corki and Varus, both of which have great wave clear. So we'll see if Fury is somehow able to regain control in this game. And I think it's going to have to be engages, right? The Rel as well as the Wukong, the ability to just get on top of the enemy backline.
Cambodian
very, very
and
big.
Chinese roots.
Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why the early game has felt a little bit more
So
difficult
Cambodian
for
and
Furia this
Chinese.
time around. You talked a lot about how Wukong wants to be this level 6 power farmer. Tatu went for a potential play mid lane.
It was 2 ganks, right?
Yeah,
The bot one as well.
And they fizzled out. They didn't work. Yeah, the bot lane gank that
Ooh,
ended up
Belveth
actually
would
just
be
being counter ganked
fun.
immediately by Skewmon. It ends up
Belveth would
costing
be super
Tatu his
fun.
flash. So we get to see 2 failed ganks, one of which costs a flash before the level 6 is even
Yeah,
active,
yeah, Joe.
which then
Exactly.
slows down the Wukong, so we don't have those big, powerful skirmishes and team fights. And I think that
Okay,
you're
well,
exactly
during this
right. If we
intermission,
see one of
maybe
those
I
types of
can get the
moments
feed
where
to
Ryze
work.
and Wukong both get to play their game, then all of a sudden it's a lot more difficult for G2 to play it outright.
As the players, you can see, just trying to maintain focus.
Why does it not work?
It's tough, man. During these long pauses,
even,
it completely takes you
I'm
out.
gonna be real, it's hard for me.
Yeah,
You know,
we're
especially-
commentators, and it's like, I want to get back into the game.
Oh no, I was talking because in the LCK we love just yapping about anything. I'm
Any
I'm
giveaways
shocked that
today?
we've been able to stay
No,
on topic
I don't have
for
anything
basically
to
the
give
entirety
away
of
on
this
this
series.
lovely.
We're
gonna lie,
lunch
that's
break,
this
man. It's the
lovely
first
day.
game of MSI. We gotta be. We gotta lock in.
I know. I need gameplay.
We're in, but we're not actually in. Sorry, I was speaking hyperbolically.
Figuratively.
Yeah,
No, I get
figuratively.
it.
That's that's
Mentally,
my bad.
we are
We're not
engaged.
actually back in the game. Sorry for anybody who was just watching on a second monitor and you had the audio up. We're not actually in. The game is still paused. The mouse is still being fixed. But
Yo, thank you
it
so
looks
much,
like
Lucas, for the
our
9
ref is
roses. I appreciate you, love.
swapping out some cables, plugging in something new.
This man's mouse
just gotta-
really messed
just
up.
Good. Just got an update. It's only going to be like another minute or so, hopefully. So we should be able to. Ideally, okay.
Otherwise, at what point do we start talking about what your favorite thing in Vancouver has been so far? Give it 3 more minutes.
There was a really good shawarma truck. It was really tasty.
My guy.
Why?
No, I mean, I'm sure it was good.
You
but
posed the
I thought you were
question.
getting a pander. You know, I'm like, oh, the most Canadian thing ever. I had poutine. It was a no.
I mean, it was a Canadian shawarma truck.
I don't want you to lie. It was good.
Yeah, it was really tasty. Very highly rated. 4.9
Homeboy's
stars.
mouse just broken, bro.
4.9. Yeah. Every other thing that I saw, second highest rated thing I saw anywhere else is a 4.7. This was a 4.9.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
What about you? What's been your favorite thing so far?
Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna try.
That's hard. I haven't fully been here because obviously I flew in from Korea.
Right.
And I'm only 70% sure that everything I've experienced actually happened and wasn't just me being asleep.
The jet lag delirium. Oh, yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
It's great. I had the same thing back at first stand. It's like the same thing.
It's bad.
Yeah.
Oh, it's real bad.
Yeah.
Well, you also have the added issue of, you know, you can't really eat anything. I at least can eat most stuff here
Yeah,
in
Captain
Canada.
Flowers has a soy allergy,
You make it work.
I believe.
But we,
We've passed the 1 minute, right?
We were seeing it's like the mouse configuration program thing.
Are we gaming?
Well,
we're not gaming yet.
We might be.
That.
Yeah, sorry, again, if you got us up on a secondary tab or something, we are not yet quite gaming, but we're getting back close to it. Shout out, Benny88999. Thanks for subscribing, bro. During the pause as well. Good job, Benny.
That's commitment.
Yeah, Benny's in there.
I appreciate that.
Okay, Broken Blade, just checking. Hey, man, what's going on with the mouse? Gonna play? Gonna get back into the game soon?
Hopefully.
It's like when you're playing flex queue with your friends and somebody says, hey, I'll be right back, give me a couple of minutes, and it's 15 minutes later and you have to
Why
go
is the
typing in the
audio
Discord.
not working?
Where are you at?
How often has that happened to you, Flowers?
Oh, plenty of times. Plenty of times.
You want to call anyone out?
That
was the moment.
I mean, Raz is one of them. Let's actually call Raz out right now. Analysts, I've just been informed by producers, we're going to toss things back to you guys for the time being while the mouse continues to be fixed. What are your thoughts?
Brother saying?
Raz, they're throwing you under the bus.
I didn't even know what he was saying, but it must have been a lie.
Well, he was basically, I think, I love how all of G2 just whip their heads and they're just like looking at the rough,
okay?
like, when are we getting back in game?
Yeah,
I don't know.
That's the kind of stuff that's
and
gonna
then
take you
Flowers
out of
called
the
you
game.
out as the problem.
Oh.
I think I got it working. I think I got it working. Let me just do this. Okay, so with this, there is no casters on it. I don't really like that. So let me try going back to the other one, and maybe now it will work. Why does the audio not work on this one? Oh, you like me, huh? Oh. Okay, it's working. Yo, TikTok, thank y'all for liking the live. No, I don't really FF. Wow, so with this speed, it's super duper updated, but there's no casters on this. This feels naked. This feels naked AF. All right, I'm gonna be y'all's caster. All right. So yeah, they over there. They in the jungle. They walking down. They doing the two-step. They doing the two-step for real. Wow, this is different. What one is this version? This is like, so basically it's just like the game sounds and it's just the game sounds and gameplay. There's no music. There's nothing else. It says it's the copy of the English program without music, commentary. All of their graphics and segments will be included. This is crazy. I ain't never done this before. Okay, let's get into it. Oh, we're getting engaged from JoJo. Okay. I can't do it the way Captain Flowers does. Warwick spinning to win. Okay, we gotta re-engage with Guigo. Nobody dies. Everybody goes back to their respective corners. Wind Dragon coming up. Okay, we need to start setting up for Dragon. We're getting vision, clearing vision, getting scuttle crabs. We casting without a clue. Truly that. Let's see. Okay, we got the Rift Herald from G2 taking down mid turret. All good, no problems. And we're gonna get a secondary charge because nobody from Furia wanted to do something about it. So that's free half HP mid turret. All right, let's get a recap of that gameplay here in the mid lane. We've got that engage from JoJo, and then we get the counter engage from G2 with the Maokai ulti. Everybody's throwing their skill shots. We get the ulti from the Wukong. We get the ult from Guigo. But nobody dies here. Nobody dies here. Everybody chilling. Everybody chilling. No, when your brain goes faster than you can speak, like you don't even know what to say. Yes, I'm very excited for the Cardi B album. Oh my gosh, we're getting another scuffle. G2 going ahead and taking out both Wukong and Rel. And then we're gonna get Guigo to go down as well. It's looking like a free Otacon. How do you feel over there at the casting desk, casters? Well, after watching that fight, honestly, we're just perplexed. We thought that Furia was locking in this game, but it looks like they're having a little bit of trouble here. It looks like they're having a little bit of trouble. If we look at the scoreboard, we have 9-4 with a 3K gold lead coming from G2. With a 2 to almost 3K gold lead. Sending it back to you, Reagan. Thank you so much for that recap. Yeah, the teams are now just back in their respective corners. We're clearing the jungle camps. We're clearing blue. We're clearing Gromp. We're clearing wolves. But what really matters is this dragon. This is going to be the second dragon for either team. I should really switch my cameras from side to side whenever I swap. And it looks like this dragon is just going to be free over to the G2 side. It doesn't look like we're getting much contest from Furia here. Skewmond is just taking it by himself. And that's going to be the second dragon for G2, but also the third of the game. Furia is not quite out of it yet. I don't think we count them out quite yet. We've seen some miracles. We're getting a replay of this catastrophe of a fight in the top lane. Not gonna lie, the TP in after the fight was basically over. That was a little bit sus. I'm not gonna lie to you. That was a little bit sus. Moon, thank you so much for the 20. You're awesome. No, you're awesome. Thank you so much. Oh, and it looks like we want to come back for seconds, getting a little bit of damage on Lebrov. But everybody's going back to their respective corners yet again. JK Broken Blade wants to throw a couple punches. And it looks like that mid turret, the tier 2, is going to fall over for Furia. We're extending that 3K gold lead, looking at almost 4. Reagan on mic 1, Miss on mic 2, Chim on mic 3, and the other Chim on mic 4. It should be Chim on mic 3 and Chim Chim on mic 4. You know what I'm saying? You feel me? You feel me? Yeah, we don't want to confuse them. Let's do Chim on mic 3, CC on mic 4. You feel me? This is such a different feel. This feels naked, dude. This feels absolutely naked. It's such a weird feeling. I feel exposed. This reminds me that like I always try to listen to the casters when they're talking, but this allows me to like analyze more. Honestly, I'm more invested in the game without the casters there. Let's take a look at the item spikes honestly right now. So I'm always gonna look at ADC first. We've got 2 full items completed on Hansama with the addition of Last Whisper. And then we've got, for IU, we've got Trinity Force in Mana. So he's only got 2 items. We've got a pretty big gold lead coming from Hansama. He's 3-0-0. So he's got about 600, no, not even, my bad. 900 additional gold with a 450 gold bounty on his head. We're looking in the mid lane as well because they both kind of scale, but Ryze does scale better. And we've got 2 full items on Ryze with the Seeker's Arm Guard, so he will be able to Zanya's at least once. Let's see. Caps has 2 full items, so everybody's got about 2 full items. Hansama is just really ahead with that Last Whisper. And that's what I like to see, honestly. It's going to be interesting to see as his bounty grows Will he be able to carry this game? He's looking like he's in a good spot. We're not getting any fights. The next objective is the dragon. This could be the third dragon for G2. Baron is up currently, but I don't think we're going to be getting a Baron, but we are going to get a fight here. We're getting engaged from the Rel, Jojo, but it looks like Wigo is going to go down on Cassante. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of front line just eliminated. I don't think we go for Baron here with Dragon up in a minute, but it was just a free little catch. We're gonna ward it. Oh, Skew Mod is starting it up. Is this bait? Is this bait? They do not have their top laner for the next 20 seconds, so it is technically a 5v4. We see Tatu wrapping around on the back, but it doesn't even matter. We're going ahead and killing that Rel from the jump. Oh my goodness, and we're just zoning off the rest. Tutsu, IU can't even approach. Tatu looking like he's in a rough spot here. Fakes him out with the clone. Is it gonna be enough? He does get out with the speed of his ulti, and that's a Baron for G2. Dragon coming up in 30 seconds. A quick reset and a race to Dragon. We might be seeing G2 with their third dragon of the game. If we look at the objectives, oh my goodness, G2 is dominating. Not only do they have all 3 Void Grubs, but they also have Otacon and Baron. Good. IU looking like they're in a little bit of trouble. Oh my gosh, Broken Blade has too much damage to be accounted for. Goodness gracious, Ezreal just first death of the game, but it's gonna be one that hurts for sure. Guigo looking for something. He wants something, but the only thing he's gonna find is his death respawn timer. And he is back in base. This man just died probably about 30 seconds ago at or before the Baron fight. And now he is dead yet again. Lord have mercy. And G2 is just going to take that inhibitor, and then they're going to look for more. Toots, a little bit overextended in the mid lane. They will walk back to base. It's going to be okay. Let's look at these gold bleeds over on G2. Goodness gracious. Even though Caps is deceased, we're picking up the third dragon yet again uncontested. All of Furia is near their base or top side. It really does not matter. But again, let's look at these gold bleeds. 530 gold.
Oh, you like me, huh?
On the 3-0 Han Sama ADC, finishing his third item. In the top lane, we got 250 gold sitting on Broken Blade's head as he just purchased a Zanya's. I know y'all know about that Zanya's. A little bit of AP on the Jax. It does go a long way. Amber, thank you so much for the resubscription and the 8 months of support. Hope you are having a beautiful day today. I do agree, Moon. I do think that G2 is waking up. Holy freaking moly, we're getting an engage. And all of G2 is there to follow up, except for 2 people. But, you know, it looks like it might be enough. Skewmon is getting a little bit low, but he is a little bit tanky. Hansama is here to save the day, outputting damage. Cassante just took Caps across the land, but it doesn't matter because yet again, this is our third time. He has found the death time respawn timer. Cassante is not having a good time. They really are praying for the death of a rock star. Tatu, Skewmon, both junglers scrapping it out. It does look like Furia will find Maokai. Oh my gosh, we've got, what is that? A 3 for 3? A 3 for 3? Okay, it comes out pretty even. And we have to remember, G2 had a lot of death bounties. They had a lot of bounties on their head. So what was that, like 500 gold for Hansama, and then Skewmon had like 250? I think Furia is kind of happy with that outcome, even though 4 of them did die. JoJo clearing these minions that are trying to take their Nexus turret. Let's get a review of this this little team fight here. So JoJo was the first to fall. So they no longer have Rel, who's engaged, frontline, tank. And then next, we have the separation of Caps from the rest of the fight, which allows them to kill G2 support. But Cassante sacrifices himself. And then we get a little scrap again. Oh, yep. Furia happy with that one because they did get a lot of shutdown gold. They did indeed. They did indeed. Oh my gosh. It is 19-8, y'all. That 4K gold has now extended up to $7,500 in a gold lead. We've got a minute and 20 seconds on Baron respawning. We're gonna have to get some more wards in that area. But right now, Furia is standing on one leg with that one Nexus turret. They're gonna have to make sure they have waves pushed out. They're gonna have to make sure that they have wards in their jungle because the game is kind of spiraling out of control. Not gonna lie. Not going to lie. Uh-oh, Tatu looking like he's in a little bit of trouble. He has been slowed. Is he going to be able to get out? He is with the help and aid of his mid laner, Rise. In the top lane, we've still got a 600 bounty on Broken Blade. He's looking at 7-3, complete 180 of what we saw from last game. Last game, Broken Blade was an intentional feeder. He was inting it up. But in this game, he looks a little bit more sharp. That's what I like to see. This is the G2 we were expecting. This is the G2 we were expecting. Truly. All right. Getting a little scruffle. Not really sure about that blast cone. Is Broken Blade going to be able to get out? Oh my gosh. And instead of Broken Blade dying, we get the jungler for Furia dead. Baron is up. Baron is on the board, and no contextual smite is available for Furia. They're either going to have to rely on an Ezreal ulti. JK, he just used it in that fight. Imagine being an Ezreal player. I literally could never. Instead, Hansama just autoing away here on this Baron. And I think that's a free Baron for G2. That once 7K gold lead has just been extended to 9.4K gold. Holy moly. G2 is running away with this one. I'm gonna send it over to you, Reagan, at the desk. Wow, Chim, thank you so much for narrating those fights right there. Yeah, I'm not really sure what's been going on here with Furia. We saw such an incredible game in game 1, but game 2, it looks like they've just lost all control. And right here, as we see JoJo, the support, I guess he wanted to get vision, but he ends up getting his cheeks taken. Furia wants that dragon so bad, as this is Hex Tech Soul. You get that free damage, that free slow. And it looks like they're just a little bit too greedy. And you know what they say about intillations. What is it? 25-10. Lord have mercy. If you greed, you will feed. And it looks like Toots, Guigo, and the mid laner, Rise, for Furia, have all greeted, as they have all feeded. And it looks like this might be the last push. I do not think that Ezreal and Wukong can defend versus the 5 alive and well-fed players on G2. All right, this is the last stand, the last chance. We're getting a good engage, good lockup, good CC, but will it be enough? We've already got JoJo down. We've already got Ezreal down. Tatu fighting for his freaking life, having to cower in his base. That is going to be the end of game 2, going over to G2. Sending it to you, Reagan, on the floor. Oh my gosh, what an amazing end to that game. G2 letting everybody know, do not count them out here. G2 comes back swinging, and I think we're going to see something in game 3. It's anybody's ball game. It's anybody's ball game, people. It really is. We've got 1, 2, 1 in this best of 5. Oh my gosh, we've got a series on our hands, and y'all, this is only series 1. We've got another series after this series of BLG versus GAM, and y'all already know Ben is hungry for victory. Ben is hungry to prove himself. So make sure y'all stick around. We're gonna send it to commercial, and we'll be back in a couple of moments here.
Early on, affecting both the top lane and the bottom lane with those early plays,
Lord,
having a lot of presence with the
lot.
Maokai ultis, making sure that they were able to not only find some lockdowns for some kills, but just create space otherwise. G2 bounce back in this second game, and TWIP subscriptions are back for MSI as well. Subscribers enjoy benefits like custom chat, emotes, badges, ad previewing, and more. Riot allocates a portion of the proceeds to the global revenue pool, directly supporting the leagues and teams in the LoL esports ecosystem. Subscribe now to unlock the not like this Hui in-game emote for when you're on the receiving side of a game like G2 in game 1 or Furia in game 2. The LEC and LTA South are tied 1-1. Analysts, what say you?
Say we have a series finally, and I say G2 look a bit more like what we could have expected from the second seed of LEC here.
Yeah, I think this is a lot more what I had thought the games in this series would look like, right? Like really nice attention from Skewmon towards that top side. They lock in this composition, the Maokai with the double AD carry. For setup, like it's they play it out much slower so that when it came time to a lot of these fights and objective setups, Furia just had no way in.
And it was close at the very beginning. It felt nice to see that both teams were trading on sides. Like if they would find a pick on towards Caps on the top side, they would do the same thing towards Tuts on the bot side of the map. So it felt like there was a lot of trading, but every time something would happen, it was G2 getting a slight advantage off of it. So it was good to see the fact that Furia was fighting, but G2 looked like so much more comfortable at playing sides.
It really looks like G2 needed to readjust their approach in draft and so in gameplay because the clock was ticking in their favor, but like when I look at G2 in the LEC, I look at something more spicy. I look at something a bit more faster paced, but for me, it's a confidence win that they needed this, especially after losing in game 1. What did it come down to? Because I see you showing this man here. Honestly, I'm really happy for him because coming after Yike was not going to be an easy task. On paper, I felt like they looked the same from a gameplay perspective. What I really appreciate on Skewmon, especially on his rookie split, is the fact that he became this adaptable player for G2. Playing Maokai today, during this game, bringing a lot of utility. We know that he's a versatile jungler. He can bring any style. But here in this draft, he needed to bring stability on the draft of G2.
And the focus on an international stage like this, first time for him, looked like it was easy, right? And I think the Maokai was a good focus because you're right, Emily, like the gank top side helped the play on being able to clean up and kill Cassante on the bot side that was overstaying was another thing. And how important the Maokai ulti is for fights like these cannot be overstated. And so while it looked decent for Furia that they were trading back, it just always felt like he was one step ahead of them.
Like a commercial.
And I think here is the kind of like not game decider, but I felt like this was really what set G2 up for success. LeBron is actually going to live. I thought he was going to go down on the backside of this, but you see the Maokai setup, right? And this was set up by Caps pushing in that top side, Maokai coming out of his clear. They had sent Alistar up as well, and then TPing in from the bot side from BB. So I really liked this setup, even though Furia were actually able to trade mid tier 1 and bot tier 1 off this. That setup BB for that split push pressure, he ends up taking down top tier 2, and that really set them up.
Oh my gosh, the Kia commercial.
Blows the game wide open, and even earlier within that game, the dive that they were going on Tuts and then having to force the TP from Gigo, and so that's like 2 turret plates, immediately a denied wave bot lane. It felt like G2 is doing a great job at being able to set up BB for success.
And the smiles are back on their faces, and on the other side, a lot of focus, of course, on the side of Furia, who still have the fan support, by the way. It's been wild for them how much the fans have been supporting them. Guys, we're still in Fearless draft, so of course, the champion pool is going to get thinner and thinner before we look at the rest of the lineup.
It's really hard right now. I hate Summer so much. Wait, where are you?
Because we set up both of these mad lads here as being able to play meta champions, but also wild picks. Of course,
Sante's off the board. board.
I don't want to see Warwick
Yeah,
again, and I'm really happy about this.
Warwick out
No
of
more
here.
Aatrox
All
either.
right.
Throw these things to the side.
So what are we looking at here right now? Like, what could be good
Yoink.
options given how both teams played so far? What do you guys see?
Woo. I mean, for me, the very clear look is Renekton, Sion, and Ambessa. These are shared champion pool that is very still prominent within the meta. So I expect these to be either banned or focused on. The one thing that's a little sneaky is that Mundo. Mundo is so obnoxious, especially as a flex that can go into the jungle. And so I'm wondering if we're going to be seeing an angle for the later portions of the draft where the Mundo can come in.
Yeah.
I'm curious about that. I'm also curious because both of these teams have kind of kept the Rumble off the board. I also think Yasuo is an interesting pick for both of these teams because while BB plays it in the top lane, Furia will actually play it in the bot lane for IU.
I do not know what you mean. What does that mean?
I'm curious to see as the bans get thinned out, right?
so
As we lose more and more champions, what they decide to give up. That's the super interesting thing to me, especially if we are expecting Furia to go back on the blue side.
One question that I have though, because I see this champion pool, this is whatever has been played from both these players on previous patches.
True.
What is the understanding of the new patch and the type of champions that we see both of these teams play?
So one thing that I'm always curious about is a pick like Aurora that can always be flexed and could be played towards top lane. And I've seen a little bit of it from Bin in solo queue so far when he's coming in. So I wonder if that's going to be touched. It's always flex picks on an international stage that comes to mind, like that or Nico. You may not like it, but we've seen it come in from the top lane from like MKoi, the AD variety.
Yeah, even Nirvin said that it was not a greatest choice in lane, but the champion is great afterwards.
Yeah, so there's a few flex picks. Those are two that come to mind.
All right, Emily.
Yeah, I mean, I think the other thing that is kind of interesting going in is on this patch, we did have a lot of the usual suspects kind of getting some nerfs coming into this, not necessarily on the MSI patch, but the patch previous. So I am curious to see if teams stick with some of those picks, like the Yorick, right, which is such a huge pick in getting teams here. So that'll be super interesting to me. Also super interesting is where these junglers decide to go, right? Because all that action early has been around the 4-minute mark in the top lane, and we'll see if that continues going forward.
Action-packed early game. That is all we want to see for now. And I want to see what teams can bring to the table. It is Fearless Draft once again. Anything can happen here at MSI.
I think I turned them too
Who will
loud.
bring us
Maybe that's
too
why.
much points? Furia is back on blue side for game 3, and we will be back right after this.
Let me throw it to the ground, make 'em turn around. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight in the dark and light.
Period.
All right, guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
I want to go to China, especially for Worlds. How T would that be?
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night? Play the local.
How T would it be if we go to Worlds in China this year? I feel like that would be super T. The fact that I know this song is a little concerning. I'm just now noticing I don't have my lights on. I also think I want to turn the lights from being blue in the back to being like a more warm color. That's a lot better. I think I want us to be like orange, maybe. Let's see how I like that. Ooh. The orange seems warm. I don't like the green. The blue is nice. I don't think I like purple. I think I like the orange. I think it adds dimension. That would be dope, assuming the world hasn't ended by then. You're so silly. Worlds is normally in October and November. Look at Smoldy being a little cutie patootie. My little cutie patootie. Cutie patootie booty. Yeah. Yeah. No. It should, it should, it should. Banger song. Banger song, low key. Can we get a Worlds live stream again this year? If they let me. What's going on, Microball? How are you doing? You have to get clearance to live stream Worlds and MSI. Like, not everybody can co-stream it. So if they select me to live stream it, abso-freaking-lutely. If I get cleared for it, abso-freaking-lutely. Hopefully they want me to live stream it in person. That's what I really want. So you saying you big time? Nah, that's not what I'm saying. Smoldy as in Smolder? That's what I call Smolder? That's my name for Smoldy? It's Smoldy back there. We actually call him 21 Stacks because he's a rapper. But yeah, you know. He's coming for it.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight in the dark and light.
Heck yeah, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MSI 2025. We are 2 games in to our first best of 5 here in the play-in stage. We got 3 days of play-ins action before the main event kicks off. And so far, Furia and G2 have been delivering. Furia dominated game number 1, and then G2 bounced back with just as hard of a counterpunch in the second round.
Sheesh.
2 very different games. In game 1, we saw a lot more
Why does that man
volatility,
still have
which
the
Furia did
assortment
use
of
with great
napkins
efficiency.
next to him?
Game number 2, that was a textbook game. Coach, you're right, but we'll slow it down. Very, very deliberate play from G2.
You're calling it Soraka.
And my
Y'all
expectation would be that
y'all have been
in this next game,
predicting
if we see the early game go the same way, they could
picks.
probably step it up a gear.
So,
And now that some of the confidence has been regained, because if you don't handshake, I think every fight that Furia goes for the way that they did in game number 1, you don't give them as much volatility. It very clearly is G2 that can just go play textbook league, go for the objective setup, right? Find prio, rotate in the jungle, set up vision, go to the objective and wait for your opponent to run into you. I did also think though that the drop that they ended up with was exceptional as soon as you do get ahead, which obviously they were able to.
Yep.
Now, we did see Broken Blade bounce back after a rough game number 1, but even in this game, early on the laning phase, we did still see him kind of get skill checked by Gigo, right? A couple of the early plays, some ultimates that didn't quite work out, and it might be worth investing more time again for G2 towards the top side to make sure that he gets to play the game.
So I think everything that you're saying right now is coming together for me in one big actionable thing. Because you're talking about how
I'll support
G2
that one.
was able to slow the game down and
If
make
y'all
it
request
so
me
they didn't
directly
go
to
into
the League
everything
of
that Furia
Legends
wanted to do.
account,
And then they were
I don't
also
think that's a
playing from
bad
a position
thing.
of strength because they got ahead early.
'Cause I
and for
really
me,
wanna
what I'm
go.
looking at is game number 1, Tatu was on Xin Zhao. He was on a champion that can scrap early, skirmish early, influence the game whenever he wants to, play aggressive, and drag G2 down into the fights. Game number 2, the Wukong, not nearly as effective early on. So now, here in this third game, with Furia back on the blue side, I want to see Tatu on something that can really facilitate plays early. We've seen the fact that Gigo can be a big performer, even though in game number 2, obviously not that impressive by the stat line. Again, what you're saying went up very far ahead of Broken Blade in terms of just the farm and the lane state. And it looks like our very first pick here in this draft, this is the first draft that this champion has not been banned in that first round of bans. The Pantheon insta-locked in for Furia.
I think I gotta
Seeing
move.
Trundle really rise up as a counter into this. Pantheon obviously is AD, and I haven't finished my sentence, or that's most likely going to be that lethal tempo. Chomp, insanely good.
There we
and
go.
Pantheon, his biggest weakness is that once he commits, there's no going out, right? You are already a very all-in style champion, both when it comes to your W, the fact you don't have an escape outside of, like, the best you get is the movement speed on Empowered E, which that's not great. And then the pillar really makes that worse, so I do like that as a pick early on. Now, we did see G2 go for red side in game 1. Didn't quite end up working out in that one, even with the counter pick.
The question
so I'm curious to see if this time they can
Trundle
find something
jungle?
better, as that is the Annie picks
Is
up
this
here
Pantheon
for Caps.
jungle?
A pick that
Because they
is
both can go top.
very renowned both for its easy gank setups early on and its
Low-key,
team fight
both can
and
go
side lane
support.
impact when it comes to the mid to late game. Because you just that point and click stun and that Tabers just does so much for the fights.
Very flexible
Also worth
champions.
pointing out, since I didn't cover
Annie
him earlier,
is known
Draven
as a mid
TF
laner,
Azir
but she can
banned out
also
by
be
Furia.
flex and support.
The Senna, the
I feel
Gwen,
like now that
and the
we're in
Misfortune
MSI, we
banned
should
out by
not
G2.
count out
Misfortune
any
banned by G2 in all
champion.
3 games so
Lucian
far, and
Nami.
Furia is going
We
to
haven't
lock
seen that one in a while.
classic aggro bot lane, the Lucian Nami. This is one that you need to play aggressive. You need to be in your opponent's face. You need to be building advantages early on to make these picks worthwhile.
Yep.
Also, we're getting deeper into Fearless. We did have a Nila already played, so obviously that's going to leave a little bit more space. But you
Can
want
we get something
carry that
fun
isn't
for
completely
Hansama
hamstrung by
today?
Pillar. Now, I think playing into Annie for Lucian is still going to be tough, even though
All right, we got Nautilus.
Cleanse,
Who goes well with
you are
Nautilus?
still
I
often
think
going
we
to be
could
in
see
effective range. And like,
Samira.
let's be real, even if you cleanse a
I
Tiber
think we
stun,
could
if you take
see
Tibers and a W to the face,
it's
honestly,
a lot of, it's
you're still
two-thirds
not
of your health
happy.
bar.
Any
Yeah,
ADC
you're
goes
still
pretty
taking a
well
lot of
with
damage.
I
Nautilus.
also like the priority on the
we
Nautilus
can't
here,
see a
seeing that
Kalista.
come
They
through
banned
because
it.
the ability to guarantee
Because that's
lockdown
normally a pretty good
Lucian, I think, is very
combo is to
valuable.
throw the Nautilus in.
And even though
Then he can just
when it comes to the
free
2v2
CC
matchup,
chain.
yeah, I was about to say I'm expecting it to be a good amount of AD carry bans so that this bot lane can try and be as oppressive as possible.
We could see a Misfortune.
For me, in the current
No, we
form
can't
of
because
Lucian Nami,
they
right,
banned her.
we've had so many different iterations of this. It really is mostly about what you can do starting in mid-game, the power you have on mid-wave,
Oh,
plus the fact
Tristana.
that if your opponent is, like we've seen thus far, short range, I think Nami can do a lot.
Yeah, and I think seeing Lucian Nami locked in further explains why the first ban of the draft for Furia was the Draven away from Hansama, who's known for playing it. If you're playing this, I want to get ahead early champion. You don't want to play against Draven.
No.
Makes sense.
Especially given Hans's his reputation.
Exactly. The notoriety of the pick.
Can't even hover it though.
Yeah, I know. It does kind of take away some of the fun, some of the flair, the pizzazz.
Yeah.
But we have Aurora and Ambessa banned away by G2 in the second half. Callista and Sion targeted by Furia in the second half of the draft for them. Let's see what G2 wants to go with here. I would expect them to go for their AD carry, leave 5th pick red side for Broken Blade there in the top lane for the counter pick, but we'll see.
I wonder if they're willing to look towards something
No
like
way,
a Galio,
Hyasuos.
right? Really go all in on that global.
I was
they
about
already
to say,
have
shut
with
the
the Pantheon trying
frick
to
up,
play for
Hansama.
side lanes very heavily. So Jhin, I think, makes complete sense. Jhin is one of the best neutralizing picks. You have a
Hello,
ton of
lady
damage in your
Celestia.
composition
Thank you so
already.
much for being
right?
here. Welcome
Jhin
to the
can
stream.
sometimes struggle
Jacqueline,
if
thank you
he's
so much for the
only
Twitch Prime in the
There's a lot of ways to get on top of
14
him,
months
which I really think there are for
of support.
Furia thus
Hope
far.
you're having a gorgeous
as we
day
are
today.
going to save that R5
I
counter
don't
pick
hate
for Broken
Jhin.
Blade.
I just think
And
this
that
laning
Sion
phase
ban,
is going to be boring.
I think kind of feels rough now. Sion is one of the best blinds. Rumble is still very solid. Do see that come through. What is going
What's
to
up,
be
Mel? How
the
you
mid lane
doing?
pick to tie this all together?
The thing that I'm really looking at, though, for the side of Furia is I'm not seeing a ton of powerful engage.
Oh, no.
That's the big thing that's lacking, especially when we're talking about how Game 2 was G2 just saying, we're going to play slow. If Furia doesn't have these huge go buttons, it's a lot harder to force G2 into the scrap, into these like early skirmishes and
Yeah,
melees
they'll
that
end
you
up
feel
swapping.
confident
It won't
just
end up
hands
being-
checking them in. And okay, the Sion got banned away. Here's the other big meatball for the top lane. It's the Ornn for Broken Blade.
We have really seen Ornn come up as one of the big...
Wait, somebody in chat
I
was
say
just,
counters,
or somebody in
obviously
the
kind of in quotes because
like
it's not like you
crowd had
win
an
laning as
orange
Rumble, but
sign. I know
once
they're
you get
happy.
Koenig broken, really you don't care nearly as much about damage. I do think that very often Furia ends up with droughts where you can really see all the parts fit together nicely. I'm not quite getting that there with this one. I think that the Orianna from a lane matchup perspective, I do get, but I don't think that the setup is amazing. Really, your best ball delivery system is the Pantheon, and that's not that great. I also, when it comes to Rumble, always love to see an AoE CC. And obviously, Rel's already off the table, right? Like, I don't think that the Alistar also already gone, so I don't think there's that much. But the ability to actually make sure that people take enough damage from that Rumble, make sure early skirmish is so much better. And now, with how this draft looks, if we don't see a repeat of game number 1 as a... oh my, that's a lot. That's a G2 win and a fair X enjoyer. Already playing all sides there. I kind of love it.
No, I think that Furia's got to make this scrappy. You got
to win early. G2.
Yeah, they've got to turn this into a brawl. They've got to make it messy. Because
wait,
if
are
they
you saying
don't,
2-3?
What's their front line? How are they going to play these team fights compared to a squad that's got the
And
Ornn,
G2's
that's
gonna
got
lose?
the Annie, that has this Nautilus for the guaranteed lockdown?
Okay, but hear me out. They don't have a tank, so Trundle doesn't get value from his ult.
If I want to be really good at ADC, what is something I should learn to be good at? Farming.
Come on.
Already amazing at never getting my cannon.
This bottle's looking like
Same,
a little bit of snake oil here.
Same.
Never do that to me.
But yeah.
Let's hop
you
into
need
the
to be good
game
at farming.
here.
Farm
See
is
what we
guaranteed
get out of
gold,
this one. Furia
which gives
back
you
on the blue
guaranteed
side.
items, which
G2
gives you
back
more
on the
damage
red.
to get
Game
more
number
kills
3
so that you can
in
get
this best of
objectives
5 that is
because
now tied up
objectives
1-1.
games.
Checking in on our summoner spells, on our keystones. It will be Broken Blade there with the grasp. Of course, Rumble trying to slam that lane as much as he can. He'll have the Conqueror, be able to charge that one up pretty easily. Down in bottom lane, barrier for the Jhin, cleanse for the Lucian, just as you expected, my friend, to be able to escape that guaranteed engage from the Annie, from the Nautilus.
All right, I'm switching over
kind of
to...
rough though, because against Nautilus ult as well as Ornn, it doesn't really do that much.
Lebrov immediately ready to jump in on Ayu here, but he takes the losing end of the trade. With half his health now gone already, chugging a potion.
Trading I'm expecting here. Both teams going to fight very, very aggressively for that level.
All right. Here we go. I'm gonna try turning off the casters during the games since we've got this like original broadcast feed from Riot Games as an official co-streamer. I think this is pretty fun. It also it helps me like focus more on the game. I'm not gonna lie, like I'm a little bit more locked in without the casters talking because I have to think through what's happening rather than like having them narrate for me. But yeah, just a couple of scuffles in the bot lane. Spirit Blossom Morgana on 5th pool. Are you serious, JT? I'm doing well, Choka. How are you doing today? Insta cleanse and heal. Yeah, I got both of those songs from Furia. Furia was on blue side when they got their first win and they got their first loss on red side. So maybe now that they're back on blue side, we might see them in more of a comfortable play style. Oh, you like me, huh? TikTok, thank y'all so much for liking the live. I appreciate y'all. All right, we're getting a couple trades here. Ooh, not their bush camping. It's giving desperation. It's giving desperation as that G2 hook does land, but is it going to be enough? Now Ayu is without both sums, no longer has that flash. Was a good hook from Lebrov, I must admit. No sums have been used except for Ignite on the side of G2. Tatu is bot lane, but I don't think he's going to be able to find anything here. And Scuttle does go over to G2 on bot side. Skewmond does have the potential to double Scuttle here. Looking for the engage on Toots. Getting kind of low. It's not going to be enough, but we do force that flash. Now Caps needs to clear this wave. Skewmond no longer really has too much pressure. Whoa, getting the flash engage from Tatu. Caps looks like he's okay with the stun. And they're just gonna exchange a couple of autos back and forth. All right. We got us a game on our hands. Everybody trying to fight. Ooh, is Guigo in trouble? Forcing the flash yet again. Skewmond is going around and getting everybody's flash. Even uses his own, and Guigo will fall to the Trundle. First blood over to G2. All right, all right, all right, all right. Yeah, no, the way Trundle worked his way around the map and got every single person's flash except for JoJo's, absolutely amazing. Well, I guess he wasn't there for the bot lane scuffle, so he didn't really partake in Lucian losing his flash, but he definitely worked that mid lane and that top lane. So now nobody's got it. And Tatu used his flash to try and get a kill on Caps. No flash here from Toots. Is he going to be able to live just by the hair of his chinny chin chin? That's another recall for Toots. Luckily for him, the wave is in the middle, but it's definitely going to be pushing towards Caps. So I don't think Toots is too happy about having to recall here. Probably happy he didn't die though. You're faster than the stream. I have the official broadcast coming like straight from the Riot Games thing because I'm an official co-streamer. So the broadcast, it does look like it's a couple seconds behind. It looks like it's like 7 to 8 seconds behind, but this is like the fresh feed. So this is like the fastest you'll see it, low key. This is definitely the fastest you will see it. Kind of wild to think about that that's what we have access to. Kind of wild. We're getting the first dragon, which is an infernal, a very valuable dragon to get. That gives you the AB and Caps dies with just an R press from Toots, but Toots is gonna have to pay the price with his life as well. That's a 1-for-1 trade with G2 getting kills on Ornn and Toots getting a kill on Orianna. But that first dragon does fall over to G2. What I really love about this series so far is it has not been just a like let's farm and not fight because we're too scared type of series. It's definitely been a like let's go in, let's scrap, let's throw a couple punches here and there. It doesn't feel like both teams are scared at all. It feels like they're locked in and they're ready to throw down. And I really like that. Speaking of ready to throw down, IU just throws out his Lucian ulti right there. I guess just getting them off the wave, making sure they back up. And now Tatu is gonna start the Void Grubs. As you know, G2 did get those first dragons, or the first dragon. Furia gotta get something. Furia gotta get something or else they just going outside. What do I always say? Objectives wins games. That's gonna be our next entry into, it won't be in interlations, it'll be in I don't know what I want to call it. Maybe like yeah, my TikTok ended, but I restarted it. It should be back up. It can't be interlations, it should be like Winteronomy or something like that. I don't know. What should it be? It's got to be something for like winning. Objectives wins games. That is what I always like to say. I hate laning with Annie so much. Is it because you're always fearful of her stun? Is that why? Oh, we're getting it engaged. Not only do we get the Orianna ulti, but we get the Ornn ulti as well. Caps does get out. Toots does get out. Nobody dies, but we have seen quite a few of ultimates used. Tibbers also was thrown out there during that fight, but to no end. Yeah, TikTok stopped for like a second, but it's back up now. It should be working. Sorry about that, y'all. All right. We're getting a scrap again. So much fighting here. We're just throwing punches left and right and left again, but again, nobody's dying. It's really just been, you know, letting them know like we got hands, and then Furia will come back and say we got hands too. So winalations, winneronomy. Tatu no longer has flash, but everybody else's flash is up and ready to be used. Caps also used his flash. Okay. Wow. What is that cooldown on Orianna ulti? It feels like she's always using it. But another thing that I noticed that she is always below 25% HP. This Annie got hands and ability power. Toots just reached level 9, so there is an XP lead over on the side of Furia in the mid lane, being up an entire wave. Let's see. Nope, it's even. They are completely even on CS. It's just Toots is up that kill, unfortunately. Moon, thank you so much for the strawberry moon. How cute, how cute, how cute. What's going on, Boomer? How are you doing? My, oh my. What a game. All right, everybody has kind of chilled out. Everybody's back to their respective corners. We got bot lane in the bot lane. We got top lane in the top lane. Everything is as it should be right now. Despite the kills, despite the dragon, and despite the fact that if G2 gets one more kill, they will acquire the feats of, is it feats of strength? I think it's feats of strength, feats of objectives, and first tower, something like that. Or it's the whole thing called feats of strength, I forget. But yeah, they just need one more kill. Despite that though, Furia is keeping up in terms of gold. As you can see, the gold lead is on the side of Furia, being up about 100 gold. And we can see that coming through in the CS leads. Uh-oh. And the support over on G2 is going to fall. He's tanky, but he's just not tanky enough to survive that little beating there. Yeah, good pick. We're getting an ulti. We want more on the side of Furia. I'm telling y'all, they are hungry. They want victory. They want to win. They want to get out of these play-ins. And so Tatu was looking for a little kill on Hansama, wasn't able to find anything, but I must say I love the ambition. I love the hustle. And Furia is looking like they want to love on this mountain Drake. It does indeed. Everyone's alive, everyone's in the area, so we are gonna get a fight immediately going in on the Trundle jungle, but G2 not only gets the feats, but also claims the life of the jungler and the support over on Furia. And I think Orianna's gonna have to fall too. A little too ambitious. A little too much hustle, because now that dragon goes over to G2, and that's going to be an uncontested one. Furia is from LTA South. LTA South. I'm doing well, Boomer King. Thank you for asking. Wowzers. Yeah, it looked promising at first, but LeBron was able to find that lockdown on the IU, so IU was not able to pump out any double shots, any autos, and Jin or Hansama was just pumping out damage through the long range ulti. He didn't even need to be in the vicinity. He was able to stand off far away and nobody could stop.
For Furia to now start up the Drake, but the problem is the Scryer's trinket is already...
All right. Well, we're back into the game. Thank you so much for that, Captain Flowers. Was very nice to hear your voice for a quick second there. But we're back into the game. Not them interrupting. No, like that was crazy. That was crazy. But yeah, holy moly. Even though they're up, what, 3 kills, dude? They're only up about 600 gold. There's a 300 gold discrepancy in terms of CS, and we can see that in the bot lane. About 1 kill is equivalent to about 15 CS. So when you're up about 15 CS, you've got the equivalent of 1 kill gold. IU is up a good amount of CS. It's looking like 21 right now. And then in the mid lane, we also have a CS lead, but over on the G2 side. And then on top lane, Guigo is eating up a 20 CS lead over the G2 top lane. So even though they are down those 3 kills, they're still finding gold in other places. I always say gold is guaranteed gold, or CS is guaranteed gold, and Furia is definitely putting that to the test right now. It looks like G2 is just objective hogging right now. Objectives definitely win games. And holy moly, every single objective going over to Mr. Skewmon. But will Broken Blade have to pay the price? Guigo looking for a kill, but the damage is just not there. He's a little bit too tanky, and I think he only gets tankier as the game goes on. All right, we're clearing vision, getting wards down. No objectives on the board for the next 2 minutes. As you can see, it is an Ocean Soul this game, with Otacon spawning in the bot lane in about 3 minutes. Ocean Soul's pretty good. Who is it better on? That is the question. I don't think anybody will ever misuse it, but I do feel like G2 might be a little bit more well equipped with an Ocean Soul. What is the icon next to the Grubs icon in the HUD? Oh, those are the lotus petals. So that means how much flowers they've collected. So 14 to 3. That also gives you XP and adaptive force. So Furia definitely looking good in that regards as well. Feats did go over to G2. Not only did they get the objective feats, but they also got the kill feats, because no objectives have gone over to Furia. Oh, they got boy grubs, but you know, tomato tomato. I will say they did not get the first tower feat, so Furia was still in it just up until they lost the objectives. We're getting a full-on scuffle here. We've got the Rumble ulti down, we've got the Nami ulti down, but is it going to be enough? A beautiful Orianna ulti, but still no kills have been found. JK, Caps just killed the jungler, but Caps also died himself. Hansama, full HP, looking like he wants to go auto queue somebody, but the rest of his team is a little bit too low. He's going into defense mode. I really like Hansama's positioning there. He was far away. The Jin ulti covered that whole top lane just about, so there was really nowhere for anybody to run. They were gonna get that work regardless. Truly. Who do you think has the better draft? I personally am more of a fan of G2's draft. I think that Furia is just a little bit too squishy especially going into an Ornn, a Trundle, and a Nautilus. Yes, they might have the damage from the Orianna, the Lucian, and the Rumble, but they really have to make this early game work, or else it's not really gonna matter, because Ornn is gonna get tanky to no means. Trundle will also get tanky. He's gonna have HP, but the thing is, with Trundle, he's also gonna have damage. And then you've got Annie, who's just gonna burst people. You've got Jin, who only gets stronger. Those autos will definitely end up hurting. He's not going lethality. It looks like we're well, he did go Yamumu's, so he is going lethality, but I think he's going IE second. I hope he's going IE second. But yeah, I think that Furia focused a little bit too much on damage and not enough on protecting those who should be outputting the damage. Is it really, Chaz? Let me see what I can do about that. Let me see what I can do about that. Oh, I know what I can do. I have an idea. Uh-oh, we're getting another scuffle. I don't think anything's really going to come out to this. JK Furia is going to find not only Broken Blade, but it looks like we might get Labrov, aka the Nautilus, as well. Dragon coming up in 3 minutes. So we've got a little bit of time. They just got the first Ocean Dragon, and it looks like they want Otacon as well. Yeah, I'll fix that. I'll fix the TikTok thing. Give me a second. Let me see what I can do. All right. Thank you for letting me know. Ah. Oh, it was locked. Okay, this should work. Sorry, y'all. I'm having to fix TikTok real quick. It's giving a little bit of trouble. I'm going to hide this. Oh, they is lit. That's why I love that's why I freaking love LTA South. Their fans, they're serious. They don't play about them. That's what I absolutely love to see. Okay, that should be better. Yeah, TikTok. That should be better. Y'all should be able to see everything now. And it shouldn't be behind. All right, back into the game. We're getting another fight. Holy freaking moly. Broken Blade looking for the Lucian, and Hansama is going to find him. Jojo might be in a little bit of trouble as well, as Caps is trying to get that final kill on the Nami. Finds it, and we look over to the side, and we see Labrov getting the craziest of hooks. Orianna retaliates with her ulti, but it's not going to be enough. We get the double knockup on Orianna, who falls. And the Rumble. That is a 4 for none, if my math is correct. Good googly goo. I don't know, y'all. We are in a best of 5 series right now, and this is the 3rd game. It's looking very likely that we will be seeing a 2-1 after this game in favor of G2. We've got a 3K gold lead on G2 as well. Oh no, Furia is not looking good. It looked so promising in game 1. I don't know what happened. I do not know what happened. Oh my gosh. They just like legitimately, they just tore them up. Hansama is able to get these insane ultis off where he's able to just like auto for free. Nobody is going to be able to like stop his ult. And then he can join the fight afterwards. And at that point, they're all a click away from being dead. And that's exactly what happened to the Orianna in the Rumble. Mind you, I gotta give it to Nautilus. The hook looked like that should have hit the wall, but it hit the Orianna instead. And yet again, we're getting another engage. We're starting to see a pattern that Ornn normally starts us off, and then we see the Nami retaliation into the Jhin retaliation. A lot of retaliation going on in this game. Nobody's died yet. Everybody's ultis have been used. Broken Blade finally falls, was running for his freaking life, but he was not a runner. He was not a track star. The only thing that he is dead. Second Ocean Drake possibly going over to Furia. I don't think we should count out. Oh no, yeah, we count them out. Trundle's top lane. JK. What's going on, Strom? How are you doing? Hello, hello. All right, we're getting a replay here of the second fight that was in mid lane. Like I said, we start off with that Ornn. We get the Rumble from Furia. We get the Jhin from G2. We get the Nami ult. We get the Lucian ult. Everybody was just trying to pop out damage, but nobody is maxing out their damage charts the way that Hansama is with those 4 shots. Yeah, my boy. Yeah, he was popping off. He was putting out damage for real. If Furia can pick up these Ocean Drakes into Soul, they might have survivability. That is very hopeful. I won't lie, but I don't think we should count them out too much yet. It's only a 2K gold lead. They really are trying to stay in the game as much as they can. We've got insane CS leads, not only in the top lane. Well, yeah, only in the top lane, low key. Everybody else got it over on G2. But will you be co-streaming all of MSI? I am an official co-streamer. This is the official broadcast feed. Like, I'm not pulling this in from Twitch or TikTok or any of that. I am getting it straight from the SRT feed. Like, this feed is more up to date than what you will see on the broadcast by like a couple of seconds. It's kind of wild. And they have it set up so where I can choose whether I want the broadcasters in it or not. And as you can see today, I do not have the broadcasters in it, which is kind of wild. I've never broadcasted MSI, but this is pretty cool. It's pretty fun. He was not a runner, nor was he a track star. Facts. Welcome home, Strong. Hope you've been having a good day. We're fighting for Baron here. Oh, and Tatu is going to die just before the smite goes down. That is Baron for G2. That gold lead went from, I think it was like 1K, 2K, and now we're looking at a solid 5,000 gold lead. G2 is trying to make sure that Furia has no hope. Look at the freaking gold lead over on the side of Hansama. Lord have mercy. 3K in the bot lane alone. 1,000 gold bounty for Hansama right now. He is sitting on 3 full items. He's got boots. And Ayu struggling. Ayu struggling so much he doesn't even have boots, man. He's saying spare change, ma'am. Spare change, sir. He just wants a fresh pair of kicks. But G2 is looking for a fresh tower in the bot lane, and I think they're going to get it. Guigo wanting to stop this this siege here in the bot lane, ults the wave. I don't think it's going to be enough. Again, G2 has those Baron minions on the next wave. That bot lane turret will fall. I think that's pretty uncontestable. And she's gone. All right, we are now about to break into this Furia base. We've got a good push in the bot lane. Everybody's in attendance, all 5. I do think we're gonna hear an Orn horn shortly. He just wanted to get a little, I forget what those are called. When you hit the tower and it does a bunch of damage, I forget what that's called. Just going home from the club. Okay, solve, period. Get home safe though, fam. Make sure you get home safe. Stay aware of your surroundings. There's the Orn horn going in on Guigo, but the rest of the team is trying to kill that Nami and the Lucian. 4th shot goes off. Nobody dies. JK. Everyone dies. It's a 2 for 2 so far. Broken Blade trying to run away. Guigo fighting for his life, bleeding from the mouth, truly with 2 HP. You need to go home, sir. And so does Broken Blade. Hansama not really scared. He knows he's got that damage, but we're getting a TP. I think that's Guigo coming for more. If Hansama dies here, that is 1,000 gold over to Furia. Lebrov instead says, I'm just gonna try and stall y'all. But Tatu coming in with the ulti on Pantheon. Hansama running for his life. I do think he'll make it out. He's got that fast Baron recall. And we're gonna wait and see if Tatu really gets this 3rd dragon. Vax, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a beautiful day today. What's going on, peace and grease? We're getting a replay here of the fight that just ensued. A beautiful ulti from Caps. Beautiful focus from Caps there. Truly. Wholeheartedly. They get to kill the bot lane on the side of Furia, but then that's when things start going a little bit too crazy. Broken Blade taking some turret shots, getting some damage put down on him. I'm doing great, Vax. Thank you for asking. And then the chasing, but the chasing, you know, in Interlations 2610, we say if you greed, you will feed. And it looks like G2 just might have too much dip on their chips today. A little too hungry. Oh, speaking of hunger, goodness gracious, IU just wanted a little bit of farm, just a little bit. And Cap said the only thing you are getting is a one-way ticket back to base. Thank you. Have a great day. That's insane. Didn't even give him a chance. Truly. Didn't even give him a chance. Embarrassing, even. But that is what IU gets for playing ADC in 2025. He should know locking in an ADC means that everyone will be able to kill you and you will be able to kill no one. And we can tell that by IU's score. I think he has 0 kills if I remember correctly. The support for G2 just went down. That's a 40-second timer. Can Furia make something happen without that tank and that engage for G2? Let's see what IU's score is. I am quite curious. Oh, he's got a kill. He's 1-4. Hey, you know, you can't win them all. So G2 versus Furia. Which one do you think is going to advance? I think G2 will end up advancing out of play-ins. I put for my pick'ems BLG and G2 for advancing, and then I picked Gam for 3rd and Furia for last. We'll see what happens. Good. Fiesta game. Right now it is kind of a fiesta. It looks like Furia really wants to make this comeback here. And G2 is low-key letting them. Lucian said, remember when you popped me with that ulti? Take this. And just unloaded a full Lucian ulti on Caps. Caps is now sitting in base with a 46 death timer. Baron is on the board. Furia has the advantage. It's a 4v5. It's a 4v5. We've got the vision. We've got the damage. But G2 right now has the engage. Don't forget, they still have that 5-0 Jin. And we're looking to see, is this just going to be a free Baron? Hansama says, I will make y'all work for this. The Nami ulti is going to be able to interrupt that Hansama ulti, so he cannot get the 4th shot off. That was a beautiful attempt at a steal from Hansama with the Jin W, but it's no match for Smite. Next time, Hansama, I do suggest you play Jinx. You would have been able to steal there. But still, commendable attempt. I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it at all. All right, Furia really making this comeback right now. I don't want to say I'm perplexed. I'm not. I really never want to say that I didn't think that they didn't have it in them. I'm just more so surprised at G2 dropping the ball like this. They were in their Nexus. If y'all remember, we were down the inhibitor and we were about to start attacking Nexus turrets. But now Furia is about to break into their base. Again, G2 is pretty tanky with all 5 members present. I don't know if Furia has the damage to break through that line. IU trying to run as far away as possible. Ornhorn coming in, no Nautilus ulti, but you know what else we don't have? We don't have a jungler. We don't have a support because they are both dead. Over on the side of G2, we have lost Caps and oh my gosh, Rumble just died. I don't even know where Rumble died. But it's okay. It's a 4v1. Orianna is the only person who can stop this 4-man push in the mid lane. They're going to be able to take that tower uncontested, that inhibitor uncontested. She's got 1 chance, and she does not have an ultimate. I low-key don't think she has a chance. That's going to be the end of this game, especially after the glorious Lebrov hook and sacrifice. Furia has no teammates to defend this Nexus. Game 3 goes over to G2. Wow. We are looking at a 2-1 in favor of G2. Remember, this is a best of 5, so they still need 1 more win to secure the series. And then we will move on to BLG versus GAM. That's coming up next. But I'm going to send it over to the desk to close out this game. Yeah, they are, honestly. They really are giving them a run for their money. It looks like they're making G2 sweat.
2 best of 5s, you're into the main event, and G2 is 1 game away from that first series win. They have driven us
thank y'all for liking the live. I appreciate you.
Series at MSI, and let's send it over to the analyst desk now for the breakdown.
And there is
Romain got a back. Hold on. Am I tripping?
Match points on the side.
Am I tripping, or is his back built?
But it is.
Why he look like his shoulder blades about to pop out that freaking shirt?
It's a constant back and
forth. Am I tripping?
I didn't expect it. Like planes to start off.
Am I
I think
tripping?
the big thing for me is whoever kills the squishy carry ended up having a window in, right?
We love the Annie pick.
Yeah, because the Annie gets blown up, and then Furia are able to make that bot side play that put them on soul point.
Some
with
broad
OG.
shoulders for real,
Then
right?
Caps finds that clutch catch. I mean, I think, yeah, both of these teams were really trying to, it kind of devolved into both of them setting up trap plays for these squishy carries on both sides. And I really don't think, like, I didn't expect it to be this close.
Hansama said, I'm going
G2
to eat this fruit bowl and enjoy it.
I want to talk about the tools
He said,
that both
nom, nom,
teams
nom, nom,
had
nom.
here, because on the side of Furia, I was not the biggest fan of the Lucian Nami, especially
I
when
almost
you
thought
have
that G2 was
Nautilus
going to lose
open
that
on
as
the
well,
other
Moon.
side. but Raz, #1 hater of the G2.
Why does NA only have one team in MSI?
First of all, it's like Rumble is such a high priority pick, but it was not really picked by anybody until phase 2. And so it was picked in 4 pick. And then so like I was like, first of all,
NA split, but also conjoined. So now it's LTA North and LTA South, and both teams make up the LTA. So LTA got to send 2 teams, but one is for Latin America and one is for North America. You see what I'm saying? So technically the LTA region has 2 teams, and one of them is playing right now. Furia is an LTA South team,
but there were moments like that 23-minute fight in Line Bush where it was like,
FlyQuest does not have to play play-ins. They are automatically in
can't play front to back on this one effectively.
Does that make sense?
What Furia has to offer. So I just felt like draft was difficult from both sides. But for G2 side, I just didn't like the
they're doing it by region now.
Reasons, right? And that's why it did.
There's no major regions and minor regions. They're all. There's 5 regions now. None of them are minor. None of them are major.
Was out of position at times, but then also G2 had a lot of really interesting and creative trap.
The regions
plays,
are.
Like, I know you LTA, out to me,
which, like I just said, consists of that Latin America, consists of that North America. You've got EU, which is Europe. You've got LPL, which is China. You've got LCK, which is Korea. And then you've got, I forget what it's called specifically, but it's like Taiwan, Japan,
what's it called, through mid lane. Furia are already thinking about Baron.
Yep.
They're sending anyone towards top
Vietnam.
side. LeBron's like, wait a minute.
What is that called?
I got it. I've got this. Makes the deep, like, push into the enemy, like, side of the map. And so, yes, they do find another pick on IU. IU's going to look back at that game and be like,
PCS.
wow, I got picked so much. We would have had a chance. If any of these fights, I would have lived. Like, if I played against
that is like the only technically minor region, even though it is just a region now.
Had really clutch
League of Legends.
A lot to think about on this side of Furia.
Oh my gosh, I'm not talking about Ionia, bro.
Let's roll back a bit.
Let's do it.
It's 2025. Top lane is relevant.
It is.
The action is coming back from top lane again. What is this?
LCP,
I mean, I think,
League of Legends Championship Pacific. And that is for Japan, Taiwan, Vietnam, and there's one more.
Onto Gigo. And the big crucial thing is, again, both
Hong
of these
Kong.
top laners are going to lock in some really creative things for their team. But then top lane has been relevant all year. I know Azale's been talking about how it's the most diverse top lane meta that he's pretty much seen ever.
Can you remind us, Ray, why Fly doesn't have to play play-ins?
For me, G2, we've talked about how back and forth this game was. For me, it was the 13-minute fight where I was like, okay, like they're going to be in a good position again.
All
they're
second seeds
to close out
have
the
to
game,
go through play-ins except for LCK.
Where they ended up like Furia ended up killing off, I believe, Labrov.
My thought process is like, why is LTA South automatically considered a second seed when we didn't play LTA South in like an LTA championship? You see what I'm saying?
And with ulti, like anything to layer on to the people from
like I feel like it's an automatic
and the
like.
big thing is that Gigo actually had to TP onto a further ward, right?
Yeah.
So even
I think
though
it was because LTA North was the winner during the first split. Is that why?
It was Broken Blade who ended up making more of an impact in this fight. And
oh my gosh, get you some sleep. 5 a.m.
Caps at getting that kill onto JoJo here, and G2 being able to push for the win after.
Oh, well, I mean, this was
earlier.
This happens so frequently, they all bleed into each other. So no, this was like basically when it felt really hard for Furia, because yes, not only do they make a deep play mid, but then they actually get cleaned up even further because they tried to enter through the Raptors bush. And so it was
so for
LCP, and again, this is the fight you were talking about.
The region we were just talking about, it's GAM and CFO. I believe CFO was the team that we saw at first stand for LCP.
a
For
clean
LEC,
3-0 for
we've
G2.
got
we didn't have that at
Koi
all, so I'm actually
and
really excited for the
G2.
next game.
For
This
LCK,
could go
we've
game
got
fight.
Genji and
Absolutely.
T1.
Oh, yeah. So what
For
are we looking at
LTA, we've
for
got
the next game?
FlyQuest
Again,
and
with the
Furia.
fact that it's
And then
fearless,
for
that is going
LPL, we
deeper
have
and deeper
AL
in
and
both teams'
BLG.
champion pool here. What do we want to see for
I
potentially
guess
the
we're
last game
not
on the
going to
side of G2,
see
but for Furia to crawl their way back
any
here.
Jackie
I mean, I'm
Love.
just going to bring this one back up.
Alright,
Might as well. I mean, I'm just going to point out one pick.
It's not about top lane, so.
It's not allowed. It's all about top lane, but for me, I'm going to go another flex. It's the Galio.
CFO is the only team from First Stand participating in MSI.
To be able to influence top lane aggressively, and if you have Hans Sama, you can also do this towards bot side of the map. So I
You're
think
absolutely
if you get another
correct.
chance, if the draft allows it to happen, then we go in that direction.
You're absolutely correct. Because for LCK, it was HLE.
For me, it's about
For
these picks,
LTA, it was Team Liquid. For LPL, it was
all of these picks. I think they're really good at being able to play towards them, and I always take flex
Top
picks.
Esports.
Caps is playing really well later on in the series, and I feel like if you can make it happen and get it more
Fnatic, wasn't it?
influential pick, that's a thumbs up from me.
All right, eyes on top lane, eyes on Caps if you're a G2 fan, but it is match point here. It could be anyone's game. The will
think it was
G2 be the
Fnatic.
one winning this year, or will Furia
It
bring
was
us
Karma.
to
Yes, it
silver
was.
scrapes?
You're
We'll
right.
see that right after the break.
Is that not crazy? What the heck? The only consistent ones? Question mark.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make 'em turn around. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight in the dark and light.
Wow. So, for MSI, y'all. Is this a new ad? I ain't never seen this one before. It's giving Beyonce. So, for MSI, y'all. Was that Kyla?
Okay, I get it now.
Am I tripping? For MSI, the top two teams. I'm gonna turn this down. Actually, I'm gonna do this. It's just a lot of sound going on. Okay, I'm still gonna turn this down. For MSI, it's the top two teams from each region come together for the second international event. The first one being First Stand. The winner qualifies directly to Worlds. Additionally, the second place region gets a 4th seed for its domestic league at Worlds. So whoever wins MSI, they get a first class ticket to go to Worlds. They do not have to win the summer split of their region to go to Worlds. They are automatically going to Worlds. They could suck donkey booty cheeks in their region in summer split, but they still get to go to Worlds. That would be sad. That would be very sad. But I think this is how MSI should have always been. If you win MSI, you should automatically go to Worlds. Second place region, or the second place for MSI, gets an additional spot for their region at Worlds. My thing is, like, what if it's LCK versus LCK in MSI? Like, will they get a 4th seed and they automatically get to go to Worlds? That's so crazy. That's so crazy to me. The top two teams from each region participate in MSI, and we just went over each region. It's LCP, LEC, LCK, LTA, and LPL. The first seed of each region and second seed of the winning region of First Stand will get a bye in the bracket stage. So that is why LCK is not playing in play-ins today. That's why we're seeing LTA, the representative for LTA, which is Furia. We're seeing GAM, the representative for LCP. We're seeing BLG, the representative for LPL. And we're seeing G2, the representative for LEC. That is why those are the teams that are playing in play-ins. It is because The second seed of the winning region of first stand, which was LCK, gets a bye in the bracket stage, while all other second seed teams start from play-ins. Play-ins will be the 4 teams, best of 5 in a GSL format, qualifying 2 teams, the 2-0 team and the 2-1 teams, into the bracket stage of MSI. Now, playoffs will be the 8 teams in the bracket stage who will play a best of 5 in double elimination brackets. Zayana, thank you so much for sharing the live, and Mariana, Marion, thank you for the follow. The winner of MSI qualifies for Worlds, as previously mentioned, and the second place region gets a 4th seed for its domestic league at Worlds, as previously mentioned. No region comes into this year with a 4th seed. The 4th seeds are decided here at MSI, correct? Chim, what do you like to start on Jinx? I've recently been starting Bloodthirster. I'm tired of building Yuntal because I hate the build path of it. Kraken Slayer has been nerfed left and right and left again. So I've kind of stopped building that as well. You can also do Collector. I haven't built Collector in a while. T1 is in MSI, but they do not have to play in play-ins, as previously mentioned, because LCK won first stand. What a goat for LCK. Why do I not hear the sound? Am I tripping? I hope it didn't bug out, because I think it did. Let's do this. I wonder why they did that. From that streamer you and above, W glow up. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. That's so sweet, Shadow. Yeah, we out here trying to do big things. We out here trying to do big things. Hoping to see some Jinx this game. I'd love that. Nefiri word. All right. Please give us Samira. I would love a Samira. Yeah, I feel like we haven't seen Nefiri in a while. Ew, Ash. Do you think we're going to game 5? By the start of this draft? No. I do not think so. Ooh, okay. Furia was like, okay, we really disappointed the Miss Chim Chim stream by locking in Ashe. Let's lock in her favorite jungler. That's what they just said. And I appreciate them. And I appreciate them. Yeah, JT, they did. They won the second and third game. So it's currently 2-1 in favor of G2. Ew, bot lane is so ugly. Okay, y'all don't have to show bot lane at all. Do you have a favorite caster? Myself. Next question. Do you do coaching? No. We turn off the stream here. Why the Ashe? Oh! We are officially rooting for Furia! We are officially rooting for Furia. We are set. We are set. No, JT, the way we literally, like, they hear us. They are literally listening to the stream right now. We were disappointed at the Ashe. They lock in the Nocturne. We talk about this is going to be the worst bot lane ever. Let's never even look at it. Let's turn off the stream. They're like, we're going to give you something. Hold on. Locked in Seraphine. Wow. I'm loving it here. I actually do not hate it here. I love it here. You asked me, do I think we're going to game 5? We better. We better go to game 5 at this point. Ashe Seraphine. Ashe Seraphine. Ashe Seraphine, I personally feel like is pretty OP due to the fact that Seraphine can auto root. No, like literally, okay, because they're making it fun now. The only way I cheer for G2 here is if they lock in something stupid. I mean, like bang my head on the wall, stupid, bro. I mean, like it's gotta be dumb. Nah, I'm loving Furia right now. I'm loving Furia right now. No way they use Star Guardian Akali, right? A-Soul? Boo. I'm kind of with the Blitzcrank though. Okay, Furia, you see their Blitzcrank and you raise them a... And you raise them a Scion. That's kind of gross. Kind of disgusting. Yeah, let's focus on the Seraphine Akali Nocturne pick. Like, they didn't just give us one great pick. They gave us multiple. And like, period. Yabba dabba doo. All right, Furia, don't let us down now. We rooting for you, bro. We are rooting for you. We are rooting for you. Man, Zeka wanted to be Faker so bad, bro. Yeah, I don't want to see T1 lose a singular series in this MSI unless they're going up against FlyQuest. then my heart will be broken. All right, let's try this again. Let me reset this. There we go. Hold on.
Minions have spawned.
There we go. All right. We're back in game, y'all. Let me sit the frick up so I can pay attention. We're back in game and we are going into game 4. This could be game, set, match for G2. We are in a best of 5 first play-in series of MSI for 2025. In the bot lane, we've got Ashe Seraphine on the side of Furia. On the side of G2, we've got Kalista Blitzcrank. Now, no, it is not 1-1. We are in game 4. So G2 has 2 wins, and you can tell by up here, these 2 blue blocks, while Furia has 1 win. It is a 2-1 currently. Again, we are in a best of 5. So that means that they must win this game in order to stay alive. And by they, I mean Furia. G2 can end it all in this game. I can understand the region loyalty. I'm full on treason mode against EU though. Ever since G2 kicked out T1 of Worlds, never supported EU since. God dang. It's like that. But nah, I get it. I love me a T1, man. I love the T1. Welcome back, Nicole. Lane bullied at 2 minutes. Well, see, you know, Ashe has a very strong early game. I feel like a lot of people underestimate that. Ashe's early game, Ashe is level 1. You get auto by her once and you have no place to run, you're dead. She's gonna slow you and auto you forever. Unless you kill her, she kills you. In the bot lane, we're getting a couple of exchanges. You know how top laners do. They just, I don't know, headbutt until somebody dies. In the mid lane, also both people are a little bit under health. And that's gonna be bot lane scuttle over to Tatu. Let's look at this Nocturne because I really do enjoy Nocturne gameplay. It looks like he cleared his top side and then went for bot scuttle. Ah, he went top side and stole Neferi's bot side. So they split the map, kinda, and then he responded to the top lane invade. And now G2 Skew is on the run. Does he really die here? Oh my gosh, he canceled an auto and he missed his Q. Furia! Those are the plays that we must lock down early on, Tatu. We don't have time for canceling autos. We don't have time for missing Qs. You need to hold on to that Q until it is a guaranteed shot. That was very unfortunate. My heart is broken and I am a little bit saddened at the results of that play. But Tatu's gonna make the best of it. He is gonna take the Gromp from Neferi and then he's gonna go back into his second clear, what it looks like. Or we might be getting a gank in the top lane. Neferi is not nearby to respond to this. Getting one dash of engage from Broken Blade. Now Broken Blade needs to get a kill or else he just dies. And it looks like he's gonna clear that wave to not miss out on too much XP. But does he freeze it here? Nah. Wave is reset. No teleport on the side of Broken Blade either, so he is gonna have a long walk back. He might end up missing a couple of CS in that next wave. I'm really trying to follow this jungle pathing right now, but low-key I cannot. So from my understanding, Nocturne went top to enemy bot. Scuttle tried to start his wolves but had to go to his chickens. No, he couldn't have. No, he couldn't have. He had to have started bot and went top. I'm gonna have to watch the replay. I'm not gonna cap. You know you would get whooped in lane, right? Nah, bro. I'd take cheats for sure. Oh, LeBron with the heroic Gromp pull. That is payback for the Nocturne stealing the Fury's Gromp. Instead, Blitz said yoink, ours now, and the Fury secured the Gromp with the smite. Wow, that was legendary. Not gonna cap. I gotta give it to him, man. These Blitzcrank hooks have been quite delicious. They have indeed. They also got a bot lane kill. Wowzers. Wowzers. That was nasty. Can't even hold them. All right, and we're back into live. Looking like we are getting an engage from Furia in the top side on Scion. Is that it for Broken Blade? It just might be. The fear goes off, and that's all they needed. Another kill going over to Tatu. Okay. The Nocturne's getting fed. He is down about 2 camps, unfortunately, but that's a-okay because he's up 2 kills. And that is definitely worth more than 2 camps. I'm loving the Space Groove Blitzcrank as well. A little bit saddened by no pink chroma, and a pause comes through. What's going on here? What's up, son of Banker? Yeah, a lot of pauses going on, man. I'm not trying to stall the way that broadcast has to stall, my boy. Practicing your professional broadcaster voice sounds good. Thank you. No, honestly, what's happening is, I'm gonna keep saying it, I'm an official co-streamer for MSI this year, so I am using like the official SRT feed. So with that, we're allowed to choose whether we want the broadcasters in the background or if we don't. And today I took out the broadcasters. So I'm trying to fill that space, fill that gap with my own version of what is casting. I'm doing great, son. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Vela. I'm glad you're enjoying it. But yeah, I'm not trying to fill this empty space. She's ready for casting solo. Oh, something must have happened. I'm gonna tune into the official broadcast to see. Oh, it looks like it's something with communication. It looks like he's not able to hear, or they can't hear him, something of the sort. But we might be getting back into... Is it really, Derek? It looks like we might be getting back in the game. It looks like there was something wrong with his mic. You know... I wish I could say something to it. I really do. JK, we are not getting back into game. Well, while we wait, JK, we're back in the game. JK, we're actually back in. Titus, thank you so much for sharing the live. Hope you're having a beautiful day today. Okay. we're clearing Civision, and G2 is working on securing those void grubs. Oh, we're getting an ult from Tatu on the top lane on the Nico. Caps was a little bit overextended, but no flash wasted there. Just wasn't able to secure the kill. Oh my gosh, the blitz hook into the immediate Kalista ulti, which then gives you the immediate knockup into another knockup. That was quite beautiful, but Blitzcrank does die, but so does Jojo on the side of Furia. Oh, and that's gonna seal the deal. That is 4 dead on the side of G2. Definitely what Furia was looking for, and that means they're gonna get the other 2 of the Void Grubs. Very good start. Looked very promising for G2 for a second, but Furia said, no, no. No, no. Wrong ho, right day is what they said. We got a TP back to top lane from Caps. Toots might be in a little bit of trouble, but Tatu is coming to the rescue. And Caps is gonna have to back down. Sensing a game 5. I will say, even though this game is looking very promising from Furia, one thing about League of Legends players is they love to throw a game. I would say do not count G2 out, but G2 also loves to throw a game. It looks like they're working on this dragon here. Will there be any contest from Furia? It doesn't look like it. Nocturne is topside. I think he's working on Romp. Look at this hook. Hook into immediate Kalista ulti knockup. One more. Oh, he didn't time the knockup right. It was knockup, and then like I think the knockup, she was already in the air. Wow, that was crazy though. That was a crazy combo. If they can get that timing right for the double knockup, that might be one of the most legendary combos that we ever see. That might be one of the most legendary combos. Oh my gosh, look at the watch party in Brazil. They are going absolutely berserk. I love to see it. One thing about Brazilian fans, they gonna show some love and some support. I freaking love it. Their energy is unmatched, top tier. They are top 2 and truly not number 2. Love their energy, truly. But all right, let's get back into it. Despite the 4 kills that they just got, we're only seeing about a 1k gold lead on the side of Furia. Uh-oh, is Broken Blade in a little bit of trouble? Not only do we have the Scion ulti, but we've also got the Tatu ult and the Fear from Nocturne. A little bit too much CC for the Renekton to handle. And Broken Blade is 0-3. I think we're getting a little bit of the Broken Blade that we saw in game 1, which led to Furia's first win of the series. Also, Nocturne is 4-0 right now. That's a good Nocturne stat to have. Nocturne is very much an early game champion. He does fall off later in the game, unless people are still deciding to play solo queue. But we're watching MSI, baby. These are the top teams in all of the world. I don't know if that's what we're gonna see. What's up, Holy? How are you doing, fam? Hope you're having a good day today. You've been watching MSI? Oh, IU wants a little kill, but Hansama's gonna easily get Blitzcrank out of any situation with a simple press of an ult. Doing absolutely stellar. Hello, Unblue. Actually woke up 10 minutes ago. I'm kind of sick. Oh no! What are you sick with? Is it like a sore throat, COVID, cold? Did I miss anything? The series has actually been phenomenal. I'm not gonna lie, when we started this series, I really thought that Furia was going to get 0-3 because this is a best of 5. This is not oh, you're sick, you missed the games. Gotcha. This is a best of 5, so I thought it was gonna be a quick 3-0. But right now, Furia is really putting up a good fight. We're getting a fight in the mid lane. Looks like Blitzcrank is going to die first. Skewmon was looking for a retaliation in some sort, but wasn't able to find it. Ash wanted a little bit more, also not able to find anything. But I think Furia is very satisfied with that 1 for none. Like I was saying, G2 did win the past 2 games, but Furia took game 1. It's been a very interesting back and forth. Even in game 3, Furia really was putting up a fight, giving G2 a run for their money, even made a slight comeback in the end. But I do not think that we should count out Furia. They're looking stellar in this game, despite being on red side. And I really do think now we possibly could see a game 5. Wait, since when is play-ins best of 5? I know. I know. Yeah, no. I also picked G2 for play-ins for my pick'ems, but how can you root against an Ashe Seraphine bot lane with a Kali mid and Nocturne jungle? Like, how do you root against that? They are actually performing pretty well, and it's not even just G2 has been sucking it up. You know, Broken Blade has seen better days than this 0-3 day, because in game 1 he also was getting his cheeks taken. But I think it hasn't been just G2 has been playing bad. I think Furia has been playing well, and they've been outplaying as well. They've been doing pretty well. It hasn't just been any like freebies getting tossed out. You got to give credit where credit is due, and I am crediting. Oof. And that's going to be second dragon going over to G2. We're going to have to start pulling in some of these objectives. Oh my gosh, Nocturne going in under tower. I do believe that's a waste of an ulti. He might have a little bit too much dip on his chip, as he is 5-0 with the 500 gold bounty, but he's looking at catching that Rift Herald as Toots was looking for Broken Blade. Oh, we're getting a little scuffle. Seraphine does have ulti, but Ashe is not. Is Tatu going to die here? It does look like it's so. Right now we've got a 1-for-1 jungler for support. Broken Blade looking for more, not going to be able to find it. That's a 3-for-2 now in favor for Furia. Pretty solid, honestly. They're not going to finish the Herald, but they do walk away with a significant gold lead. We're at 2K looking for more, and we are going to find it. Furia raising that 2K up to 3. Are you watching the Raw stream to practice casting? I'm not trying to practice casting. I think that I am watching the Raw feed from, oh, someone did get clapped. Because just because they gave it to us this year and it's working. And they gave us the option to not have the English casters in the broadcast. Also, this feed is like 7 to 8 seconds faster than on Riot Games Twitch channel, and like talking through the game helps me pay attention more rather than just like seeing what's happening. Like, I'm staying awake better, you know what I'm saying? Oh, they dabbing each other up. Okay, oh my gosh. Dude, I love the Brazilian fans, man. They just going crazy, bro. They just going crazy. But yeah, let's see. Ashe is looking good as well. She's 3-1. Mid lane looking good for Furia, 3-0. Even though Nocturne did just die and gave over a good chunk of change over to G2. Still 5-1, down a little bit of CS. He is prioritizing ganking. Not even objectives, but just ganking. So much so that he's fallen behind on CS. That's never my favorite thing to have happen. I'm also noticing Nocturne is kind of like auto pressing his spell shield as he's flying, which is not a good thing to do. It's kind of hard to like hold that spell shield because you know as soon as you land they're going to be throwing buttons, but you kind of have to for situations like that. Nico did die, but he still got caught up in that ulti. I don't know if he blocked the root or if she even threw it out, but it looked like she ulted just off of the engage. He could have been able to like not even been encompassed in the knockup of the ulti. I'd love to see a replay, but I don't think we're going to. Wow. No way G2 gets this Rift Herald, right? Because we're gonna have to start stacking some objectives if we want to win. All right, we're getting a response from the top lane of Furia and the jungler, but it's not enough, and definitely not in enough time. It looks like Skewmon may die for this cause. JK, Akali dies. A beautiful ulti from the Seraphine. Again, just isn't enough, and going to have to use that flash to get out of that sticky situation. Oh my gosh, can't believe that Nocturne made it out of that. Is it gonna be enough? The team is still here to scruffle. We're getting the ulti. Who are we gonna go on? I know he turns here. Absolutely. I would turn there too, 100%. But now he's got to fight his way out of this. Does he kill? He does kill the Neferi, and the rest of the team is following. It's a 4-4-2. Is Seraphine dead? I can't see. The game is so big. I think Seraphine's dead. Oh my gosh, it's a full ace. Oh my gosh, it's a full ace. Lord have mercy. So it was a 4 for 3 or 5 for 3. That's very good. Lost the Herald though. What a beautiful turn from the Nocturne then. I just want to highlight that. Look at this fight on the bot side. We're getting the skirmish, a beautiful 3-man ulti on the side of Seraphine. But if you look at this turn, I don't know how Nocturne got out. I guess it was spell shield. He turns off the lights, and right at this moment, I know he's looking for his target. Oh, we're getting another engage on Guigo. Whole team on his forehead. What can we get done since their whole entire team is top? All right, we got the objective. We're starting to stack those Hex Tech dragons for Hex Tech Soul. That's very good. Enemy team G2 is getting Otacon, but we're getting mid tower. We're getting bot tower. Is it a good trade? Is it a worth trade? I don't know, but it is a trade. They're not just giving things up for free, and that's what really matters. I don't think that's enough to save the turret, especially with the amount of team that is nearby. Some people are just a little bit too tanky. Brazil knew clapping G2 was the easiest way to get LTA North fans on their side. Facts. Nothing like a good old EU-NA rivalry. All right, we're getting another fight, and we're getting some more kills. Ash cops a double kill, might be able to get one more if they can catch up to Labrov, but he's gonna make his exit via a little movement speed burst and a blast cone. Really see us going to game 5. I do too, honestly. I think I see a game 5 in our midst. I was wondering if anybody was having issues with the emote rewards drops. Not that I'm aware of. I haven't heard any feedback on that. Let's see, let's see. I'm trying to look at the ADCs. What was that? Oh, I think that was Nico. Trying to look at the ADC's items. What we got going on here? Got a little fight in the top lane. The TP coming in from Akali. I just think Broken Blade's gonna die again. This man is gonna be 1-7, y'all. He is truly what we call an inter in this game. He is not following Interlations 2016. He's been greeting for waves. He's been greeting for turrets. And you know what he's also been doing? He's been feeding. 7 times, actually. Right, Tiny? What's your opinion on Tatu's build right now as a Nocturne connoisseur? His build right now is pretty standard, which is probably why he's going. Tatu, you make it hard to compliment you, bro, when you do some things like that. I get you pressed your R, and I get you want to double press it to go in, but you just wasted your flash, brother, because you wanted to press R again. Like that was freaking insane. I get it. Sometimes you want to, but sometimes it's not worth it. Sometimes it's not worth it. Yeah, he definitely got too much dip on his chip. He's 6-2, but back to the build. The build is pretty standard. Stride Breaker into Black Cleaver. He might be going Hysterics next. That's pretty standard as well. But I'm loving his build. I'm loving his build. I'm not loving his farm though. I'm not loving his farm at all, but he does have a lot of KP, so that really makes up for it. But I'm someone who likes to make sure I'm full clearing. I'm always like 30 to 40 CS up on my enemy jungler, but I also have to remember this isn't solo queue. So what's up, Munchie? How are you doing? Back to the ADC builds though. We've got 2 items and they're working on a 3rd for Bloodthirster, I believe, on IU. He's very funded. On Han Sama's side, he's working on, what could that be? Y'all think he building Hurricane? No, he can't be. What item is that? He already has Gensu's. Already got Bork. Terminus, yeah. Terminus makes sense. You get armor for the Nocturne and the Ash, and then you get magic resist for the Callista, or not Callista, Akali and Seraphine. BLG is playing versus Gam after this game, or after this series concludes, so it will be taking place today. Yup, they got their 2nd Hex Tech Drake. TikTok, thank y'all so much for liking the live, and Derek, thank you for the rose. IQ, thank you for the heart me. In Levi we trust. You know, I love Gam bad. I love Gam bad. However, I gotta root for Ben. Alicia, thank you so much for the heart me. Thank you for supporting the stream. Appreciate you. Yeah, I love a Ben. Okay, we're getting that ulti from the Nocturne. He needs vision. He wants to go in. Good flash. It's gonna help the Nocturne go in. So we've killed the Blitzcrank. Is that gonna be enough to where we can finish off the rest of their team? Han Sama does die. Immediate pause. Immediate pause. Who is it for this time? Oh, he's having a blast. He's having too much fun. He got too much sauce. He's having a blast. Pausathon, no, truly. Oh, they chilling. They said, let me just do this. Oh, they think we about to be in a pause for real. Ben's Jax is scary. Ben's everything is scary. I feel like Ben is like the China's Zeus. He's just a force to be reckoned with. Was it Ben that be predicting 3-0s and then got 3-1 by T1? Yeah, dang. You didn't have to do that. You didn't have to say that. You did not. What did he do to you personally for you to have to do that, bro? Like what did he do to you? Like, that was just mad disrespectful. My gosh. I sure did. They put back their chairs and I was like, gosh dang it, if they did it, why can't I? And here I am. And here I freaking am. 3-0 was asking for it. I'll never forget Ben, after getting his cheeks taken in Worlds of the best of 5 versus T1. I remember he tweeted and he said, how am I supposed to sleep? And I was like, dang, bro, that actually broke my heart, bro. I was like, dang, man, that's so sad. Not that I'm laughing like at him, but just like, that's so sad. It's low-key comical. You know what I'm saying? Like it makes you sad. And so you laugh as a coping mechanism. Yeah, no, literally, Holy. He was probably in bed crying the entire night. Now that part isn't funny. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's actually so sad. I remember seeing that tweet and I was like, dang. Dang. Because, you know, on the other side of it, it's T1 partying and well, they probably didn't party. I don't know if they party, but having fun, going crazy. Oh my gosh, do y'all remember when Ben took off his jacket and threw it into the crowd? Do y'all remember that? Insane. Insane work. That man was feeling himself a little bit too freaking much. Like, sir, please calm down. Please put your jacket back on. Thank you very much. I can't believe that happened. That was so cute though. Because I remember there was a girl who caught it and she got to take pictures with it. I was like, slice this. Pro players are better than me because if I lost a grand finals on game 5 after working so hard to get there, I'm shuffling off this mortal coil before I get back to the hotel. Wait, what does that mean? Because that sounds that sounds like you are about to engage in violence. Oh, you like me, huh? Not that that's funny, of course, but you know, TikTok, thank y'all so much for liking the live. Yeah, no, I'd be very upset. I'm not gonna cap. Did she really? Silent? Yeah, no, I'd be very upset. I'd be very upset as well. I gotta think about what I'm gonna buy from the grocery store now that I'm back from traveling. Dilly! Thank you so much for the 65 months. I have to do it via mouth because I'm not getting up to hit the button, not gonna lie. But how are you doing, fam? What's going on? We've got a real life pause. Oh, we might be getting back into it, y'all. They're sitting up. Where's the best place to buy a Timo hat? You can buy it straight from the source, from Riot Games. Is the pause happening again because of his mouse? I'm truly not sure. I didn't turn on the broadcast to hear. Annihilating that man while the stream is going on is crazy. That was sad, bro. Boss. We love the boss. Or maybe people have been telling me it's boss. I called that man the boss straight to his face. If his name is really Bouse, that's embarrassing. Because there's no way I go up to that man and I'm like, I'm such a big fan. The Bouse. And I say his name incorrectly after saying I'm such a big fan. Yeah, this is a long pause. I might get us back on the main broadcast if we're not back in. We're back in game. And just like that, we're back in game. I forget where we left off. But you know, one thing about Furia, they will remind us. We're taking turrets. We're taking inhibitors. Gosh dang it, we might be taking Nexus turrets. We're getting a fight. We get a root. But is it going to be enough? Absolutely not. That's one Nexus turret down. Can we get any more? I don't think so. I think it's time for us to take our leave. Because you know what? Intelations 2610 says, if you greed, you will feed. They say we're not greeding. We're not feeding. Only thing we're trying to do is do some winning. Uh-oh. Nico might be in trouble. Has to use the flash to get out of that sticky situation. I think you've been saying his name incorrectly. I do too. I think his name is Bouse. Which is wild. That's embarrassing for me. So Kalissa did finish her Terminus. That was what she was going for. So that means she's getting more attack speed, but also getting some magic resist and some armor on auto attacks. So very much on hit. Okay. Okay, Toots. I see you with the college movement. That's my Swedish brother. How do you say your Swedish brother's name? Interrelations, man. Is this a wit's end angle for Hansama? I don't think anything's gonna save him from that burst. Another Fury win in terms of team fights. Jeez. Wait, what was this fight for? Currently 3 individuals are dead on the side of G2 and Ash is determined to make that a 4th. That is a 4 for none. All of Fury is currently alive and well. And I think we're going to game 5, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if they can close it out with this one final tap on the tower. Oh my gosh, that's it, y'all. We're going to game 5. Wasn't exactly a reverse sweep, but it was something to witness for sure. Furia making its way to game 5 versus G2. Oh my gosh. No, Broken Blade has been inting. Broken Blade has been inting for sure. It's been a little rough to watch.
Silver scrapes rate.
100% silver scrapes rate. TikTok, thank y'all for liking the live.
Vancouver, are you not entertained? The very first best of 5, fearless best of 5 of MSI, and it is Furia taking us to game 5 here. What a monster performance for what was
Kind of crazy.
dog team here at MSI.
Yeah.
14% of the fan votes, and that was just people sending out their hearts there, being like, hey, that's my boys right there. No one would have expected this.
No one.
Although it says I was not familiar with your game, but that kind of was, right? Like I
38 right now. Lux main.
especially in terms of being able to match G2 in a lot of these team fights. I think that has been the massive difference maker, and it really has come down to those playmaking from Tatu and Gigo.
And as you can see right in front of you, Brazil
I will say, guys, even if Furia like wins this series, this does not mean they automatically get transferred into the double elimination bracket. They would still have to win one more game in order to get in.
First opportunity they get, because winning a game, sure. Winning a second game, sure. But going toe-to-toe against what is one of the most decorated org that we have in Europe history.
Oh, is it low again?
You need to have
I'm
the
sorry,
skill,
guys.
and you need to have
I'm
the
switching
creativity to bring
between
one team there.
the live
an issue that I
broadcast
saw
feed
from
and the
G2
SRT
during their
feed,
playoffs run, but just during
and
the
I
regular
forget
season as a
to
whole,
turn
was
it
their
down.
fight
That's my
selection
fault.
mid to late game. Like, what fights were the right one for them? And I've just been seeing it the entire series long. So it's tough to be able to look at them and say, oh, you have a lead in this instance of the game, and then they're finding themselves like taking fights that just don't make sense. And in this
dairy-free
game,
cheesecake
they were behind
upstairs.
off a really weird play,
So I'm
and
gonna
they
go
kept searching
grab
for something
that
that wasn't there.
real quick.
Gab's being
Be right
all
back.
the EU fans right now watching this game, sadly. But honestly, I applaud the draft that they came up with here, because, Emily, I feel like it's a risking one, but if you can put it off, steamroll, absolute steamroll onto G2.
Yeah, the last time they played this, I believe it was against Pain. It was a win, specifically the Ashe Seraphine, right? Combined with the Scion, kind of once you get that death ball part rolling, it is a really obnoxious composition to go up against, as we see like the Ashe being able to just free fire in so many of these fights. That's where you're seeing so much of the damage coming. And then the Scion play, the way that Gigo was playing these fights was also really important.
I mean, even started level 1. The fact that Ayu and Jojo in being able to bush camp, starting W on Seraphine, so the shield went off, forcing Hansama to go back to base, and even when they came back, it just looked like a really difficult lane for the two.
All right, let's talk about the series as a whole. What has been defining the series so far? What do we remember before going to game 5?
I mean, I think we've had a first blood in the top lane every single game, right? This was kind of the difference-making fight in this specific game, where G2 kind of go in and Furia are actually able to react really well. On the back half of this fight, you actually see Tatu being able to take out the Nico in that top lane as well. It was a very, very split fight, but they were able to absorb that pressure and then return it back onto G2.
And look at the fans in Sao Paulo, just so hyped up. Even the fans over here that are just die-hard Furia fans, I don't know if you guys would have expected it, but the fact that they are here now is crazy. And you're right, Emily, talking about those split fights, that's happened a lot this series. And Furia has been the team that has been kind of always getting ahead of it when these fights are so split and chaotic. There was even a time where Tatu was like, okay, I'm in the wrong position, I'm gonna shield myself, take the portal out of the fight.
Yep.
And Broken Blade was waiting, thinking that this would be a good fight for them, and it just simply wasn't.
Yeah, no, and it ended up being really split. And I think, again, it comes down to so much what ThinkHard was saying in terms of like who are going to be the big difference makers.
Yeah.
It's going to be Tatu and it's going to be Gigo. And Gigo even had the first Scion Quadra kill internationally.
Are they good in Apex?
This past game. And for Furia, those are the two that I'm looking at, right? Like, see if they can get ahead on the top side. It starts off exactly as you were talking about, Raz, where Tatu is trying to escape, but then G2 end up trying to go back into this fight, and Furia just absorb it so well.
And then going into this corridor, I thought was an issue. Sure, this is a great pop blossom from Caps, but then you're just seeing JoJo and IU largely free fire with Guigo just being like, okay, if you can take him, sure, you're going to have to deal with me at some point.
Yep, and then he cleans it up for that Quadra kill, ending up getting that final kill onto Hansama. And it really, the fights have been making all of the difference. And I'm not going to say Furia have always chosen
that's the thing.
fights, but when they do end up splitting up, I feel like they've been really good at identifying key targets.
Yes,
I forget that teams have other teams and that they play in other sports. Like there's Rainbow Six Siege.
You start to see G2
there's
run
Call of
away
Duty.
and the Callista ulti come through. But yeah, I mean, it's not going to work out. I think it was a different fight. But there was just too many fights where it felt like Furia was just running them down because they had the right positioning and the control ward. So it looked like G2 was coming into their space, not really knowing what fight was worthwhile.
But that's what they had the whole series. The right positioning, playing together, playing as a unit. Like the fans right now, basically, like giving. I'm so hyped for them. I'm so hyped that this team has been showing way more than anyone.
I like that guy's energy, dude. Look at that look, bro.
Here, going into the
I rock with him.
depth
What's up,
of
Stacy?
what you
How
can
you doing,
find
boo?
into people's champion pool. I don't know what to expect here for Game 5, but I'm so proud to see Furia making it this far, because at the beginning of the day, I want to say it again, we said 3-0 for G2. We're talking about players who've never been on the international stage, who've never played together against this caliber of player. Do they have it within them to take it and grab the victory?
I mean, they're so young too, right? This is the
We're in
youngest
game
team
5,
we have
bro.
here. The kind of two new Brazilian like upstarts with JoJo and kind of Gigo being those two more experienced players on this team. I think it's going to start in the top lane though. You asked where it's going to start. Again, we've had first blood on top side with both junglers going up there. Gigo kicking it off with his solo kill initially in game 1. I think that's still going to be, it's top and jungle being the massive difference makers across the series.
Yes, and then of course it later on followed throughout the series was Skumons like basically coming in and helping frequently, like looking for a gank topside that got BB ahead, and so that was how it kept going. But then even just this last game was all of that.
Let's
the
go, Furia!
Tatu going topside and just being able to put down the Renekton, forcing him into a position where he's like 0-7 in the game. So yes, we saw the replay where Gigo is going into a quadra kill.
Yeah.
Before that point even happened, he was just really, G2 could not deal with him.
It started with a confidence game.
Yes.
And it's gonna end up with a game 5 with, I don't know who's gonna take this one. Give
What
it
have
to me
you
one
gotten,
last time
Ben?
before we send it to break. Who's taking game 5? Do you think G2 has it in them to pull this one together, or is it gonna be Furia and Brazil coming out victorious today?
I'm flipping. Look, I know I should have flipped
Really?
much earlier on in the series.
He thinks
but I'm
Furia's
now at a
gonna
point
win?
where I have to be confident with these guys. If they're confident in themselves and they're putting out level of play like this, I have to be confident in Furia.
Yeah, I mean, I never flip predictions.
Oh, God.
My heart is rooting for Furia, though, you know? Like, I started covering CBLOL all the way back in 2014.
Yeah?
Yeah, give me the...
Take it.
Yeah, beautiful. But I'm really rooting for them. Again, this is just, it's such a fun team. Not the team we expected to be here, the youngest team here. They're playing with such confidence in so many of these fights. How can you not root for them?
How can you not root for them? They have all the fans with them. They have Brazil behind them as well. Will they be the one to take EU down for the 3rd time in history? We're back in 3 minutes, so let's send some silver scribes!
Oh. Bro, guy in the front just screamed his heart out. What's up, Blacken? My man went to the floor. My man went to the floor. I think it's anybody's ball game. It's 100% anybody's ball game. And
then we have another best of 5 after this.
And we have another best of 5 after this.
Absolutely crazy.
Oh man. What a day. Yeah, I was looking on the Twitch League of Legends category and seeing who else was co-streaming MSI. Looks like Ludwig is playing League. Doo-doo. Doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo. Crazy day. I can't believe we're in game 5. Like, low-key, it's unbelievable. Low-key is unbelievable. What happened to Mark Z? He's the commissioner for LTA. It's wild, man. LTA South really setting the tone for what LTA can bring to the table, but at the same time they like are raising the bar. So like LTA North is gonna have to play super duper well. Da 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 da. A lot of people's in MSI.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MSI 2025. Your ears are not deceiving you. That is Silver Scrapes in the background as our first head-to-head here in this tournament between Furia and G2 is going the distance. If you've missed it so far, it's been a battle, and we're about to go in to game number 5.
Game
what a
numero
treat.
cinco.
What a treat. What a treat this first series has
You ever
been.
meet Kajol? I have. I met him at Worlds last year.
Because this is a position
I was like,
that
hi, my name is Chim Chim. He was like, yeah, you're the ADC main, right?
Realistically, don't
I was
think
like,
anyone could have expected.
Oh.
You know, even the biggest C block, again, the general consensus
Yeah.
was as long as we look
Why,
good.
yes, I am.
Getting a game would be huge. Getting 2 games
Why, yes, I am.
will be fully out there. But with how this performance has gone, especially given how close
Yeah, I feel
that
like
game
Silver
3
Scrapes
looked,
is his.
and how little
his
pressure
song.
there is on Furia. You gotta feel for G2 here.
Well, hello,
They
Rare.
were the
Thank you for stopping
overwhelming
by.
favorite. They are obviously, historically, a team that Europe
Correct,
has relied
totally.
upon. And Furia back on red side again, a side that I think for them,
Here
particularly
for
the
beer
last
with
game,
caps.
has been looking wonderful.
Let's get into the draft. The
chugged it.
misfortune will continue to be the first ban for G2, the most played pick for IU throughout Split.
He chugged it for
Split 2,
real.
Spring Split, however you'd like to refer to it, there in the LTA South. They do not want him on that one. Banning out the Aurora and the Smolder as well on the G2 side.
I feel like they're
Meanwhile,
gonna
Twisted
pull
Fate
out
and
like the
Azir
big stops
remain
in
the
this
bans
game,
for
right?
Furia.
Like
G2
we're not gonna
after the
see
loss in
any
game
cookie
4, electing to be on
cutter,
the blue side.
any cookie
Furia
cutter
thinking about
picks.
that final ban.
I think we're about to see like the big boys pulled out.
They
No,
want to prioritize an early Senna pick. We've seen Smolder into Senna a lot. or you want to try and look for a melee mid laner. Obviously, like the Sylas, for example, is still available. And that's something that the Smolder does well into as well. Right? We've seen it used as a counterpick to Sylas. Yone is another example. That is
a little
still
pocket
on
pick
the board.
action,
Game
exactly.
5 in Fearless, it always gets funky, Cap.
This is the best part of Fearless right here. 20 additional bans.
And there it is.
Senna.
So that Smolder ban.
Okay.
Context of that, but the Caitlyn ban
We
is so
see your
interesting because it does mean that Jace can be deceptively strong early because of the range advantage.
Lock it in! Lock it in! Lock it in! Lock it in! Lock it in!
Okay, yeah, in my experience, I haven't had a lot of them.
I hope they lose.
Used to the math here, but
I hope they lose. I hope they lose.
That Senate you were
I hope they
talking
lose.
about locked in for G2.
I hope they lose.
Over on the Furia side, though, the response will be the Jace as well as Leona.
Nah.
And this deep
Nah.
into Fearless,
I hope they
these
get their
powerful
cheeks
engaged supports are very heavily limited.
This game.
Right? We've already seen
I hope they
Nautilus.
get their
We've already
cheeks
seen Rel.
took.
We've already seen Rakan.
I hope they don't get a singular kill. Matter of fact, I hope they do 0 damage in this game.
That feels bad.
I do.
Right? You really want to try and find a source
I do.
to engage.
I hope they do 0 damage in this game. Yeah.
As far as Braum pairings go, that's not.
Yeah.
You're not loving it.
Yeah, I'm gonna be
No,
super
I
excited about
want
it, but it does
them
make sense in context
to
of the
lose.
matchup. But it
I
also
want them
means
to
that
lose
if you do
in
end up
minute
going for
9.
like a Jace
I
or
want
another
G2
hyperscaler,
to
there is
win
so little
so
opportunity to punish. There
hard
is the Yone
that they
we
take
talked
their
about earlier as well.
nexus
Yeah,
at
the
minute
Yone, very
9.
strong and furious response. We got some long-range artillery power. We got Jace locked in alongside a Ziggs for Furia.
I love this. One of the big
I want them to
problems
lose
when you face against Senna,
so bad. I've never wanted a team to
becomes
lose
a substantial issue.
so bad than in this moment right now.
You know, once you get on top of her, you're able to take her down. Actually, doing that is much easier said than done.
It's
Ziggs,
not
though,
going to be okay.
It's
That's
almost
the thing.
impossible to farm
It's
stacks
not
with him
okay.
early on, 'cause, like,
them
realistically,
playing
you
in
should be
my
looking to
face
trade
like
with you a
that.
ton. And his ultimate late game will just blow you
They
up.
deserve the loss.
And you don't have a reliable way outside of straight up flashing to
They
get out
deserve
of
the
that.
loss.
I love the Ziggs Leona combo. It does
Imagine
mean that
saying
they need
all of
another
this.
source of AD. We already do have the Jace here as the Camille gets taken away.
No,
I'm wondering if you're going to
'cause there's no
start banning
reason
things like Tristana.
they do that.
Right? That is
That
still
was
left as
so
one of
rude.
the AD mid laners. This Jace could also theoretically still be flexed to
That was
mid. And even
so
the
rude.
Ziggs isn't necessarily tied, I don't have to tell you this, to that bot lane.
Exactly.
Reaction
The Ziggs could
to
go
what, Rare?
A couple different
What you looking
spots
for?
here. We'll see exactly how that shakes out. As top lane is the target for both teams here in the second
I hope
half
they
of
lose.
the ban phase. Camille removed by Furia, while the Ambessa eliminated here in the draft by
Hansama,
G2.
I want you to
I
go
do expect
94
Furia to,
and 0.
continue to try to put
94.
pressure onto Broken Blade.
I want
Sejuani,
Hansama to have
another character
94
that
kills.
oftentimes,
And
considering
matter
her
of fact,
popularity
I
in
want
so many metas of the
93 of
past,
them
it's
to be on
surprising
IU.
to see still available
I do.
in a game 5, but not
I
pickable
want
now.
I want
Like,
Hansama
Yone,
to
Sejuani
solo
as a
kill
core.
IU
Yeah.
93
that's
times
disgusting.
in this game.
So much power, the double CC passive, the lead taken away, which I really like.
I do.
I do think as Furia here, you're looking towards AD setups.
Yep.
So much, or so many rather, of them are already gone, and you also have to obviously be mindful of
I am
the
salty.
counterpick
I've
when it
never
comes
been
to the
so
jungle
salty
matchup.
in my life.
This should be
Why-
a jungle pick up
why
here to
of
not
all the
really
champions
show what
would
is
they
going
hover
where,
Jinx?
unless they have something really crazy saved here, but that is going to be the Lilia, so that is an AP source, meaning that they are desperately in need of a little bit of additional AD.
Yeah. The one nice part
Watch
about
them lock
not
in like
having a
Zed,
whole ton
bro.
of AD thus far,
They
there's
gonna
not
lock
a
in something
true
stupid
tank
like
on the side
Zed.
of G2. Closest thing is Braum, and all the tankiness really comes from the door. You don't have the econ to be a true meatball. As how does G2 want to play it? I still need to see a top laner. I still need to see a jungler. I'm gonna
Ooh,
get
insta
a big
lock
old
the
boy with a
Gragas,
beer
bro.
belly that could play either one technically.
Insta locked it.
I've seen that one a ton. That's a classic. Mentioned him already early. Gragas, the setup that he has into a lot of the opposing team is actually really good, right? Not a lot of surefire ways available to deal
I'm absolutely dripped out in
I love that because
Shopify Rebellion merch. I love Shopify.
Exceptional as well if they do want to really get.
I wish I could have read the whole thing.
Furia, right? It's something that pairs well with Ziggs.
Yeah,
and
Senna's gonna be ADC.
I'm like Furia. I don't know what you're doing, but I'm willing to trust, as it does indeed look like the Gnar, which is a crazy good matchup into that Gragas, can come through here. I mean, the Jace will get swapped.
Okay, that's what it is.
I just love it when teams actually use R5 counter pick.
Yeah, it's great.
Reassess a draft, right? To pivot at the last second when there's no opportunity for your opponent to respond. And looking at these two drafts, there is so much explosiveness, right? But
I don't even want to watch
the
it.
Drafts as a whole,
I don't even want to watch it. Like,
right?
that ruined my whole entire mood.
Profile. I think the matchups, particularly in top and
That
bot,
ruined my whole mood.
Because one of the things that you can do against Ziggs is obviously try and look for ways to get on him early, try to shut him out of the game. But with Braum Senna, there's just no shot that that's going to happen.
Yeah, it's not a ton of immediate aggressive threat there between those two champions.
Not particularly.
Now, granted, there is a lot of engage power with the other
Yo, Moon, thank you so much for the strawberry moons, the 2 strawberry moons. I appreciate you.
Jarvan has some very
thank you for supporting the stream.
Ranges with the EQ combo into the R. Yone is a very balanced character and has a lot of opportunities to do a lot of things.
Oh, I thought you were going to say a lot of opportunity for counterplay.
Yeah, he has a ton of that too.
For his opponent, right?
yeah, for sure. But there's so much potential here if he's out of position for IU's side to get punished later on in the game. But I do agree with you, the laning phase should be just pretty standard stuff down here in the bottom lane. Where do you expect to see most of our action? And I know I'm setting you up for a trap question
we see
here
most of our
last
action
time
in
around
bot
we
lane.
expected a farming Nocturne and we got 2 or 3 ganks before level 6.
I want to see several kills in the bot lane.
Yeah.
I gotta look towards that top side.
Okay.
It's the trio of Gragas, Yone,
all right,
and that Jarvan that I think have so much offensive power, and they need to sync up well because I still feel like G2
Rare, thank you for the
very
follow.
often seemingly all over
Not
the place.
back
Now,
to
an invade would make
arenas.
sense. You do have Braum, absolute level 1 beast, but Braum, not a
Balance
part of this
and
play.
Yone
So it looks like it is just going to be a setup for Vision early on here.
Thank you, Quentin. I am also manifesting that
G2.
because that hurt my feelings.
He was standing far enough out in the lane because they only saw the top side
that hurt
of
my
G2.
Feelings.
He would be able to see if the Braum and Senna were trying to trail up behind them
I am
through
saddened.
the fog. So that's going to stop any type of a full style invade.
Defensive ward as well. They really don't want to get cheesed.
Yeah.
Level 1 for Lilia's obviously not great.
Lily is a very high-tempo jungler as well.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll see how well Tatu can power farm, or if he wants to power farm at all. Generally, it's like a PvP level 3 type of angle here.
No.
At this point,
let's go G2.
Yeah.
I don't know what
I think he's earned that.
He really has with his performance throughout the day.
This has been a banger series,
is that,
though.
Again, they should be Gigo in a favorable matchup, and he has been performing.
Sama went high
admirably
noon,
today.
not
And there's
winter
also bigger
blessed.
context, right? Like the amount of pressure that you gotta imagine G2 is feeling, given the historic importance of this
Maybe he
team,
supports Beyonce.
given
Maybe that's why he went high
expectations
noon.
that were there on Furia for being clearly the
We gotta
10th
look
place
at the
team
bigger
in this
picture.
tournament. That's not what
Maybe
we're seeing
that's
in
the
this
bigger
series,
picture.
Captain.
No,
He likes
absolutely
Beyonce.
not. Hans and Labrov taking early control over the wave down here, but again, it's Ziggs. He'll be fine. Just want to be able to keep farming up. Jojo does take a little bit of poke, connects the Zenith blade. Level 2 versus level 2, though. Jojo will not get locked up there by the concussive blows. So that was a way out of that one.
That was a really good satchel. I don't think you want
Yeah,
to.
that was a really good.
No,
really good Ziggs W.
probably not. It was definitely looking a little bit dicey from where I'm standing, but checking back in across the lanes here with a try.
I heard Beyonce, who likes me. So I said that Hans Sama didn't go winter blessed Senna. He probably went high noon because he likes Beyonce.
Will not allow him the opportunity to do so.
That was my theory.
Crashing into tier 1 turret here for Caps.
Particularly, yeah, with the grasp, Toots gets to farm so much value off of these early levels. The reason why.
All right, Zellers, have a great rest of your night. Thank you for stopping by.
Yeah, Caps in some serious danger here. The last shot might get it. Toots eats a turret shot, though.
Nah.
Both mid laners
now
very low on HP, both drinking the potions. Toots with a slight health advantage.
Level up.
Both junglers thinking about it. Skewmon gonna grab his red buff there. Fires off the Scryer's plant, sees Tatu.
Yeah, it's a very
Tatu, though, now also
Cowboy Carter, especially Beyonce had a like a all blue sparkly outfit during Renaissance.
Okay. They should. Yeah, that's a good call.
Choosing
and
not
the
to.
blue chroma
Another
for
bowling ball
High
goes
Noon
wide.
is highly
Tatu, though, wants to
coveted.
make sure he can secure the top side. Crab does not want to get double scuttled here early on, and should be able to do just that with the Eep. Starting it off, Caps, again, just has to pretty much always concede priority of the lane early on to the ranged power of the Jace. Jojo goes right back in for a Zenith Blade. Another Satchel. Teleport to return Gigo back up to the top lane. Goes back for his initial purchase to get the level 1 boots alongside the Null Magic Mantle. So a little bit of extra move speed I feel like is very effective, particularly against Gragas, because everything can technically be avoided.
Yeah, there's also the value of Mercs, kind of counterintuitively towards Gragas, because his E feels like it should be a knock-up, but it's also kind of not. Mercs does in fact reduce.
Oh, nice flash out from Hans. He's in danger though. Jojo and IU continuing to try to put the pressure on. Zenith played there with the max range. First blood over to Furia. Finally, after 5 games, the first blood isn't in top lane, and it's a 2v2 kill from Jojo and IU. Toots versus Caps back in the mid lane at the same time. Toots wants to
G2,
clear
can
the
you
wave,
lock
but
the
he may have
frick in for
overstayed.
like 5
He'll step
minutes?
back now. Wants to get that last auto attack. Caps though with a Q3 primed. Dashes in for the knockoff, and Caps gets the solo
Thank you,
kill.
Caps.
He punishes Toots' greed.
Thank you, Caps.
I don't know about that one, IU. Goes for the flash. Doesn't quite find it.
The thing is, even if Furia wins the series, this does not mean they automatically advance. I do think it means that they won't be in 4th place, though.
Very clearly priming that Q free.
The only way it means that Furia will be in last
that solo kill was big. Caps is a man that has done
no, like they
so
literally
much
couldn't be in last.
over such a long period of time. As we take a look, there's an issue he doesn't hit.
The
And I think
worst
that's what
that
kind
they
of
could do
bolsters
is
G2.
3rd. Because somebody has to go
Jojo doesn't really
0-2.
take that much damage, and even with the flash from
And
Hans,
my
they still get on
prediction
top of
is
him.
that's either Gam or
In the
Furia.
picture, looks like their fine is a possible gank. Hey, at the moment that the Senna it's actually caught, obviously you're not going to be able to
there's
get away.
pickums. Worlds is in
So
October.
we take another look at the mid lane play.
I'm a bit
Just
disappointed with
desperately wanting to
G2 not
hold on
locking
to
in
his
enough.
flash.
Yeah,
You just
they've
got it,
definitely
right?
I feel like even earlier than that, you just gotta let the minion go.
Haven't been,
It's a
uh,
ranged, it's a ranged minion at 5 HP. Oh, fate
That
sealed
Jace is
from
pretty
Caps,
strong.
but Toots just steps slightly to the left and guarantees that's not gonna connect.
weren't they
with
both
that whole sequence of plays
just
steady.
reset?
And that's where I like it. That's what we want to see. Gigo versus Broken Blade up here on the top side. Yes, a definitive HP advantage for the Gragas. However, out of mana now. So not going to be able to trade as effectively as he would like. Worth pointing out, Broken Blade is still very even on farm with his opponent. This is important to note because of the fact that Gigo has been winning the head-to-head in top for pretty much the entire series.
They've been pretty
stealing away some
unlocked this
chickens
whole
now
year.
as Toots is gonna walk up and
Not
see
people
this. He
thought
is
they
only
wouldn't
about
even make it to
2/3
playoffs,
HP
much
though.
less finals.
Immediately
I remember
activates
that.
the
A lot of
electric
people
field.
were
Skewmon
saying
getting back
like
away
they
as
don't
Caps
look
goes in,
good.
but Jojo's ready
Do
to
you think
cover.
it's
Toots goes
because
to the
they don't
skies,
have
flashes back over the wall to get away. Jojo also dropping the exhaust there. Toots playing really aggressively,
I'm
very
finding it.
dangerously. Nearly gives over another kill yet again as Caps' Yone is keeping the pressure on. Jojo goes in with him, goes in after him with the Zenith Blade,
Yikes.
but there's no way to follow up there for
Do you think
Toots.
it's because they don't have
Meanwhile,
Yikes?
Skewmon getting it done up in the top side. Caps is burning down the Ignite in
Wow,
mid
he
lane, but he
lives.
survives just barely. G2 come out +1
Is
across
the whole
rift.
tournament best of 5s? I think it is.
Skewmon pathing towards top, finds the
me
punish
see.
onto the Gnar there, putting Broken Blade in a much better position, and meanwhile Caps absorbing pressure. Found the solo bolo, not threatened as, IU doesn't have flash.
IU could be in some serious trouble here. LeBron and Hans
Yes.
putting the damage into him. Nice use of the root there.
Whole tourney
yes,
is
IU
best of
trades
5.
back as good as he can, but he doesn't hit the satchel.
Double
And
UM.
G2 gets paid. Feet of warfare claimed by Hans Sama and LeBron.
And the span of
That's what I like
what
to
feels
hear.
like a very short amount of time, G2 firmly retaking their grasp on this game. The gold lead approaching
That's just
1K
how rebuild
now.
years go. when you've had the same roster for
kills
like
on
2,
some
3
of the most
years or
important
whatever.
members,
Yeah.
particularly Caps and Hansama. Those kills
They
are very
change
valuable. as
supports
we do see
and
obviously Lilia
junglers.
very good at taking these grubs. Will be getting them in addition
All you had to do
the
was ask
early
G2 to
dragon.
lock in. They really
And this
do
is also
listen
one
to
of
the
those
stream while on
propositions where
stage.
if it goes late as
I'm
Furia, I
convinced.
think you're not bothered whatsoever, particularly with the Gnar in the side lane, and that matchup I think is going to get more and more rough when it comes to Broken Blades 1v1. We'll see if they're instead going to match Caps, because he obviously has been having a great game. But the fact that eventually Ziggs reaches a point where even if you kill him, if he just presses R on top of himself and there's too many people there, the fight might still be cooked.
As long as you fire each ability at least once, it's like, okay, yeah, I did a ton of damage.
Job.
Yeah.
Mickey X.
No biggie.
You can see, especially over there on the side,
Yike was the jungler, yeah?
level,
Mickey
or
X was
XP
the
plus level,
support?
excuse me. Caps way out in front of everybody else, getting the extra EXP
I remember
from securing
correctly.
that solo kill for himself. But now back up here in the top side, fully completed Mercury treads. Again, I think that boots are just so valuable
Yike
against Gragas
went to
specifically.
first stand
I like
though,
his
yeah?
choice. Now
With
immediately the fight of the
Carmen
scuttle
Ford?
grab. Tatu finds a two-man watch out E, but G2 brought more men. Caps goes right back in for a little bit more damage. Tatu flashing away. He's alive with a mega inferno bomb firing back from Furia.
Hello,
Tatu's
y'all don't
still
want to finish
escaping.
that kill?
G2 still trying to fight. Skewmon wants to get away, but the bowling ball doesn't find the mark. Now, Toots has to continue his retreat as Jojo is trapped inside the Cataclysm, and Skewmon is locking him up. Furia loses out on the fight. G2 makes their move. They secure the kill, and they steal away the enemy jungle.
And Furia keeps going for these messy early plays. You have a Ziggs. You have a Lily. Just let them get that first item at least. And G2 says, thank you very much. Caps, happy
How
to
did
go
only
for these
one
fights.
person die
Skewmon
there?
with the
No,
jug.
truly.
So
Lilia
much
should have
mobility,
died.
right? The ability
I don't
to
know
just
how they
quickly
didn't
get over
finish her
walls.
off.
Something that I don't really think
Broken
Furia are ready for is
Blade. Oh, you
Jojo
like
trying to make
me,
a play on
huh?
top.
Broken Blade's gonna
Unsealed
die.
spellbook to switch over to teleport, but a beautiful move there
okay.
from Broken
TikTok,
Blade
thank y'all
to
so much
clear
for
out
liking the
wave,
live.
Make it
Appreciate
so
y'all.
there's no angle for Furia to try to get their play here, but Broken Blade, he recalls in time. Nicely done, immediately stopping what Furia wanted to do.
Yeah, they were definitely setting up a dive.
He will survive because Yone has to snap back to the sole origin point.
Yeah, that was really nice done by Broken Blade. He simultaneously cleared the wave, knocked back Gigo into his own waiting barrel. Nicely done. Clears the wave, and G2, they're absorbing all these plays. So Furia investing a lot of resources, and it not quite working out. We do see the Archangels
even
come
if
through.
that's
This
the
is the type of
case,
game where
they're
Archangels, I think,
not
makes a decent amount
like
of sense.
only an
There's
early game.
so much backline access, so much burst that comes through.
But I will say, I do like
G2's
late game
Tatu should also be
more.
approaching his Leandries relatively soon, but then Caps obviously getting very close now, especially with that gold lead towards that Blade of the Rune King. Skewmon has his Sunder done as well.
And I've really got my eye on Caps in this one. He's already off to a 2-0 start. He's playing a character that scales incredibly well. He's playing a true 1v9 champion. And we talked before, you know, there's always the conversation. Is it claps or is it craps, right? You look back at the finals for the LEC. You look back at that rematch that they had against Imkoi that G2 had won in the upper bracket originally. And you look at some of Caps' critical mistakes in that series and you say, if Caps wouldn't have done that, could G2 have been the first seed from the LEC? And when Caps is on, there's a reason that most people, many people, myself included, consider this guy the greatest Western player of all time because he just has that X factor. And I want to see
2 items
if he
this
can
Yone
pull
is
it
going to
off
start
here in this
cooking
one
Jace.
and
Yeah.
bring G2 the win. As Furia now
I
looking
feel
to
like
step up
on the
and try
side
to
of
contest here
Furia,
for the
you
trade,
have
but
to
G2's ready
fear
respond.
the...
Jojo's going to get locked up here at the very start. He should die before anything else even happens. Nice stolen flare comes down over the top as Labrov is finally going to be traded back. But
Why
Furia
wait for 2
have
items
already
when you
lost
can do it
2.
now?
Meanwhile, Gigo towards the top side of the map has to flash.
Nicely done from Broken
My thought
Blade
process
there, winning
is
out
that
little bit of a 1v1 scrappy trade.
on the side of G2, you
they'll
have to
take
fear the Senna and the
and they'll
Yone.
win the fight.
And then you'll have to fear the CC of everybody
Jarvan
else.
coming up massively.
On the side
right?
of
You already
Furia,
talked, I think,
you
in
have
terms
to
of
fear the
1v1, Caps has
Lilia
just
and
been
the
outstanding this
Ziggs
game.
damage,
Found the
but
early
you
kill,
gotta fear the
been
CC of
able
everybody else.
to
Jace will do
really
damage, but
keep the pressure and nip up as
like,
well.
he's easily
simultaneously
counterable
keeping a lot
with
of pride, but also
armor.
absorbing multiple ganks. But Skewmont in these skirmishes has been the biggest difference maker for me. Finding the flag and drag and these consistent ultimates on target around Flash that are just like Tatu was just sitting like what?
Like somebody says, is it claps or craps? And you just gotta be chilling.
As highlighted, yes, a lot of damage goes into the Eclipsed Leona, but it doesn't really matter because neither Toots nor Ayu are in a position to do any damage. And again, I gotta question the decision making.
Yeah, it definitely
from Furia,
feels like
it makes sense,
this
right?
game will rely on if Lilia can get a good sleep on 3+ people.
No damage. There just isn't enough available. We'll see if they're able to make use of his passive to get an early turret.
I think
Plates
that's
are
what's
about to drop,
gonna like
maybe with some
be
help
the way
they
to
can
win.
get something going there. As we'll see if Lebrov is actually in trouble. I don't think he is.
Okay. All right. Backing away from that one. Tatu maintaining control over the bot side river. Furia trying to slow the game down a little bit, I would think, here, as G2 is up.
He's already behind on farm.
The praises
by
that
a
you're
lot,
giving
too.
Skewmont, I 100% agree. He's had a great early game so
farm
far.
is crazy.
As we just now passed the mark with the turret plates falling. 3-0-1 here on the
I'm so excited to face some pros in solo queue, period.
1,500 for
and
him.
I hope you win.
The team lead is 1,800.
Or have them on
is
your
the
team
majority of that lead here for the side of G2. And remember that this is his first international appearance. Toots flashing away after the Cataclysm collides. The EQ combo sidestep there to potentially follow up the flash.
But that's still a colossal win. Trading your Jarvanode for a flash, you'll take that anytime because now Caps has way more playmaking potential. That means that Toots needs to play way more respectful on this Jace, because if he walks up, gets clipped by an ultimate, he just straight up dies as, oh, Ayu, that's a lot of people.
Yeah, Ayu wants to go all the way out, but
nice ult, but is it enough? I don't think they can finish that. Yeah, the tower is still like full HP.
G2's not going to get the kill they're looking for, but if nothing else, Chronicler,
those were all good things. Everybody landed their abilities, but he was far in the turret. Oh my gosh.
For some reason, he flashes over the wall to stay alive, trying to escape.
Wow.
Hans does find him in the end with the
wait,
ultimate.
is Hans Sama good?
Actually does hit the flash E. He's definitely dead. Instead, not going to be the case. Ayu does survive, but the
is Hans Sama good at League of Legends?
That's gold in the bot side going over the Gigo, though. That is a big win, and it's why the gold lead hasn't ballooned too much. Obviously, once Herald comes down, currently sitting on Skewmont, that is going to
League of Legends esports just posted the clip. That is so quick.
Looking good for G2. They do also have a lot of scaling elements that I think obviously Senna is kind of the textbook with this when it comes to the range. I just do feel like Ziggs becomes such a big problem as we get deeper into the game. But with how Furia thus far has been playing around it, I don't know if we'll get there.
Yeah. Honestly, G2's first 16 minutes of the game have been massively better than Furia's. They have been more coordinated. They've been more successful with the plays that they're looking for. Furia does not want to refuse a fight. They always want to take these scraps, even when they shouldn't.
I also am worried for Furia because G2 obviously picked up the Lost Drake. And I think they're in a really good position, given the gold lead that they're currently sitting on, to start stacking these Ocean Drakes. Playing Ziggs into a team with Ocean Soul that's not a good time. That's not fun.
Ooh, Mega Inferno Bomb to clear out the wave there. But Chronicler, do you know what we have here again? It's another battle for the boots in Game 5. Ooh. Turrets one way, kills the other. 2 neutral objectives for either side. The next neutral, which is that Drake spawning in 15 seconds, has the additional reward of the Enchanted Shoes on top. Toots jumping in here for another trade against Caps, who immediately resets the soul unbound so he can continue walking away.
This next dragon matters.
Him being shown on vision, that might be enough of a vote of confidence for G2 to just take this dragon.
Yeah.
It's just Gigo in a dream by himself here towards the bottom side of the map. He can't really do too much. And Caps playing respectful, right? He's not in a position hiding in fog where they can actually take him down. The TP comes through as well. Do they want to commit to the dive anyway? They might, but
No, that's
too much of a risk, and it's Brom. I think that makes sense. The unsealed spellbook comes up huge.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Remember, we saw JoJo try a similar play earlier using the unsealed spellbook to go top to look for a dive on Broken Blade, but then Broken Blade did a good job stopping it. This time around, Labrov going up top, looking to stop things himself.
What?
As Broken Blade, how did he get here? He's immediately just destroyed by Gigo, as now G2 wants to try to show up, salvage this a little bit here. A little bit more damage would be able to kill the last remaining HP on that tier 1 turret. Gigo
Do you see what I mean?
to lose his Mega Gnar. He reverts to Mini as soon as the fight starts. Gigo's about to die here in the very beginning. Hansama's already got the kill. Caps with a massive fate sealed. And Furia is cut to ribbons. Double kill, Hansama.
And Furia
Hansama is
just
pretty
walks
good,
into the
dude.
waiting arms of G2 and says, thank you very much. They were so ready for this. Mega Gnar was about to time out. Half the team wasn't there, and still they commit. Then G2, that like 1.5K gold
That was
range.
tough.
It's nice. I don't think
Not
it's
only
enough,
did they
but now I think
lose
bot lane turret is
beats,
gonna
but
fall.
they also
Mid
lost
lane
the
turret
fight.
fell.
The
dragon
dragon
came through as it starts off with a great player towards the bot side of the map as they're able to get Broken Blade with a nice flank TP from Tuts.
Broken Blade died for
But
fun.
then the follow-up here. This is one of those situations where maybe if you play it slow, you get a little bit of poke down, there could be an angle, and yes, you're a member up, but if the members aren't here, that doesn't matter. Gigo gets hit by the ultimate, just gets CC'd to death, and they don't have the damage.
I just don't get what Gigo was doing there. If your Narbar is full at that moment,
This makes me
I
want
can
to
see
play
the angle that
Senna
you're going for. Maybe
ADC
go
so
in,
bad.
big Mega Gnar into the wall, buy a little bit of time, and you can see Caps is loving that decision because it means it's a
So
free
bad.
fight for G2. It's a 4,000 gold lead, 19.5 minutes into the game. They're up in Drake stacking. This one is all G2 all the time.
Looking at the item
Could have
finishes
seen
as
his
well.
Narbar and his
Hansama
jungle
sitting on
in
2,
mid
Cap sitting
and
on
walked
2,
away.
Skewmon definitely going to be close. Broken Blade, Winter done. And the only measly gold lead that's there for Furia is Gigo, about 450. That's not really going to move the marker.
No.
And with the game state in its current spot, we're told
Is Caps
we
just
can't
gonna
really,
solo Otacon?
realistically, unless G2,
I
you
was
know,
about to
overcommit to
say.
an Otacon or a Baron, something where the AoE damage and CC
Where was
that's
Hans on
available
TL?
for Furia can
Back
actually
in
do its work.
LCS, he was on Team Liquid.
We shouldn't get to the point
and
where
he
this
won
I was sitting on 4 items. right? His
LCS
death cap, his
finals
void
in
staff
Houston,
can just blow
Texas,
for any target
back in
on the enemy team.
2020.
Not able to contest these waves. They have so much sustain. I think his Otacon is a freebie for G2.
Yeah, no way for Furia to try
2022?
to contest this one. You can see nobody's even on this half of the map.
I mean, they go for the cross map. They know, right?
Yeah,
Even if
It
they're
was a
there.
while
it's like
back.
you can't fight this. Look at Caps' inventory. He has the powered up Berserker Greaves. He has the Immortal Shield Bow. He has Blade of the Ruined King. He's got a 3-0-5 scoreline on this Yone. There is no way you are getting anywhere near this. Skewmon also on the Jarvan. Same scoreline as Caps. Honestly, just having an incredible game here in this game number 5. First series of play-ins.
Oh wait, they
Stepping up to the
lost.
plate. I love to see it, especially from a player that, like I've said before,
They lost.
this is
They
his
lost
first
versus
international
EG.
competition, right? Like, it's not like this guy is a seasoned veteran like some of his teammates, right?
'cause
Like Caps,
EG
like
at the
Hansama,
time
like
had
Broken Blade.
JoJo,
He's new to the
Kyun,
scene. He's coming in. He's replacing
Impact,
Yike,
who
and
is
now here
like
in Game 5,
peak
he's showing
top
up.
laner, and
So much of the early
Danny.
skirmishing went the way that it did because of his plays. Starrick's now done for him.
And
lot of
their
extra
jungler was
beefiness.
inspired.
That's at Flowers. There is one thing that is always mentioned when it comes to Fury, and that they never give up. And we've seen it countless
They had a
times
pretty
today.
solid roster. I forget who the
And
support
for
was,
G2,
but
given the
it was a
position
pretty
that they're
solid
in,
roster.
I think they have a very
And
firm grip on this
EG
game.
won
We have seen their
over Team
attention
Liquid.
slip. Think back to that game number 3, where yes, they were able to get the win anyway, but it was not a clean affair. And I imagine right now the comms are focused on let's make sure that we keep playing it out the way we have.
Was it
Let's get
Vulcan?
Prio, push out a wave, get vision together.
I can't remember.
big
It might have been Vulcan.
Big thing that I'm looking at Inventories hitting fully completed item power spikes. When you're looking at the jungle, they both have 2 fully completed items as the Riftmaker is now online for Tatu. In the mid lane, it's a fully stacked and evolved Muramana for the Jace. In the bottom lane, yes, the Seraphs is fully evolved, but also the Leandries now completed for IU. So if Furia wants a chance, they might have it, but not if Gigo does that. Walks right into an unwarded brush, and Gigo gets dunked right into the ground. Scumon's happy to send him there, as immediately the Solar Flare and the Mega Inferno Bomb are completely wasted. G2 looking for more opportunities to maybe keep chasing as Furia scrambles to fire back.
Such a nice little play there, found by G2. Scumon.
Really, wrap this hoe up.
Described Jarvans as sneaky, but that was definitely what that was.
Stealth Jarvan.
Stealth Jarvan coming to you here in game number 5. Found a way into the brush, and Gigo had already used his hop, and they had full vision of him, right?
It's
he
not
was
9
caught in the
minutes,
brush.
but they are trying to speed run it.
Now imminent for G2. And
Game
even
would
if
have
they
been
end up
so
killing
much
Broken
more
Brick, which I don't think
exciting.
is a given. He has Fimbulwinter, he has
With the
Flash.
Jinx,
He's hard to kill, man. He is hard to kill. He has Cosmic Drive as well. Even if they do, you get stall point. I don't think you really care.
Yeah, Caps is here to immediately turn it around. Toots is already dead. Tatu's about to join him. Caps goes on a rampage and goes right back to farming, while Scumon brings G2 to sole point. 23 minutes into the game, 6,000 gold lead. Furia has
I know I said I wanted them to lose pretty bad, but
and
dang,
G2
they
has dismantled them.
they actually doing it. Not
as I'm sure sighs of relief can be heard.
they're actually taking their cheeks. Yeah, we're gonna watch BLG versus Gam. That's the one that I like.
One dragon away.
I thought this series was gonna be a quick
Even
3-0.
a Baron attempt, I don't really feel
I'm
too
surprised
worried about.
it.
And this is where I think the Senna value really
it's gone on
does
this
shine
long.
through. You have obviously with the Yone a lot of damage, can very quickly chew for that big health bar, but you also stay very healthy. And trying to engage into a Braum and Gragas, even when the game state is even, is kind of a nightmare. And the damage that Fury has available just isn't enough. I just don't think that they have the items right now.
Okay, Jojo, yeah, you can see that to me felt like a frustration ulti.
Oh, there's been a few of those.
Yeah, a lot.
No, literally, Death Ray didn't T1 do the same thing.
Not hitting the mark.
Maybe it wasn't game 5, but I know they
One of the ults go haywire as well was Caps.
Caps might just find himself. If that Q3 hits and he gets the follow-up auto after, I think that's a kill on the reset damage.
Oh, it is. Oh, it is. Would have been nice. A little bonus for G2, but they're not really in need of any bonuses.
Bro.
I'm reading this bounty thing here on the bottom part of our screen. Looks like a bank statement, as we've just got all of these values: 216 gold, 613 gold, 700 gold maxed out bounty on Caps, 582 nearly maxed out there for Hans Sama and Scumond as well. Honestly, if Furia can get the shutdowns, it would be nice, but the fact that they're as high as they are means it's probably not likely. G2 grabbing one, forcing the flash out of Toots as he barely manages to escape, and G2 are just gonna knock down this tier 2 turret up here in the top lane.
Wasn't Danny
have
and
finally hit
Vulcan?
25 minutes on the clock. Baron Nashor is
I don't remember who the support was. It might have been Vulcan.
Already coming out from G2.
I really can't remember.
G2 very safe on this Baron attempt. I don't think there's a lot that can go wrong. Tatu does have his flash available. We need to see either him flash in or we need to see a steal from the Ziggs. And it looks like G2 just not going to give him the opportunity. Stat that's pulling off. You know, just keep doing this.
I think Fer has no chance of winning in here. Yeah, it's looking pretty tough.
Mid lane turret is still standing,
It's
so
looking
Hans
pretty
can
tough.
safely keep farming those souls. And we
If
have
you
talked
cast a
about
spell
about
on
to hit
Fer,
80.
I definitely said some words.
Looking good. Range is going to be
I definitely said some
anyone on
words.
Fury that isn't Ziggs,
I didn't
especially
know
given the
it
items
would
that Hans already
actually
has
take
available.
effect.
Rapid fire cannon done. And G2 looking poised to take this series. Maybe not in the way that we were expecting, but this final game, it does feel like the most one-sided one we've had thus far.
Yeah,
I agree.
Comparing it back to game number 2, which was also very one-sided, this one just feels like a...
It's a little different.
Yeah, this one is here proving a point. Caps with the
Is
Infinity
Gam a
Edge
good
now
team?
completed on the Yone, very easy
They're
for
not
him and Scumon to
horrible.
just two-man this Baron. Everybody
But are
else
they
can run
better than
interference.
BLG?
Broken
No.
Blade, split pushing down in the bottom lane at the same time. Does have his teleport
Is their
to join.
owner cute?
Everybody on Furia going for maybe
Well,
their last chance. Gambit
here at the Baron pit. Gigo gets locked up again, though. Immediate problem as the mini Gnar is down. Cap's unstoppable. Skumon chasing after Ayu, who immediately flashes out of the Cataclysm. Broken Blade, nicely placed ulti, knocks Toots right back into the waiting arms of G2, and Ayu is not going to escape.
So Baldies are your type?
I
think it's more his face structure.
They won this fight.
He has a very chiseled face.
G2.
I don't think I typically like bald guys because I'm obsessed with dark curly hair on guys. Obsessed.
There's nothing that they can do. Broken Blade sets them up.
Oh, I'm so tired right now, Quinn. I'm so tired. But we have another best of 5, and I really want to watch this next best of 5.
And he really has. So Rebel Baron Power Blade comes through, and
if BLG could 3-0 and not drop any games, that would be very much appreciated.
Especially not when things like this happen. Again, another fight starts as Guigo enters mini Gnar.
And Caps goes in with impunity. The item finishers are there. Even going into a choke point like this, there's just no threat from the side of Furia.
Yeah, dragging it now.
Keeps on chasing. Broken Blaze really nice. They're off to the edge of the fight, setting up a tasty treat for the rest of his team. Toots get knocked back, promptly dispatched, and even Ziggs is not going to be able to clear these waves in time.
Remember that Ocean Soul you
I'm
mentioned
on my
earlier?
5th yawn, not gonna lie.
Yeah,
it's only
like
4 p.m. right now. Like, why are we so tired?
As now, we've got G2 with a Baron for the next 2 minutes, with Soul for the rest of the game, with a 12,000 gold lead, and with Baroned up minions ready to collide into the Furia base. This is the absolute most dire possible situation for Furia as they scramble to try to defend. Center route there onto Gigo, again in mini Gnar, just never finding the right timings on the Mega Gnar to really have an effect on these fights early on.
Which
and
is
now we're so far
equivalent
past that.
to
G2 is just kind of playing the game
1
however they want to play it.
You can see it as well, right? You can feel the difference. The way Caps is playing on this Yone, just going in, getting cooldowns,
and
popping back out again.
Yeah.
Not afraid at all, starting with a solo kill.
Right back in there, it's Toots having a flash into the Cataclysm, and
oh my gosh, Yone, let him breathe, Caps. Okay, I know I said I want them to lose a horrible game, but good grief.
But Skumon's on the hunt.
All right, G2 moving on up.
It will not matter
I think G2 will end up playing BLG in the next best of 5. And then BLG will secure their spot. And then G2 will beat GAM and secure their spot.
As they make their way onto the Nexus, it was a brutal battle start to finish, but G2 win Game 5 and the first series of MSI 2025.
I believe that's what G2 calls content. Flowers, that's what I've been told. And it was a bumpy series, but this final game was anything but. From minute one, it felt like G2
you lose your whole series.
was playing the way that we expect them coming into the day.
But
right?
genuinely, they played a great game.
Making his impact known.
They played a great series.
Every single lane.
Blown out of the water at their performance.
I think both being worried for that bot lane 2v2 kill. Yeah, Hans ended up going down. It didn't end up mattering. As G2, the series again was a bumpy ride. The final game, it was one-sided, right? That was, by the end, like a 14, 15K gold lead?
16 almost, I believe.
Oh my.
Yeah. G2 certainly rise to the occasion in game number 5. A lot of respect over their opponents as well. I think Furia played well above the expectation that most fans had for them coming into this series, bringing G2 to a game 5 in the first place.
It's a breakout performance nonetheless. As already said,
they're not out though. They can still advance.
Massively overperformed expectations. The way in which they did it as well was so intensely entertaining, right? Yeah. It was the gusto, and even in this 5th game, I think what got them here also ended up being their downfall, which was their willingness to take fights. Yeah. Because there were definitely some fights in the early game here that they could have skipped. Might have led us to a very different game, but none of that
Broken Blade getting ready for the interview.
As they have been doing the entire day, they commit.
Yeah.
And you know what? It's fun to watch. It was exciting League of Legends, but it was still G2 triumphant. To get out of play-ins, you've got to win 2 best-of-5s. G2 now halfway there. We've still got a lot more League of Legends to play here today. We've still got plenty more on the way. And then whoever wins that second series, they're going to get to play G2 tomorrow. Oh yeah. And then see who gets to punch their first ticket to the main stage of MSI 2025. Here's what that bracket is looking like now. You can see G2 moving ahead in our winners bracket to play tomorrow. Up next here later today, though, we've got BLG and GAM going head to head.
I really like or I love. It's a common way to express affection.
Also happening tomorrow with Furia now fighting for their lives. That's the other side of the coin, my friend. What lane do you think is the key match for GAM versus BLG?
The one I'll be looking for is top lane and jungle.
Just kind of showing the damage in this last game.
Levi is a really good jungler. He's a really good jungler, so I'll say jungle is going to be the one.
This is what people are going to talk about.
Yeah, that's probably the big. I didn't realize I was going to draw a line when I touched the screen. So
my girl, you need a nap. I do.
I think it was a nice line.
This is good. This is good. This dude was the dude this whole game long. This thing's fun. I've never actually used the John Madden thing.
They're playing for MSI. I thought they were playing for Worlds. So what does Worlds start immediately after MSI? MSI is called. Well, let's listen to the interview and then I'll explain it.
All wrapped up here at the caster desk. I think
Imperishable, thank you so much for the 2 months of support. Thank you for supporting the stream.
Thank you, Flowers. Here with Broken Blade. After your series, you just won, but you came in heavy favorites, and Furia absolutely made you work for it. How surprised were you that this went 5 games?
I mean, obviously we came in thinking we're going to win. I think today I played not the greatest series of my life.
You went 1-9, bro.
I also think they played incredibly well. I want to give them credit. I think they have a good shot, you know, in this play-ins. But yeah, I'm happy that we can get through. You know, no matter how we make it or how we go through, as long as we can get it, I'm happy.
A win is a win. So G2 back to another international tournament, a place that you have been many, many times. But this time you guys are coming in as the 2nd seed. You're starting in play-ins and maybe a bit more of an underdog. Does that feel like a different experience for you?
It's definitely different. We've come in as 2nd seed before, but I feel like this time it's very, very different because we've just not won in our region yet, and that's not how people know G2. And for us, we're going to use this as a momentum, you know, gear shift kind of thing, and hopefully our next opponent will be also BLG or GAM, I guess, right? So it's going to be fun,
is insane.
Exciting.
Yeah, obviously you are awaiting the winner of this series, but let's be honest, the people are expecting that BLG is the likely opponent, and BLG has kind of been G2's
gotta be
nemesis.
super tall,
you know, they knocked you out of MSI 23,
short.
they knocked you out of Worlds 23,
or
they knocked
maybe
you out of Worlds
both.
last year. So how confident are you going up against BLG, and how hungry are you for some revenge?
I'm very excited. I mean, if you look at the series, we always take a game from them. It's always close, you know, and I think this time we really need to go the extra step, the extra line to you know, beat these guys. They've also been struggling in their league, and I just really want to play against Bin.
It's going to be a really good matchup. Thank you so much,
Yeah,
Broken Blade,
Kat,
for the
I think that like
appreciate
sucked the energy out of me. I was so happy and then I didn't get it. I wasted all of my energy. Okay, so MSI, they were not prepared for that. They're like, wait, what? MSI basically, I need to turn this down because I'm not going to be able to talk over it.
Financial system updating.
Okay, so MSI is the mid-season invitational. So we are halfway through the season. And so all of the top 2 teams from each region come to see who's the best halfway through. Whoever wins MSI automatically gets to go to Worlds in October, which is at the end of the season. So because this is the mid-season, that means that there's one more split to play, and that is Summer Split. Okay, Vayne. Okay, Evelyn. Okay. And G2 did indeed win. Can you kind of TLDR me about BLG's jungle? I've never heard of him. Isn't it Zhao Hu? Yo, what happened to... Does that say 30 minutes? Oh, that's the time of the game. I thought they meant 30 minutes till the next game. I was about to say, yo, ain't no way, my boy. Let's see. Who is BLG's junglers? I think it's Zhao Hu. It's either Zhao Hu or Wei. Wei? We? Oh. Oh. Well, with that being said, that's a little awky. Somebody was saying that earlier, that they weren't getting rewards. It feels a little absurd how poorly Wei ended up working for BLG considering how good he had been in RNG. Oh, Jun. I think Jun is the... He's got cute little glasses. Wait, is Jun gone as well? Who the frick is their jungler? I don't know who their jungler is now. Bei Chuan. Never heard of this man a day in my life. He's 23 years old. Oh my gosh, his birthday is coming up. Come on, Cancer. Is his body built like a dancer? Period. Okay, so he's on BLG. He used to be on TT. I'm like TT. And Fun plus Phoenix Blaze. Yikes. Yeah. Let's see if Bei Chuan can take cheeks on BLG. Thank you. Welcome. Welcome to the main event. Wait, kind of cute. Let's see if he's cute in person. If their jungle is bad, I feel like Levi will dog walk them.
Hey everyone, I am here with TK ahead of GAM's match against BLG.
Yes.
How you feeling being here in Vancouver? How's the team doing?
Oh, we are back and we're excited to be here in Vancouver.
I'm excited for you to be here.
And I'll obviously be here with you guys and representing for the LCP.
Pitbull is
the team
insane.
is feeling good. I think we're over the jet lag. We're in peak state. We're ready to go up against the Giants.
So it is, you said it, it's BLG. It is a bit of a David versus Goliath matchup. Yep. How are you hyping up the team to be able to take down the big dogs?
Hey, you know what? Esports is all about uniting and inspiring people. When you have these difficult matchups, right? These challenging matchups, it's all about looking at it as an opportunity to make them believe and let them know that we're here to play, and they always need to know what time it is, baby.
It's game time.
Always.
It's game time.
That's right.
Welcome back to the Analyst Desk for our second series
game
today.
time.
BLG versus GAM. You heard it, David versus Goliath. But after that first series, everything's starting to feel a little bit more possible
Isn't he
here
like
in the first
the
stage
owner?
of the tournament.
I
But
think
for
he
GAM,
gotta
of
be
course,
PR
well, it
trained.
feels like we always see them. They're an expected
Yeah, like his
representative.
face structure
That wasn't
is
really the
very
story
nice.
of how they got here.
Right? Like, I'm not
For
tripping.
GAM to be
Y'all
able to
saying
get to this
Pitbull is
position, they were fourth
crazy, though.
seed going into playoffs. Everyone expected it was going to be like
Y'all saying
Talon
Pitbull
that would be
is
here as
crazy
the second
word.
team. That just didn't happen. They were just such a team fight king.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the big thing is the way that they were able
Hold
to
on, I might root for Gam. You gonna root against Big Ben, bro?
This tournament in particular.
Okay, one in chat if you think that Ben is going to do 3-0 into the camera. One in chat if you think he's going to do 3-0.
The core of this roster.
One in chat if you think as soon as Ben appears on the camera, he's going to hit one of these.
Did add Arrest and Artemis to the lineup and kind of have
he's going to hit one of those.
In and out.
Let me put my one in chat
obviously,
real quick.
The man I have to return to is Levi, right? There were so many rumors about how he was going to retire,
Levi's so good.
and he continues to be the engine for this team.
No,
he's so
I didn't say Gam time was corny.
Army.
I didn't say that.
Every time it feels like
remember
there's no way
during
this time,
MSI last year, I was like,
another international.
is that
they
man
always
fine?
find a way to do it. Raz,
I
this is a
think
super
he's
impressive
fine.
player.
That's the only thing I remember saying. I don't remember saying if Gam time was
if you're
corny.
not counting like the fact that he's gone to the Southeast Asian Games and all those things.
If you said that I said
it feels
that,
like when the spotlight shines on him, he just gets stronger.
It's possible.
Even when you
It
saw
might
that
be a little
finals that
bit.
he had, like. He is the epitome of direction. If he is going
But
in,
I
you
feel
follow.
like they should say
a
something
lot of
like
times,
it's
if
about
he's going for
Gam
second
time.
scuttle, he misses that second
You
scuttle,
see what I'm
he's
saying?
going
Like
into
they should play it like that.
Said it. You know,
Then it's not corny. But just like it's Gam time, baby.
For them to go in together.
What about
But when
it's
they
about
they
Gam
go together,
time?
no doubt in my mind. But another player who is no stranger to the spotlight is Knight. Not the first time that these
How are
two
we
have faced it
feeling?
off.
How are we
So here's a
feeling?
reminder.
I feel like with the right inflection
David
of
versus
tone.
Goliath as Levi and Gam Esports face off against Knight and BLG. Last year's Worlds and MSI runner-ups enter the tournament on a bit of a downturn, at least by their own standards. They finished second domestically and have once again swapped junglers. But Knight is still the man to beat in the LPL, and if he wants to break BLG's second place curse, he'll need to show up big. BLG's journey to the top starts with Gam, but they're not gonna make it easy. Led by veteran jungler Levi, this team has made magic happen time and time again on the international stage and proven that they are not to be underestimated. The upset! If you overstep against Levi, he'll punish you for it. A fate Knight knows all too well. So will Knight set the tone for another deep MSI run? Or can Levi pull off another miracle?
That man named Emo for real. One person on Gam's
this up as Levi versus Knight was kind of an interesting matchup. They're both like
is
tentpole players for their
lacking
respective lineups, right?
in terms of
talking
skill.
about Knight, people who might have only saw
Had
him
to
in the finals might have thought he
redefine what
had,
I was
like,
going
a
to say.
pretty rough
One of
split
them,
in terms of these split
one
two
of
LPL
them
finals.
tried
But I actually
playing. I
thought
think
he
it was Yone,
really, really strong.
and
when
I
BLG
think I
were
wanted
kind of
to
struggling to get it together to play as a team. Knight was
like,
kind of a consistent performer.
take my
for them,
eyeballs
if you look
out
at
of
the
my
split as
head.
a whole.
Yeah, first team All-Pro, like for him, he was somebody that like consistently they can.
I think it
play
was
through
their mid
reliably.
laner.
Even in that series that
He
you
was
had, that you said he
new.
was struggling.
He was
which
a
is true, like,
rookie.
I remember that Silas game. He was the reason why they even
Oh,
got
they
that
have
game
a
on to begin with.
seven-man roster.
The engine.
They said,
We're both
we
in
will
the
not
early
be
game, but a lot of
defeated.
those hectic, chaotic.
We will
team
not
fights,
be
people thrive
defeated.
in that.
You defeat one of our laners.
Newsflash,
Newsflash, we've got two more.
I think the other thing
That's
for people
crazy.
who haven't seen this team is
Seven-man roster
we
is
have a new
insane.
jungler. It's not the first time you've heard about a new BLG jungler. This seems to be the trend.
But we do stand Levi
every
in
year
this
we
household.
swap somebody
Didn't
new in
he,
this time
like,
around Space One. Let's talk a little bit about
eat
him. Let's talk a
hard?
little bit about this history of kind
Oh,
of
they're
the
talking about the
rotating cast
junglers.
of players who picked up this role.
It really is a revolving door because Shun comes in, of course, like 2022, and
Jun was
there
good,
were issues,
Wei
I
was
suppose,
good.
because a lot of the times, like Shun, yes, he can play for lanes, but he's a lot of the times like he can go towards his Kindred or his Nidalee, like so they wanted someone that can play for lanes. Wei comes in, there are struggles there. Beishwan starts to come in. And Beishwan now really takes in that role of like I am going to play towards my lanes, my solo laners, and that's like his diehard. That's his goal. And I feel like right now BLG struggles. There's a lot, but it seems like it always goes towards the jungle as the blame game.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing for Beishwan, to reiterate, is that I feel like he does understand his role on this team, right?
Yes.
The potential of this team is you have two of the best solo laners in the world,
Ben,
potentially, right?
yes.
And his
and
job is to kind of facilitate
Knight.
that. Coming up from
Knight
FPX,
is
then
so
on to TT. I believe he actually beat BLG while he was
good.
on TT,
Yeah.
if I remember correctly. So, yeah, he understands his role, and it was kind of a guiding force for them to group
I love
around
Knight.
while they were having some struggles this split.
Exactly, but I want people to remember, like throughout the split, you could look towards the jungle or you can just look towards the lanes themselves. Like Elk had like a really on and off split himself, but for sure Ben as a player, he's somebody that will always pressure constantly, but he made mistakes. So like if you're somebody that's going to
Still
constantly
human.
pressure, but you're not making the right plays, you're dying a lot. And I feel like, to me, I look towards Bin as a player who's incredibly skilled, needing to play more consistently.
Yeah, and obviously for BLG, such a historic lineup.
What I will say, guys, and I don't say this
for the right
often,
reasons for Beishwan, right?
but
This is a guy you want to see
how
perform
I'm
his
like,
first time on international stage, but this
every
is a
mid
stacked
player is a
tournament when it
wannabe
comes to the
faker,
jungle
like they
role,
want to be fakers
and
so
it's going
freaking
to
bad.
be a tall task, but as you said, it's a good time to be a facilitator.
Ari,
You're playing your first tournament as a carry jungler.
Knight
Sounds tough. If all you got to do is gank, it feels a little bit easier.
Yeah,
True.
I mean, I think the interesting
I
thing on the
won't say
opposite
he's a
side is
wannabe.
Previously, we had
He's
known
one of a
Levi as
kind.
more of a carry force,
Yeah.
right?
He is.
But he has played
Knight
a lot more towards
is
his lanes and for the
disgusting.
team, and that's kind of an important shift.
That's a scary
that we've seen
man.
in this GAM squad, and kind of
Now, is he
this
better than
talking
Faker?
about this roster being forged.
Don't
in
get carried away.
The fires of, I guess,
Don't get carried away.
despair, like, kind of coming together.
But is he good?
And then being able to move forward as a unit, they are very, very close.
Absolutely.
And then by contrast,
I
BLG,
think of
with all of their struggles,
Ben
it's been getting
as
them
like
onto the
a
same page,
hungry,
and that has been what it seems like Beishwan has really helped with.
dog.
Yeah, 100%.
Raz, I'm going to have to cut you off there
Fair
because
enough.
it seems like we're ready to meet the teams. Time to send it
A
over to our
hungry
casters,
dog.
Vedius and Azael.
And there's like a wounded rabbit in front of him.
Hello,
Ben is gonna come in. He's
Vancouver!
gonna.
Please
You know what I'm
welcome
saying?
the competitors in our second series.
He is hungry.
Representing
He
the
wants that
LPL,
recognition.
it's
He wants that
Billy,
win.
Billy
And I can feel it through the screen, man.
And opposite them on the rift from the LCP,
I can feel it
it's
through the
GAM
screen.
Time, GAM Esports.
Yep, G2 won.
Welcome everyone to the second series here of MSI
Knight over there
2025.
smiling.
I am
I
Azil.
don't think I've ever seen that
Great
man
to be back
smile.
home in Canada. I'm joined by my Commonwealth bro here, Vedius, who's coming in for the cast.
It's an absolute pleasure, my friends. I mean,
Let's go,
this is gonna be a unique
Pickles.
experience
Let's
for
go,
us.
JT.
And I mean, we've already had a unique
JT,
experience.
you said we have
watching
the same
first
Pickles,
series
yeah?
Together.
We in this.
I mean,
We in
I
this
wasn't
together.
prepared for that sort of outcome. What we can definitely say for sure is that we saw some amazing
All
moments.
right, I'm
and
hyped,
hoping
bro.
we
I
get to
forgot
see
how
some
much
in the
I love
second
this
series
team,
of
bro. Let's go
today.
BLG.
You talked about it with
Let's go
Broken Blade
BLG.
earlier. BLG
Let's go
are
BLG.
expected to be
Let's
the
go
heavy favorites
BLG.
coming into this series, but the beauty of international events is a fresh patch just dropped. These guys are just traveled across the world. You never know what you're going to get on day one of the tournament.
Let's go
and I'm hoping we
BLT.
get some exciting stuff.
Absolutely.
Ooh,
I
not
mean, you
the
really
3-0.
never know. I think everyone was kind of predicting that first series to be a clean sweep.
Look
it
at
felt
him,
like, for
already
G2.
locked in.
We just saw
Just
a
sat
very
down,
nearly an
already
upset
locked
go
in.
all the
This
way
man
to
not
5
playing
games.
no
So
freaking
who's to say
games
what
today,
GAM
bro.
can
This
accomplish
man not
here
playing
today.
no types of games with
BLG,
y'all.
though, of course, coming in as the
Man's
second seed
already
from
locked
the
in. We've been
LPL.
sitting down at the
Massive
chair
favorites.
for
You know, they
0.35
have their
seconds,
eyes
man.
set on a title.
And he
They
already
are
in this.
looking to go far beyond the
He ain't
play-ins to be
playing
challenging
nothing.
the big dogs for the trophy at the
He
end of
coming
the
to
day.
win,
And
bro.
while, of course, coming into this series, they're considered heavy favorites. In the scope of the
He is
tournament,
coming to
there are a lot of
freaking
question
win.
marks surrounding BLG, given
Look
the
at this
struggles
jungler
that
cracking
they've
a
been
smile,
experiencing
having
throughout
fun,
the spring
stretching.
splits. And while they
Ben-
did qualify
Ben
to
said
the finals, so many pundits,
he's
analysts,
not
content
moving.
creators have been commenting on how
He's not
there's
moving.
doubts, there's question marks surrounding this roster. And in a matchup like this,
Bro,
I think that what they want
I
to cement
walk
is their
in and
authority,
see
a clear
him
sign,
as my
a clear
opponent.
sign
I'm going
that the
home, bro.
BLG of
I
the
don't even
last
want to
few
play
years
no
that
more.
We know in terms of their international performance.
I don't even want to play
is
no more.
here, and they're ready to play.
Absolutely.
I don't even wanna play.
It is going to be exciting.
What's the point?
And that's kind of the beauty of
What's
some
the point?
of these
That man gonna
international
take my
tournaments.
cheeks,
You
bro.
get the ability
I
to
don't
reset,
even
to kind of
wanna
have that
play.
fresh start for Ben to prove once again that going
The
international,
only
he can
thing
be
that's
that
breaking
dominant
his
top laner.
concentration
That guy that people
is
used
his
to talk about
cough.
as the best top laner in the world has been a bit more
That's it.
inconsistent this year. But we are now heading
That's
into
it.
Champion Select, powered by Omen and
He
Hyper
coughs
X.
maybe once
for
every
game
3
one
minutes.
Of the second
That's the
series
only
here
thing breaking
at
it.
MSI 2025. It is GAM
Agreed.
versus BLG.
All right, let's go.
Here. Ban's already
Let's go,
kicking
let's
off.
go,
I mean,
let's
the
go.
nocturne respect being
Ooh, they
shown
banning
towards
nocturne,
Levi.
okay.
The Vietnamese nocturne
Okay.
is something that you
As
have
GAM,
to respect,
I
and
would be
BLG are
banning top
giving that
laners.
respect
I would.
towards GAM. The Gwen coming through
Who do you think
from
is gonna
GAM
win it all?
as a sign of respect towards Ben on the
Can
top
I
side, with the Callista being taken
say
away
through
as
my
well. Some
Hopium
more
fly
jungle
quest?
focus coming through as the
with T1 as
Pantheon is
a
taken off the board,
runner-up.
and Twisted Fate, which we've already seen just rising in popularity over the last 2 patches.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a lot of these globals, clearly the focus here from BLG is they don't want to allow GAM to play the map, right?
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's triple bans towards these global champions. The way that
It's
GAM
5
really
o'clock.
does play is much kind of slower than I think people really think of when they think
100%.
of, you know, these Vietnamese teams, these teams that are super aggressive, that like to get in your face. Well, it's been more about the macro style for Levi and Kiaya and playing the map and creating advantages, but mostly they are taking over games in the later stages of the game. So BLG triple ban these global style champions, take the Talia first pick.
GAM
Clearly that
needs
is
to
the
bring
emphasis for them.
no, like
We'll see what the
not
response is. It
banning
seems
out
like the
Knight
Rumble is
or
the direction
Ben.
for Kiaya, one of his preferred
I think it's
champions.
crazy. I don't know
When
what
we think about him as a
Elk is
player, GAM
good
do like to
too.
trust in Kiaya
Elk
and
is
Levi as a
good
duo. That top side of the map,
too.
that strong side of the map where they
Elk
often
is
find
good
advantages.
too, though,
wanting
with
to
them
get that
little
Rumble
cute
into
little
the hands of
glasses,
Kiaya.
bro.
Even after the few nerfs that the champion has experienced in recent
Dude.
patches, it's still a strong
This
laner
team,
that
man.
can really be set up for success, especially in these mid-game team fights.
How are
With
they
the Varus
losing
paired
though, bro?
alongside
Like,
it,
why are they
GAM
the
already
second tier
looking to get
team?
themselves some strong
I heard they were
lanes.
kind of
Absolutely,
dookie.
and when you show up to these objectives,
During
obviously you're
the
going to want to
regular
have set up
season.
for the Rumble, for the Varus. You're going to be looking for some of that lockdown. Of course, because there were no
It
support bans, and we are
legitimately
in
could
game
be
1 of the
because they
Fearless Draft,
changed
you can
junglers
pick
every
anything,
2.5
right? There's
seconds.
so many to choose from here. Poppy is interesting, relatively early pick, but I think this is a
Kiaya's
read
Rumble
on
is
what
huge.
GAM is going to
I don't
need for their
remember
comp.
his
They're
Rumble, I'm
saying
not gonna
you are
lie.
going to need
I just
a
remember
Leona
Levi
or a
being
Rel
like
or something
freaking
along these
disgusting.
lines to really
They're probably
facilitate the
saving
picks that
jungle
you've
for
already
last
grabbed.
pick.
So
Because
we're gonna go more
Levi's
for the
like the
denial
glue
in this pick.
of GAM,
It's also
I
something
feel
we've
like.
seen a lot from Beishwan
Yo, you know
throughout
what I'm
the
gonna
LPL
do?
spring, and
I'm
there's
gonna
flexibility
change my
with it being
mic
for
settings
use
so my
into both
mic
that
doesn't have to
support
be
and jungle
in
position.
my
Now, I know
mouth
that some LPL fans will be
for it to
hesitant
be
to see
high
Ben on the
quality.
Ambessa, something that has received a decent amount of criticism, but it is something that he's played a lot of throughout spring, and he's looking to have a strong performance
Let's try
in
this.
game 1 against Kiaya's Rumble. I'm excited
Test,
to see
test.
how
Can
he
you hear
does
me?
on the pick as GAM now moves
Test,
into
test.
their
Can you
last
hear
pick
me?
for the first phase. So they want to guarantee a support hit, and it looks
Hello,
like they do
hello.
with the Nautilus being hovered right now. This gives them a very powerful bot lane 2 versus 2. The
Hello.
downside is that BLG can now further pinch that jungle pool. If they know that they want Beishwan on this Poppy, it means that they can really
Test,
limit
test.
the options for Levi and give Beishwan a more favorable matchup.
Also,
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. You know, there also is the possibility, of course, of On playing this down in the bot lane. We
Exactly.
have
Yeah,
seen
I
him
think
play it a couple
Emo
times. So, you know, if
was
they
the
want to move that around, they
rookie.
have that option. And for GAM,
My bad,
it's
y'all.
likely to be more bans
think
here
Emo was the
towards that
rookie
AD role. I'm expecting they already
who
banned out the
was-
Kalista, they
oh.
already banned out the Ezreal. Instead, they are going to target the Rel, which is interesting to me because I just feel like, you know, out of all
That
of
might
these
have been too
early
loud.
games,
Okay, I think that's fine.
banning the engage
I think,
supports doesn't really accomplish
Emo
that
was the
much because there are
rookie
so many
who,
different ones that fill really a very
was
similar
getting
role
his
between
feats
Leona
taken
and Rakan
on
and
repeat.
Alistar and Nautilus and Rel and all of these champs as
On
we see
freaking
TK
repeat.
pumping up the crowd.
What's going on,
there with the GAM
Jefferson? How are
fans
you
here.
doing?
He's Mr. Worldwide.
Welcome
He's
back,
everywhere.
True.
The
Dude, I
energy is
freaking love
electric
him.
as the jungle pool continues to be pinched. The Vine now
Like,
going to be taken
I
away
love
from Levi's
when
pool.
teams or players
Again,
are like
I mean, the
filled
Kai'Sa is
with
something they
energy
should
like
consider
that.
when
Like, it
going
makes
up
it
against
so
Elk, but
enjoyable
the support
to
pool may still
watch.
be the area that they want to try and limit.
Yeah,
As you
he's
mentioned,
hyping
like,
up the
Leona,
crowd.
Still very
And, like,
prevalent. Renata as a
he's,
possibility as well.
A
Yeah, it's super
mascot.
interesting because obviously it's
Because,
a
like,
clear
you
focus on all
see
the
him,
AD
you
junglers.
know
They've
that's
triple banned
GAM,
AD junglers
right?
here,
And he's
you know,
always got the
over on
hype.
the BLG side, but there's
Yeah,
still things
no,
like
I love
Jarvan,
that.
there's still
I
Viego,
freaking
there's
love
still
that.
Lee Sins. There still are some of those options. They are clearly expecting some sort of heavy AD pairing to go alongside this
Who
Rumble
do
that's
you
been
say
taken
you
on the
think
top
will win
side.
it all?
And instead the final
Who do I
ban
think will
be
win it
against
all, or
Emo
who
here.
do
They're
I
gonna take
want
away
to
the
win it
Yone,
all? Those are two
deny
different
that as
questions.
a possibility. Yone Rumble, classic combo. You know,
Those are
go
two
in
different
with that
questions
ultimate from
with
Yone
two
and just
different
layer the
answers.
equalizer over the top.
Now thinking about things like the Wukong as a possibility.
I would
for
like
Levi.
for
Don't know if he's
FlyQuest to win it
loving
all.
that into the Poppy in particular. The
I think it
Corki,
is more
relatively
likely that
safe mid-lane
FlyQuest can
matchup.
win
Does give you
MSI
some
than
options
they
to
can
roam, but
win
when we think of
Worlds.
Emo as a player, his introduction into the roster
Who do
later on, through
I
spring,
know will win?
he's very much a facilitator. He's a player that doesn't
I
take up a lot of the
think
resources.
the best
He's much more
answer
about
is to say
enabling both
Gen
Artemis
G,
and
but
Kiaya,
Gen
and he's a
G
role player for the
chokes
team. And since his
so bad at
introduction, we've seen a lot more
international
synergy
tournaments.
within the team,
So
I
I'm
would
not
say,
going to
and
say
that's kind
Gen
of been the priority for GAM, finding their footing.
I think FlyQuest
locked in
could
for BLG,
potentially
the Jhin and Alistair
with
combination.
RNG
so they have a decent amount of poke from their side. Their
and,
engage is mainly going to come
like,
from
good
on the Alistair. They have a lot of disengaged tools simply
pocket
due to the
picks
fact that they have both
could
Alistair
win
and the
MSI.
Poppy,
I
along
think
with
it's
the
more
zone
likely
control
that they win
Talia can
MSI.
provide. But I will say that this composition from BLG
They
kind of
choke at
has
Worlds, they own
skirmishing
MSI,
elements,
do they?
But it does kind of do a lot of different things.
Did they win
Gam is
MSI
very
last
much
year?
in the direction of team fighting.
Yeah, very much so. And I mean, a lot of poke here, obviously. Varus plus Corki, really common combo with those double AD carries. Both able to poke down your opponents, drop the equalizer. You have the Maokai ultimate as well as the Nautilus to try to set them up for this team fight. So I do think it's going to be a lot about Gam getting to those objectives first, trying to force BLG to walk into them,
because Gingy has been
and making their job
looking
really difficult to find
solid.
those engages. Whereas I think, you know, here for Knight on this Talia, if he can get pushed, he's going to be happy to try to attack those side lanes. Obviously, the skirmish power really high, like you were talking about. And Poppy Talia just always a really deadly combo because you can tackle just straight into the unraveled earth. You don't even need a wall to actually stun them up.
It's very true. We are getting ready to jump into our first game. The crowd is excited. We're excited. It's going to be a crazy game one.
Let's go.
Gam going for a very traditional front-to-back type of composition.
BLG
which means that when it comes to the
99%
fights,
final.
That's what we're going to be keeping our eyes on. Because that's the scariest thing about BLG. The skill ceiling of these individuals is so high.
There's a 1% chance that they don't go to finals?
In every single fight, their ability to outplay is one of the things you always have to be scared of.
Non-subscribers, we will see you in 30 seconds, but absolutely agree, Vedius. It is going to be a really interesting game, number one. Time to set the tone for this best of 5. See if Gam can surprise some people, take a game, get competitive here with BLG, and really flip the expectations. We've already had our first series go all 5 games.
Sets of eyes.
It's time to find out if we can make 10 games the dream happen here on day one.
I don't want 10 games. No, I don't want to be streaming until 10 p.m.
Experience
bro. I want this to be the quickest 3-0 I've ever seen in my life.
Stages of Worlds.
Let's go. Let's freaking run it, bro.
Since then, BLG rising to prominence on the international stage, making a world finals last year against T1. So close. A single game being the difference in that final game.
You want 10 games for real, Roy?
I mean, Faker is inevitable.
Yo, chill.
BLG since then have kind of fallen from grace a little bit. They've gone through a bunch of iterations in that jungle role.
Why y'all calling for 10 games?
Now they find themselves here at MSI with a lot of question marks surrounding them in terms of the level. Let's see what they've brought to us.
I was up all night last night. I can't be up all night tonight.
Early investment in the vision from both sides. Beishuan gonna see what Levi is up to in the early game. But in terms of Gam, I expect the top side to be the priority
is it
to
actually?
the early ganks. As we were talking
Layla,
about,
is that actually what
like
it is?
to try and enable Kiaya on the top side of the map. But against Bin, I imagine
yeah,
they're going to want to try
York.
and give Kiaya as many resources to set him up for success.
10 hours ago.
Absolutely, and to expectation is going to be Poke Varus. You can see he's playing with the Comet. Kiaya also electing to go for the Comet there as well. And it'll be interesting to see how Emo actually builds. We were talking a lot about builds earlier with Corki, but Gam, of course, here, you know, no stranger to the international stage. They have the second seed for the LCP. This is their
so I got
fourth
nothing else to look
MSI
forward to
appearance.
this weekend.
Levi,
I need as many games as possible.
If you've been watching international for a long time, you know this guy, you
Order
love
yourself
this guy.
some boba tea.
Yaya as well really has been a mainstay and has been such
do.
a part of their success all over these years. And I mean, 9 international events, that tells the story. Pretty incredible track record for Gam across a lot of different years.
And we know that Gam shoulders a lot of responsibility as being a representative.
Why they got double eyes
Vietnam.
though? I don't like that. That's
scary. That pressure themselves, and they want to perform for their region. As
faster level 2 here. On is going to take a lot of damage before he actually gets level 2, and he just has to headbutt Artemis away there. Another hook is going to come in. It does land onto Elk. Elk trying to turn this round, has the 4th shot, gets Artemis quite low.
Okay,
but
we
still,
scrapping.
the health bar's very
we
heavily favoring
Gam
as BLG tried to fight for the level 2, but just kind of miscounted the minions and
Uber
couldn't get there in time.
Groceries? Is that valid?
The bot lane of Gam. I love that
great
aggression.
hook by Elio. On is trying to
never
survive. Will be able to do it as he procs the aftershock right before that piercing arrow came through.
Really
but down incredibly low, and topside looking spicy also, as Bin is going to be able to crash this, but not without taking quite a bit of damage.
Artemis is such a S-tier name for a bot laner.
He's making his way up towards the top side of the map.
That's
an early base
Greek,
will come
right?
through from Bin, so he's going to respect the possibility of a gank. As Beishuan is setting his sights to hover around the bot side of the map. Is on actually looking for a quick back.
On is going to stay, though. He elects to stay because Poppy is coming. So they're going to try to make a play
Goddess
very
of the
quickly here.
Hunt.
Elk is trying to keep his way from crashing.
The
but
wilderness.
Gam have no wards, and Beishwan is going to be behind them. They're about to get the bad news
nature,
here. Flash
vegetation.
combo from On, perfectly engaged. They're going
That's
for
fire.
Elio. They flash forward. Artemis trying to finish him off. He grabs first blood. They're looking for another one. Elk's in trouble. It's a double for Artemis, and it's Gam time already. But Beishwan looking to get him back. Flash to follow, gets a double. Is able to trade evenly, but how about that? 2 for 2 and a 2v3 for the Gam bot lane.
Incredible aggression from the bot lane of Gam.
Gosh, this series is about to be
They flash in to go for those kills, and they make it happen.
Flash
in
forward,
2 versus
0
3,
hesitation. They about that life.
Draws first blood in the bot lane.
You have got to love
About that
confidence.
life.
There was
Yep.
no fear at all.
Of Hunt
There's
and
no
Childbirth.
hesitating. Should we flash back? Should we be running away? Take me through it.
So you telling me you don't? Okay, if it's 5 games of that, yes.
3 for the Gam bot lane.
But if hosts
On with a
start
great
playing
engage,
scared
Flash with the
and
2-man knockup,
bummy,
Beishwan
no.
arrives. But the flash in from Elio to connect the hook onto On, the Comet actually gets the kill, and then his W comes back up, meaning that he survives long enough for Artemis to get that second kill. Yes, the wave state is in a bit of an awkward spot, but it still ends up going underneath the tower, and you can see that excitement, that confidence.
I can't
already starting
understand
to build in the
Vietnamese, but
Gam
I
bot
just
lane.
know he was like, come on, y'all, let's
It's a
go.
small thing, but
Let's go,
because
let's get in there, let's
when he
get
flash
this.
comboed there,
Let's
he
get this
stayed around for
done.
one auto before
I
actually
can't
trying to back
understand
up.
or
It
read
gave Elio the time to get his
Vietnamese,
passive route there, and now Levi
but I can
is
feel
here.
the energy.
They're going to
Beam.
force the flash as that hook actually connected with the minion, but Elk,
I
of
can
course,
feel the
did not know that
energy.
was about to happen and had to respect it. So either way, just calibrating down there.
I love the thumbs up from Elio. He knows that he's in their head
Well,
right
you think
now.
he kills
they're feeling
the Poppy there
themselves with how the
too,
bot
Holy?
lane 2 versus 2 is
That
playing
would've been
out.
legendary.
The rest of the map is relatively quiet, but I think from Gam's perspective, that's how they want it.
I mean, absolutely. And just look at the buy. Look at the bot lane. You have a Cull over here, and then tier double longsword is the buy when you go back, because both of the kills went there to Artemis, and only the fact that Beishwan was able to survive saves that from being a disaster. He's on a triple longsword buy, so likely just going towards Sundered Sky, pretty standard stuff. Is going to be building aggressively himself, but it is going to be very tough now for Elkanon down in that bot lane, where you're not going to be able to win all-ins, and if you can't look for all-ins, you're just going to slowly get poked out by Artemis.
A good little window utilized by Beishwan there as he steals away those Raptors. Able to get a small lead at the very least over his jungle counterpart.
My friend
but
has
it's
invited
important to
me
remember that
to
Beishwan
an
did
event
himself
tomorrow.
get those 2 kills. So while it is incredibly
But I need to know
positive
what
for
time
the
it
Gam bot lane,
starts.
they need to now try and leverage this strength that they've been able to develop. So they're swapping them up towards the top side of the map. I question some of these decisions sometimes, only because when you're in that winning state, you have to make that choice of, do we want to try and move it around the map to then try and push it even further, or do we instead want to try and punish the bot side even more?
If you
And I
didn't
think that they
lose
could have
like that
bullied
1 second of
Elkanon a little
DPS
bit more, but
uptime,
instead they've chosen
100%
to
he
prioritize
gets
the
that.
top side to get
That's
Elio
crazy.
and Levi grouping up and moving into the enemy jungle.
Definitely agree with you, but also a thing to note, because the wave that Elk based on was a pushing wave, it's heavily frozen towards Gam in bot lane, and also in top lane, Artemis moved forward, caught the wave, stacked it, so they have double frozen waves right now in top and bot. They are going to be able to deny, and now they elect to push it out, but they were able to deny all 3 of these melee minions. As you see, the last one is likely to die there, so they denied 3 minions on top side. They denied almost an entire wave from that wave that was pushing towards Kiaya, and he's going to have way more minions to farm, so I do like the thought process there from Gam, as Levi going to show up here and try to make sure that he is covering for any potential Beishwan action, and you can see that Beishwan has already been back to base. Not only is he up over 600 gold, he just spent, so he is massively stronger than Levi right now.
For sure. Keeping my eyes on Knight, as with the level 7, he does have the ulti available. Beishwan runs into Levi.
Yeah, Levi's going to go forward, and they're going to try to knock him back. Remember, no flash available here on Beishwan. He is running Artemis over the wall, looking to try to take him down. Will he be able to do it? On's in the midst of everyone. Levi has to flash out. It's On now that is in trouble. He is off, and Elio trying to survive. Knight can't quite make it happen. Elk is in trouble now. Beautiful cleanse. That was picture perfect from Elk to keep himself alive. Knight, though, going to be hooked in. He is able to get 1, but he's going to fall for it at the end of the day. Levi limping out of there. Very close fight, but it is 2 for 1 at Gam at the end of the day.
Gam are bringing the fight to BLG. They're moving into the enemy jungle. They are showing
really
BLG that this side of the map belongs to them. And again, without any hesitation, they force the fight. Now, Bin in a 1v1.
Yeah, he is silenced, and Kiaya could be in trouble. Both still sitting
Come
on their
on,
ultimates.
Ben.
We'll see if Bin does.
Come on,
look
Ben.
for
I've been
public
preaching the
execution. ulti gonna
song
get
of your
dropped by
skill.
Kiaya just to clear out the wave.
I need
He
at
wants
least
nothing
3
to do with
solo
Ben
kills
right now.
before
He's gonna go grab the honey fruit, and we'll be able to heal up
15
quite
minutes.
a lot off of that.
3.
Wow, but we take into consideration that the
I
first
wanna
3
see
kills
3
were secured
solo
by Gam. That
kills.
Feat of Warfare achievement grabbed by them. First dragon in the map still up as well. But it seems that these grubs are going to be the priority. Let's look back at the replays.
Come
you can see
on,
it's Beishan that starts
Bin.
off the fight.
That's
Knight is in a
big,
position
Bin.
to collapse. I
That's
don't know if they
big,
were
man,
expecting
right
Levi
there,
to just
boy.
turn on them and fight, but Elio was right there with him. Then it turns into this massive brawl.
He's
But the
massively
positioning of the wall, I
stronger
think, is
than
more
Levi.
favorable for Gam because both
I know
Emo
that they
and Artemis
can
are very safe.
hear the
Artemis
crowd.
moves
I don't
up to
think they
force
can hear
Knight
the
out of fight.
commentators.
A beautiful cleanse comes through from Elk to get him away to safety, and then Knight, thinking he can get one exit kill, ends up costing him his life.
Big Bimin.
And giving that kill over to Emo just means that things just continue to go the way of Gam.
Yeah, absolutely. In that replay, BLG was able to get 2 of the grubs. You can see Gam does take 1 for their trouble, so at least you're not going to be giving the Void Might spawn away. But Elio and Levi just grouping up here, heading over to look for a dive on Elk. Remember, there is no cleanse available. He doesn't have his flash for another couple seconds, and he is in so much trouble. There is the hook, and there is the kill. It's another one in the
Gam
pockets
is
of
coming
Artemis.
with
4
that
kills
fire.
in 9 minutes for the Gam bot laner.
Gam is coming with that freaking fire.
No mistakes, well executed. There was little that Elk could do to respond. Gam are continuing to find advantages. Now, the gold lead, not insurmountable. BLG still, of course, have ways to come back into this game, and Beishan doing what
Artemis
he can to cross map.
is 4-1,
Securing
y'all.
this dragon,
Elk is
Bin gonna be looking to
0-2.
get himself a
Their
play,
bot
and
lane,
Kiaya
0-4.
playing on the weak side for now, making sure that he's
Yeah,
just staying
no, literally,
safe so
Death
that
Ray, that's
BLG
exactly
cannot
what I
get
was
any
just looking at.
cross-map kills. But
What
to
the
see this level
heck?
of aggression, this level of
What the
execution
hecky?
coming through from Gam,
What the hecky,
I think it's a
Ante?
huge surprise.
It is great
What the
to
hecky
see
berry?
them playing like this. You know, it means we're in for a very exciting series, I think, here. As Gam, when they're on, they just really seem like they're on. There's one of these teams that just, when they catch fire, they really do kind of play with vibes, man. Like, they're one of these teams that really emphasizes that feeling of family and togetherness, and that, you know, one person is less important than the whole. And it's all about this philosophy that they have, that they take into their training, into their practice, into their gameplay, that really has netted them so much success, this trust that they have in each other's. And it can get them pretty far.
This is
We'll
a
see
big
if they can
match
get
for
them
them,
a
for
win
sure.
here against BLG, as they are out to a slight lead.
And what I will say is that when you watch the playoff run, sometimes they do just make bad decisions. Sometimes they get individually outplayed, but this roster really does make magic happen at times. The way that they find these incredible steals, the way that they navigate certain fights, like they're a team that fully trusts in each other, and they do a really good job of just committing to the play they have decided to make, and that makes for some amazing moments and is why they are here at MSI today. Now, of course, the gold lead, 1K, a very good start to the game, puts them in a good positions, but we still got a lot of the game left to go as they continue to look for a fight.
Yeah, Kiaya gonna sidestep the ulti there, and it's not gonna be a big deal. Like you
Ben,
said, it is
did
1K,
you not warm up
but one thing
before
I
the
will say
game?
is it's 1K, and it's all on Artemis. This is that playoff run that you were
Did
talking
you
about.
not warm up
Benny.
before the game?
I mean, it looked very scary
because
for
you're
them
supposed to
because they
predict
ended up
the
losing
side
to CFO in their
steps.
first
I'm not
run,
even
but
gonna
then
lie
they
to
were
you.
able to get that win over Team Secret. The win
You're
over
supposed to
Talon,
predict
I think,
them
was the
hoes.
biggest surprise, especially the way in which they won it. And then pushing CFO all the way to 5 games was a really crazy run. And again, like some of the consensus I heard was that
Nah,
they
like
even the
Ben
second
in
best
peak
team from the
form,
LCP. There were question
he
marks, there were doubts.
predicts
It was
the
kind of a
side
miracle that they
step
made
of
it here,
the
but
side step.
Game 1, they are
You know what I'm
looking
saying?
impressive. Emo gets knocked
Ben
up.
like that.
Oh, he does get knocked up, and he's gonna
Ben
have
like
to
that.
flash the
He not
safety
warmed
there,
up.
as it looks
This
like
the warm-up
Valkyrie
game.
even got interrupted. So as he comes out of that combo, just has
This
to spend the
is the
summoner spell.
warm-up
Beishan
game.
down towards the spot side, but Kiaya, of course, did spot him in that dry brush, and Beishan knows it, goes back and is able to clear that one out.
First items are starting to be completed across the board. The Heartsteel coming through from the Maokai, going for more of a defensive kind of frontline tanky build.
And I actually really like this because I do think when you are not solo AP, it's not worth it. There's the flash, and it's going to connect, and the Change of Corruption is there as well. Gam, it's surprise! They jump over the wall. They take him down. Kiaya gets the kill on Bin.
Bin was not expecting that at all.
Neither was I.
I mean, our observers were showing us Bin POV, and so we just saw the fog of war, and out of nowhere, Gam attack. The surprise collapse means that they find a big pick onto Bin, and now the advantages are starting to be...
Jump scare.
It's happening across the board, and that lead that Beishwan had
You know
been
what
able
I
to build
like
for himself
more?
early on because of those two
The
early kills,
player
that gap is
cams.
starting to close. And meanwhile, for
I
Artemis,
forgot that
a
is
1.4K
some
gold lead for him.
feedback that I gave them for
to the
first
Maokai point,
stand
to me,
because
if
they
you're not
had
solo
the
AP
player
Maokai,
cams
I think it is
like
just
right
wrong
here,
to go AP almost always.
and they were
There's
really
so much
small like
damage
this.
on this team. You have Kiaya
But
on
I
the
told
Rumble,
them
you have
that,
double AP
like,
carry.
you know, we
just
like
need
to look at
create
the
space for them.
players
You need to be able to peel.
and
You
see
need to
their
be able to
reactions and
create
whatnot,
that
and they
zone
took
of
that
control
feedback.
to
I'm glad
buy the
to
Corki and the
see
Varus
they
time to do
integrated
their
that.
work. So I absolutely love that he is
I'm
going
glad
to be
to see
going
they
full tank
integrated
here
that.
with that
I'm
hard
just now
steal.
noticing that.
Makes a lot of sense.
I also love this vision investment from GAM on the bot side of the map. Look at all these wards that have been set up, making it a lot
Like,
more
we can actually see them.
for Kiaya to play in the 1 versus 1 matchup. Just getting that deep vision in just provides them with that extra bit of security so that they know that the Rumble can play very, very safe. While Levi
not
starts to move back
Arvin.
up towards the top side, but BLG naturally doing the exact same in response, making sure that they have good vision coverage, keeping track of where Levi is on the map so that these surprise ganks are less likely to be effective.
Ben looking to try to get in range of Kiaya, but can't quite do it. This is going to be constantly
Guys,
trading back and forth
tomorrow,
here. Kiaya doing a good job
there's an
spacing Ben,
event.
it seems like, when we're checking in for the most part, not
At
allowing
the
him to
exact
really
time
get those good
that
trades. And I
MSI
mean, when you're
starts.
playing against Mbessa, so much of these matchups is about forcing Mbessa to use the spells to close the gap, not allowing her to begin trades with those spells. As Kiaya again overheats, and this time Ben is going to be in a lot of trouble. Equalizer is ready. He just hit 11. I think Ben, it's time to get
We
cooked.
get him for
There's
free.
the Equalizer, turns around with the public execution, does proc the Eclipse Shield, trying to run for the hills, but it's just not enough. Kiaya will not allow him to escape.
Oh my
Kiaya gets a
gosh.
solo kill onto Bin.
They're
What a
killing it.
fantastic play. Punishing
There's gonna
the
be
aggression
DJs
from Bin.
and
The
Lizzo.
Rumble now sitting at 2-0-0, a 1.2K
Lizzo will
goal
be
lead for
performing.
Kiaya. And GAM
And we
have
get him for
everything
free.
going for them. No Rumble ultimate available for the Dragon spawning in 5 seconds, but the Corki is in position. Bin does have the TP available to join in the event that a fight
League
does kick
greater
off.
than Lizzo.
Emo avoids,
Dang.
and this is the thing, I feel like GAM is showing the utmost respect to BLG while still playing
Greater
with
than
nothing but
Lizzo?
confidence.
Absolutely, and you have to. You cannot disrespect.
I will say,
Knight
I have
and Ben
already
and Elkanah.
missed
These guys have been here so many
the
times before, but there's a
Playboy
fight breaking out.
Cardi
Elio
in
could
the
be in trouble. The
Weekend
second jump does connect onto
concert.
Levi, but he is tanky enough to survive. Ben arrives with a TP, so does
Giving up
Kiaya.
Lizzo
Remember, Kiaya
might-
has no ultimate. Emo
might
hitting
be
on the
my
side,
last
trying to
straw.
get them low. You can see the ultimate coming out from Jin as well. On flashes forward. There's the flash from Beishwan, sending Kiaya into the wall. He's overheated and he is shut down. And now Emo's in trouble as well. Just like that, BLG roar to life. Take 3 kills and the Dragon.
The snap engage from BLG was ruthless. They isolate
So we're
the support.
getting back
They make
into
sure
it
that they have a
slowly
numbers
but
advantage.
surely.
And as GAM is
We got the
filtering
Dragon.
in, they just
We
pick
got the
them off
Infernal
one
Dragon.
by one. You'll see Levi and Elio sitting in the river trying to contest some vision. The Talia ultimate comes through.
Levi
Then they get
plays
split off.
Lee
Artemis can't really
Sin.
offer anything.
Right,
The Corki
Holy?
is
Am
still
I tripping?
separated, and the TP is late from Kiaya. Remember, no Rumble ultimate available. Then the knockout onto the Varus means that he can't get involved in the fight, and it just becomes pick after pick after pick. And what was a 2K gold lead
Right
for
now,
GAM
he's playing an
disappears in a single
enabler.
fight.
Yeah,
And
it's
I
just
need
being
him
able
to
find
play a
these small
carry.
windows, punishing your opponents. It was a great angle there from Knight. Comes over with
But
the
I feel like
Weaver's
that's
wall,
his
able to
play style,
section
though.
them
He
off,
likes
and
enabling
without
his
Kiaya
team.
having the ulti, he couldn't really get much of anything done in that fight. So great punish there from BLG. They now maintain the gold lead as Kiaya will try to defend this tower here, but seems like it may not be long for this world. He's trying to deny the feats of
missed the
strength. They're
cannon.
both rushing for this first
If you
tower,
go to
which would
Lizzo,
get
we
it
have
for
to watch
either
the League
team.
VOD.
Emo
That's
down
the
here on
deal.
the bot side, supported by Elio. It is important
Do we
that
go
they
to
try to push for this.
Lizzo and watch
Do have the numbers
MSI
advanced
while
from
we're
both sides of the map.
there?
The hook is going to go wide for Elio. Another wave is coming through for Knight. He's very close to securing that
hard one.
tower.
Yeah, I mean,
Levi
Levi's
is
got to get
hovering.
up here. Otherwise, they're going to lose the tower, I think, on this wave. Kiaya needs help to defend it, but Knight is pushing forward. Kiaya trying to keep it alive. They are racing for it. Bin on the other side does pop the ulti. Elio tanking up the tower as much as he possibly can. Kiaya about to overheat, trying to run for it. As Beishwan's coming in, there's
Dang.
On arriving as well. Going to pop the ulti to try to tank up the tower. Bin is in trouble. Emo's making it happen. There's the public execution.
Wait, I
Trying to
can't
take down
see.
Elio. He
Move.
does. He's in the 1v2. Can he make it happen? The shield, the double. It's Bin, and he is back.
Beautiful play
That's
from
the
Ben.
Ben we've been
Leveraging the
waiting
tower
for.
aggro to punish the 2v1
That's the.
dive.
I'm so glad I
BLG
moved
will
my
also
camera,
get
dude.
the top
Holy freaking
tower,
moly.
and very
That's the
quickly,
freaking
momentum
Ben
is
we
shifting.
are ready
BLG finding
for.
plays across the
Conrad,
map,
I love
getting a
Streamer
flash from
University. It was so
Kiaya
much
on
fun.
the
But
top
also,
side,
hello.
and
Hope you're having a good
Ben
day.
getting 2 kills in the 2
Oh,
versus
kind
1.
of Arvin.
Yeah, that is just a backbreaker. They're obviously trying to rush for this first tower.
And you can see the tower aggro is going to connect onto Elio. Bin is going to leverage that by utilizing his ultimate to keep him underneath that tower. Once the hook comes through, he keeps him in tower range. Nice backstep from Bin to create that space between him and Emo to then turn it into the kill. The shield then comes through.
The shield, perfect
Drops
timing.
the Eclipse as well, and then secures the double kill.
Oh
I mean, that was
my
just
gosh,
so
what a guy.
played. Small thing
What a
there.
man.
Bin goes for the
What a
backstep,
man,
pulling
what a
Emo
man,
away.
what a man,
So Ilio
what a
had to walk
mighty
further into
man.
tower range to get the locket on
Truly.
him. He wasn't in locket range, so he walked up to try to give that locket. That meant he
Sleep
got
was very
stuck in
much
that tower for an
non-existent
additional
at
shot,
Streamer
gets taken
University,
down.
for sure.
Bin pulls off the 1v2. As his W comes back up, he has the shield, he has the Eclipse shield, he is just making it happen, man. And that is the thing about this guy. You know, say all you want about an inconsistent year, but he is on fire so far. And now Artemis in a lot of trouble. It's going to flash out, but it is not going to get him anywhere. Elio could be next to fall. The equalizer is going to use from Kiaya, but not to much effect whatsoever. And in comes Beishuan.
That's what I think of whenever I hear his name.
Crash into the tower. The tower's incredibly low. On is looking
I
for the
think very
dive here. Emo
cute.
trying to push them
Ooh.
back, but they're really struggling to do so. Hook's going to go wide there
I
from
was like,
Elio.
dang, this
Now
fight
the ulti
going
does come out, but
on
Kiaya
for
has
a
already
while.
fallen.
Very much wet
BLG are
noodle.
running away with it.
They finally
out of
picked up
nowhere.
someone.
BLG do not hesitate to punish a mistake. The moment that you overstep, they capitalize. And look, they're even fishing for more. Knight trying to hover off in the fog of war. He will be spotted out, but this tower is surely going to fall. And BLG, with the small advantage that they were able to find in the earlier skirmishes, they are mounting a massive gold lead. 3.3k now the advantage. A mid tower secured just short of 4k. And as we jump into the replay, an engage comes through from On. He knows he has the ultimate, but the quick collapse coming from Knight means that again, BLG guarantee themselves a numbers advantage. A 5 versus 3. Kiaya has no angle to get involved. Artemis has already lost his life. And then when they continue the siege, On is just saying, screw it, I'm just going to keep them away from the tower. Let's see if we can secure this objective. Kiaya steps up too far, and he gets punished by Knight. Great positioning, great play from BLG as they mount firm control here in game one.
And I mean, it feels like it was a minute ago we were talking about this race for first tower. BLG now took all of the outers there, as you can see in the Coinbase gold grind. This is all of the different sources that Knight has gotten gold from. So you can see 1,100 of his gold is from kills, 4,371
Wow.
from minions, and so
Guys,
on.
I'm telling y'all,
As there's been
minions,
going in again, it's going to be
guaranteed gold, bro.
another kill here.
Oh,
as Artemis,
they
great
cooking
start,
now,
but
boy.
he is getting caught and he
They
is getting
cooking
punished
now.
once again. No flash, no chance.
BLG are just so effective at finding these small positioning mistakes and capitalizing so quickly.
They are cooking now.
Knight's ability to collapse. He didn't use the ultimate this time, but we've seen it multiple times. And while it might seem like that they're over-grouping, I feel like GAM is just being drawn into the fight. Rather than looking for cross maps or looking for advantages elsewhere on the map, they're just constantly trying to trade with BLG, and BLG are getting the better of them. Now Knight once again throws the ulti out to catch this mid wave and look for a pick.
Yep, you are not allowed to trade. They're saying you cannot take that tower. Levi tried to get down there and see if he could fight over Otacon. Does proc the phase rush, but he's got no flash, and I think he's going to get chased down. There's the flash in from On. Bin and 3 members of BLG will knock down Levi once again. He wanted to get there, see if he could make a hero play at the Otacon, but he loses his life. And it's just going to be a dragon as well off the back of that. As BLG are just taking everything. They're farming your jungle, they're defending their mid tower, they're taking Otacon, killing your jungler, and then getting the dragon.
We created it ourselves. We are building the
some really
the
awesome
book of
plays
League of
from so many
Legends.
members, but BLG, they are the classic. You give them a finger and they'll take the whole arm. The moment that you give them a semblance of an advantage, I know, right?
I gave them my finger.
And they want the arm.
That's messed up.
And not only, they're beating you with the arm right now. They're taking absolutely
really messed
everything.
up.
It's so messed up. But BLG find themselves with a 5k goal lead. Second items being
We
completed
snapping.
across the board. And they're looking good. We wanted to see a statement game from BLG, and it was looking shaky within the first 10 minutes. But here we find ourselves 22 minutes in, and BLG are looking confident.
Yeah, I mean, Knight now well over 2,000 gold ahead of his counterpart here. He did go for the Mage Eyes, lost some stacks off of that, so it is a bit unfortunate, but he is, of course, on his 2 items, got the early Rylai's. And when you look over, you see all these melee champs on the other side. It's going to be very frustrating for them to be dealing with this. So it is going to be, I think, a tough ask for Kiaya, Levi, and the rest of GAM to try to come back here. You start feeling like it has to come down to picks. Find people in side lanes. Try to find odd number fights where you can find a 2v1 or a 3v1 or something like that to try to even out the fight. But BLG is just pushing this game forward so fast. I mean, you have 4 minutes until Ocean Soul.
Exactly. And I think that that is another angle. Ooh,
Bin is going to go in, but this time Levi is behind him. Has been a bit off more than he could chew. Levi overheated, trying to get the damage down, and TP's even coming in as Beishuan's going to rise.
Okay,
so
nice. We got one out, but another one came. They're reproducing like literal cockroaches.
He has a flash of his own, but not even going to need to use it because the reinforcements are arriving. Elk
like
is here,
the whole team came up here in 3 seconds, y'all. I'm so for real.
He's trying to section them off. Levi is going to get trapped, and Levi's got no flash. Stunned against the wall there by Beishuan. Going in for the re-engage as his team is firing over the wall, and now Beishuan has to flash out. It's Elio that is the target. Gam will retreat, will survive, but just by the skin of their teeth, BLG
That's
clearly
crazy.
Too much to handle.
A very awkward fight for both sides there. I was expecting BLG to look for a cross map, but there were only really tier 2 towers for them to play for, so instead Knight set his sights on actually collapsing, looking to try and convert this into more kills. I think Levi, once he was trapped, played that very well, utilizing the twisted advance to get out of harm's way. But ultimately, it doesn't result in a huge amount.
Both of these teams, but I think I'm rooting for BLG as I really like Elk, Knight, and
Bin.
Bin.
Could be crucial, but with the next objective still a minute away from the Baron, I think we're really setting our sights on that Dragon. Soul for BLG, 2.5 minutes away. I think their priority is going to be pushing in these sideways, getting good vision coverage around that side of the map, and potentially looking for a few more picks.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's going to be up to Gam to just try to get as strong as you possibly can and have a proper setup to try to deny this from BLG. When you are playing a comp like this, Corky Varus, you're so reliant on your poke. We talked about it during the draft. If you are a poke comp and you're playing into Ocean Soul, things are tough. So we'll see if they can find a way to make it happen, but you're looking at the map right now, and there's just not really any wards in the area for Gam. You can see that Elio is trying to get over there and trying to reestablish some vision control. Bin here getting chased down by Kiaya. The rest of the team is coming in. We'll see if they can find him. Remember, he has no flash. The Equalizer is there to slow, and in comes Levi. Public execution going to be used, and he is just trying to waste their time as BLG on the other side of the map are looking for a play. They do get the shutdown, but again, it costs them the Equalizer. That should be up, though, before the Dragon does spawn here, as BLG looking to pressure some towers.
Good news is that the wave was quite far away, but Emo needs to be very careful. He's going to respect the collapse from Beishuan, and this tower is going to fall. I would say that the risk of using those ultimates is that will they be available for the next Dragon's fight? 1 minute and 20 seconds. I imagine that the Equalizer will be up, but it's going to be close on the Maokai ultimate for sure. Kiaya will secure his second. I mean, actually, he's still sitting on a decent amount of gold. He'll have to go back to base and spend what he can. The tower is still standing, as BLG have done a great job of keeping all of these outer towers alive. But this Dragon, 1 minute away.
I can't stand the Bin slander.
I imagine the big
He's showing up today. Wait, there's Bin slander? Who's slandering Bin?
Or BLG, it could be the final nail in the coffin for securing game 1.
Who slanders
When
Bin?
you're 5K up here, if you grab Soul on top of that, it just feels like an insurmountable advantage. So Gam may get just that one more shot here to try to make something happen. Yeah, does go back to base, spends up that gold like you talked about, and does get the Seekers. So it is going to be something very important for this next fight. But it is going to be problematic that you can see the third item is now done for Elk. He has the LDR. You can see both of Banshee's Veil as well as the Lightning Jewel.
Looking like for tomorrow.
For both of those there for Knight. So he's quite strong here as well. And BLG looking to try to regain control over mid lane.
Find ourselves in a tense situation. Gam recognize that they need to gain some space, but their vision coverage is very limited.
So it'll be whoever loses this game
is doing a good job of controlling that mid wave.
Fury.
They are very stacked. On's going to go in, and Bin is here to support. On in a lot of trouble, but he is going to survive.
Oh my gosh, Own did not die. Own did not die. They're blocked off, eating these Jin ulti 4 shots. Kiaya going to die.
Another stun there onto the Nautilus looking for him. They do knock down a third
member. Oh my gosh, so many flashes.
Gam, and it feels like just like that, the fight is already done. BLG crush it. They take 3. They're going to take the Soul to boot.
It feels like that it's too much of a wallet difference at this point. It was a straight up front to back, and that Maokai just melted.
Wow.
The fact that On was also able to get out of that situation, and then the rest of BLG chased down Gam.
So yeah, it's Furia versus whoever loses this game, and then at 5 o'clock it'll be G2 versus whoever wins this game.
They're trying to get through these chokes, trying to stay together so they don't get picked off, but the problem is you're just setting up these great angles for BLG to attack.
So let's Look at our MasterCard price this moment as it's Levi that gets engaged on
G2
initially.
won
And that's who
versus Fred.
BLG focus. They don't overcomplicate the fight. They just turn their attention to the front line. Once he's gone, they then look for the chase by removing the Corki. The collapse becomes even
I bet
easier.
it feels
with a really
horrible
nice Talia wall
being
coming through from
Furia
Knight. It once again splits up Gam and makes the fight easier.
Oh, we're back to line.
A lot of the
Elio tried to flash out,
esports
hooks to the
community
wall, but he's
counts
just dead.
Latin
And
America
Beishwan
out
wants even more.
and Brazil out.
Knight's positioning has been a
They
thing
think
of beauty.
that, like,
Every
they're
ult
not
that you're
good.
talking about, Betty, seems to be perfectly placed.
They
And
don't
now
perform
Kiaya in a world of
internationally.
hurt down here.
And for
Ben
them
with the
to
double
have
loss
been
with the Ocean
so
Soul, he does
close,
not care about
taking
your poke any
G2,
longer.
a major
it
region
really
to
has
game
been a
5.
beautiful game from Knight.
Like,
Kind of the
I
silent
know they
carry
feel
in a
like that
sense,
was
but
our chance.
We've seen it in every single play. His use of the Talia wall has just been
I
flawless.
hope
And Gam
that
now
they
trying
come
to
back
see,
tomorrow
Can they find a
strong.
way in to try to seal away this Baron? Teleport coming out there from
I do.
Kiaya, but here comes Knight one more time. Beishwan and Bin trying to push their way in. Artemis is left out to the wolves.
Yeah, no,
and
they
he's
should
gonna
definitely
get
be proud.
bit
They
in
played an
half as
amazing game.
Beishwan pushing back the jungler. He's 3 levels up.
The
Emo's
caster
dead
said
as
he's
well,
been
as they're just gonna
inconsistent.
look to
He
try to
looked
end
rough
the
at the
game
beginning
right
of this
here,
game,
right
but now we're
they
looking
get a
good.
third,
Way to
and
go,
they're
Elk.
on the march now. The wave is going to be coming in. They're not heading to the Baron, so they just want to try to close it out.
BLG with ruthless execution on the team fight. There is little room for Gam to react.
One may
They
say
execute,
public.
They destroy and they
Public
capitalize. BLG
execution.
setting their sights on the Nexus.
It's Levi and Elio versus the entire team, but with the Ocean Soul, they don't have the damage to stop them. We'll see if they can clear out the wave, find a miracle play, but I don't think it's going to happen. Elio falling as well as Elk goes dominating. It's 20 to 8.
GGs.
It's a 10,000
That's a quick
gold
one.
lead. It's 29 minutes into the game, and BLG just padding the stats, trying to get more kills here on the doors to the fountain as Artemis is going to respawn just to die one last time.
All right, I think this is where we're going to see the 3-0 from Ben. I think he's going to hit us with a...
Gam as BLG takes game number 1.
A convincing
Man's locked
performance
in,
from
maybe
BLG.
not.
The early game looked
Why
a
are you
little
smiling?
shaky.
You just got
I
your
loved
cheeks
the
took, bro.
confidence from
Lock
the Gam
in.
bot lane. The solo
Lock
kill
in.
from
Oh boy,
Kiaya.
was cheesing.
Things were looking good, but it only took a single fight from BLG.
What happened to
close the goal
BLG's
gap
cute little
and
colors?
swing
They
the
used to be
momentum
white
massively
and
in
cotton
their favor.
candy
That's
and
scary
blue
stuff,
and pink.
man.
Why
We've
they
seen these
black?
kind of series so many times in the past where some of these underdog teams come out. They
It's so
show their
dark.
prowess, their individual skill in the lane.
I like
but
their
then when
light,
it comes
fun
time to moving
colors.
around the
He
map,
gotta keep
to
the
setting up
spirits high.
objectives, to
He
moving
need
as a
to-
unit,
he need to keep
BLG definitely
the
looked like they were
APM
on
high. That's what he
another
needs to keep
level
high.
in this first game.
Yeah, they certainly did. And
That's what he
BLG
need to keep high.
kind of meeting the
He
expectations
need to keep the
put upon
CS
them.
high
Coming in as
and the
heavy
death
favorites,
slow.
dominating game 1.
That's what
We'll
he
see
need
if
to
Gam
do.
can bounce back.
We will see BLG claim the
If
first win
Ben
of the
locks
series.
in Camille,
Dracos,
bro,
what you
like
got back
literally
into
just
this?
FF.
I'm going to be honest, mixed feelings, because for the first 5 minutes of that game, I was like, there's no way both series are
It's
like
happening
Yeah.
again.
It's
Yeah.
happening again. But BLG very quickly reminded us
Yeah.
that not all teams are created equal and not all teams fight as well as other teams. Those guys were
I was
monsters.
sweating, honestly, right? Because like Artemis was kind of the major upgrade.
I would
thought, this
I would be
roster
happy just to
made
be there
that
too.
Gam has been fielding. Their bot lane had a really great start to the game, right? But then we had the fateful dragon fight where everything changed for BLG, and I think the big thing for me going into this was that the Rumble ult was down, right? Like it had actually been used on Bin.
They look so
in the
serious.
bot
They
lane.
really do
So
look
when
so
this starts
serious.
up, it's a really good example.
Where'd the pastels
of
go?
why
Exactly.
BLG
Like I
wanted
was having
this
fun with those.
Poppy-Topia combo
They were very cute.
So badly.
Yeah, and also just on top of the fact that Talia was able to make it there first, I think Gam just needs to be able to anticipate the play that he was going to be there first at all times. Like, he gets 2 crazy flicks. That was a great flick to be able to get Emo as well. So I thought it was a really good play overall from BLG. You mentioned it. That was really kind of broke open. But also they just kept pounding.
I feel
them
like
in,
everybody
it kept
does like
happening
the
again
all
and
black
again. Like the
jersey
Talia
though.
ulti, whenever it was up, guess who was getting sacrificed? It was Artemis.
I'd
yeah,
love
well,
to
the thing for me is
see-
just Knight is a demon, and sometimes
Yes.
you forget.
Yeah, like the
right?
white
Because
was
oftentimes we
fun.
hold Knight to such
The
a high
white with the
standard that if
blue
he's
and the
not in
pink, it was
contention
so
for
fun
best
and
mid lane in the
pretty.
world, people are like that's not enough for him.
Yeah.
But you
Dude,
forget
their
just how
jackets
incredible this
though
player
are
can be in
so
the
clean
clutch.
cut.
And that was the first of many team fights.
Like that's
that
a
single
clean
moment, it
freaking
never
cut
felt like
jacket,
Gam
bro.
had another
I'd
chance
rock that.
to get back into the game.
I'd rock
even
that.
as we look at the
Yo,
game-winning
BLG
fights,
hit me up.
even as we look at the mid game. their consistency here was incredible. Now, the lane phase is still shaky. There's
Slide,
some things you can throw criticism at, but across the board, the coordination here in these fights was excellent.
Yeah, as we see this game-winning fight come through, right? Like they immediately get on to Artemis.
How are you
At this
doing?
point, they're so far ahead that it's going to be really difficult for Bin to not just be able to go in and get on these carries, but you really see how they wanted to play this composition out, especially when ahead.
Yeah, because the fact that if you look at this composition and you're Artemis and you have such a great lead, it's like maybe I've circumvented the entire problem. Like there's no threats from the Talia and even like
Are you talking about the green one?
Like maybe I'm fine. No, all of that was thrown to the
Something
wayside.
the
You're right.
fun,
The lead
Vandy,
happened,
the
and so
fun.
when he gets crushed like that, and
I was
there's
gonna wear
really
that
nothing
tonight.
to stop that from happening.
I
and
want
this
to
is
plan a
just one
fit
of
with it,
many
bro.
plays that showed
That jacket's
he's
pretty
getting,
fire.
like destroyed by the Talia or the ulti coming in.
I'd get it,
from,
but I'm
from
tired.
the top lane, it's just it's rough.
I'd go
Back
get
at
it.
And I do
But I'm
definitely
a
want to
little bit
highlight
tired.
the
I'm not gonna
massive
okay.
gold shift that did happen, right? Because it's important to
Do they not
remember
sell it
that
anymore?
GAM were actually up,
Is
I
it
believe,
NA-T1?
2.4k gold, right? So it's just this entire section
Shop.
of the game. And in particular, look at what happens with these two top laners, right? This is where Bin really, really pulls ahead, even though it actually starts with him getting
T1 shop
killed
in
in
A.
the bot lane.
And unfortunately, I don't think we're showing the correct gold graph currently.
Oh.
We got a little preview
No,
of
you did
what's
it
to
correctly.
come,
It just wasn't showing.
perhaps for AL and T1.
Yeah.
But the big thing to highlight is this was not a game that started off super incredibly for BLG, but they found that single angle. It just continued to snowball. And I think the moment where we
got
kind
some
of came
sweats.
back to earth, other than the dragon moment, was when we were reminded not to test the Gigabin in our HyperX replay, because this is a guy who is gold
I want
even a
the
concept that he cares
2024
about?
World's
I think
jersey.
not.
That thing
He's
is
just outplaying like a
fire.
madman.
Yeah, this 2v2 is pretty incredible.
white-
Because at first it looked like he was just dead. The shield does
Show
eat it. He
y'all.
plays back. Like when he walks up first for the wave, then Ilio's like, okay, this should be a good dive for us. I'm gonna take turret aggro. Now Ben ultis not just
Okay,
to
so
take
like
this
this
shot,
is their
but the
merch right
next turret
now.
shot that comes through, so he
This
couldn't
one
even flash,
right
so he dies right
here,
then
my
and there.
boy.
Yeah, and going into this, Elio had actually been the huge playmaker for them,
That's a
right?
banger
So being able to keep
jersey,
it
bro.
within turret
That's a banger
range was
jersey.
massive. Bin turns it around, 2 for 0.
The W shield and the
That's a
Eclipse
banger
shield.
jersey.
You're like, okay, my support's down. Maybe I can still kill him. Couldn't get the job
I have
done.
this. I have
Nothing that feels
this.
worse than seeing an enemy Ambessa come back to lane with Eclipse. You're like, ah, yes, I no longer get
Here
to
it
deal
is.
damage. That appears to be the case. Here now we have the correct PGB powered by AWS.
Is it sold
And
out?
Still pretty impressive stuff across the board
It's
for
not
BLG.
sold out.
We look ahead to game 2. How worried are you about
still
that
got it.
early game that we saw? Is this something that you think GAM can exploit and potentially bring home a game? What are you focusing on when it comes to that game 2? What are you guys keeping
Yo,
track of?
Limitless, thank you so
I'm
much
a little
for the
more,
subscription and welcome to the
because,
Mother
I feel
Redacted
like
Tune Up
that's the
Squad.
sucker
Hope
punch
you're
you
having a
go
beautiful
for,
day
like,
today.
You think you're coming in
Thank
as
you
the
for
heavy
supporting
favorites,
the stream.
and then once again, BLG were at the sleep at the wheel last MSI as well, and then they cleaned it up later on. I feel like they're going to be a lot more safer, and I'm going to be looking at GAM a little bit, and I'm just going to have one request: be more careful on the mid wave, please. I'm begging, GAM. Just be a lot more careful on the mid wave.
I wonder
so
if
that's
GAM
gonna
can
be
hear
my
them.
message
Seems
going
fair.
into this one.
Hopefully there's less Talia in this game. Thank you, Fearless. But the mid wave is it's a scary place, dark and full of terrors, most certainly. Emily, what are you focused on?
For BLG, I mean, we kind of talked about how shaky at times this bot lane in Elk particular has had a very up and down split. So I really want them to start off a little bit better, let's just say.
How much of that is individual performance versus like draft? I know we did throw some criticism. We were a little bit skeptical about the Jhin Alistair lane into the Varus Nautilus.
I was very skeptical about it.
It seems like rightfully
I feel
so.
like that skepticism was paid off. But I think the big thing they did want in this draft is the Talia Poppy. I think tunneling on certain things in draft has been a BLG
In this
special
economy,
a little
you
bit.
do not
So
have Uzi
the
collections to
big important thing
buy.
going in for GAM is that they are on blue side, so I'm
Excuse
curious
me?
to see what they end up on, because I actually thought their
Where's
drafting
your
in
time
this
at?
first game was very solid.
Yep. Adaptations in draft, it sounds like, for the side of BLG, and maybe being a little bit more careful around the mid wave for the side of GAM. There's a lot of dangerous players who can show up there. You gotta be careful about the risks you take. For now, though, we're gonna head to a quick break. When we return, game 2 coming up. We'll see if GAM can bounce back.
Last game took an L, but this one they bounced back. Galeado coming in with the Twitch Prime and the 6 months of support. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Hope you're having a blessed day today. They've got some Vandy the Pink mouse pads or desk mats. That gulp sounds like it hurt low key. All right.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to?
Their cinematics, their music does go off. Is that Tyla or am I tripping?
Okay, okay. I get it now.
They showed her for like 0.5 seconds. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Like in a good way, the dude in the ad transformed into Samira and had on them shorts. Wait, I didn't see. In the Red Bull? The Red Bull commercial? Oh, I didn't see it. Dude, I want to play League of Legends. I want to play a game, man. I want to play a game.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight in the dark and light.
God dang.
Welcome back here for BLG versus GAM, game number 2. We have some news as Eris is going to be subbing in for GAM in the mid lane.
Eris, the fabled 7-man roster of GAM. I'm excited to see what he can do.
They say, bro, you ain't perform.
Prepared this team coming into this tournament.
Get the frick out.
Eris is a player that they played a lot with throughout spring and throughout winter as well. And he's just a resource-intensive player. And that style just wasn't as effective compared to what they found when playing with Emo. Now, he is known as
apparently
more
they
of a
got a
carry
7-man
player. When
roster.
you give him the resources, he's the type of guy that knows how to use those leads.
Depends on how many games
game.
this
And so coming into game 2,
series
it seems that they
goes
want to
to.
try and put more emphasis on that mid lane matchup because
no pressure, it's just Knight.
Let's be honest.
It's fine.
When you leave Knight to just do his thing, it does seem that that's a bit of a problem. And
Slay,
that's one of
sis.
the things about Knight is
Y'all,
regardless of the
BLG
struggles of
or
BLG,
Ben
I
has
do
not
think that he has
3-0'd the
just
camera
continued
yet.
to be a standout player. While his playoffs
This is
definitely
growth.
left something to be desired. When
This
I
is
think about his
growth.
performance throughout the year, I still think he's been one of the stars of the team, and I've been impressed with what he's been able to
This is
demonstrate. And
growth.
again, he comes into MSI and he has a performance like that. Those Talia walls were just fantastic at every single opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's so hard to see a game like game number 1 and be like, oh, yeah, you got that guy. You know, the guy who had 4K gold lead. You know, the guy who had those perfect Talia walls every single time instead of every single team fight perfectly. Yep, that's your man.
That's your man.
Go get him.
Right?
Go get him, Tiger.
Who are we supporting?
Hey, you're the
I honestly like both of
you
these
didn't even get to warm
teams,
up
but
because you
I think I
you
like
weren't expecting the
BLG's
series, so.
players more.
Well, I have confidence.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they already have Emo's arm, and they're beating us with it apparently. So, I mean, you're gonna have to make a sub, right?
Well, let's see what he's prepared for us. We're getting ready for the draft in game 2. Of course, we are
I want to see some
Fearless.
crazy
If you have
stuff,
just
y'all.
joined us,
Oh,
that means that
can
everything
you
that was picked in game
please,
1 will not be available for the rest of the series.
Hey.
And as we move deeper into the pool, we have to think about things that rise in priority. Things like Varus still high in priority.
I'm
The
begging.
Gwen was banned away. Kalista was banned away. We saw a lot of the globals taken away from GAM as well.
Exactly, yeah, and that's what I was really curious about. You know, is BLG going to maintain the same bans here? You know, they prioritized Talia on blue side with the first pick, and they triple banned globals away. So it's really interesting to see if that is going to be their strategy
Okay,
throughout
Jinx.
this entire
Okay,
series.
Ari.
You know, just deny the globals from GAM. Don't allow them to kind of have that
Where
additional
are you,
power
Kai?
to play the
Like
map
Kai
and
Cenat?
to really be out there. Or was that something that was more
I don't know
catered
any other
towards
Kais.
Emo? We are about to find out here as we head on into Champ Select, powered by Omen HyperX.
Are there other Kais that
It
I
is
don't know
game
about?
2 here between GAM and BLG. GAM, of course, now on the blue side and with their subbed in mid laner.
So far, the bans have remained the same. Nocturne coming through from BLG, the Kalista on the side of GAM. Ooh, they're banning the TF themselves. So that does raise questions as to what their priority pick is going to be. I mean, they have a lot of options still available to them. If they want to play it safe, things like the Varus, very safe top side of the map. They could also prioritize something like a Wukong for Levi, maybe even the Xin Zhao. Pantheon, of course, another very present, powerful champion on the current meta.
Yeah, I mean, the two
Ben
most played
smiling? What is happening?
during the season were the
What is
Ryze
happening?
as well as the Ahri. So it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah,
you know,
he
A,
cracked
if the
that
Ryze
smile
left
and
up
went
as one of those
straight
kind of
back into
semi-global
lock-in
champions.
mode, bro.
And B, you know, even if that is taken away, would they want to go towards something like the Ahri, which is still up and available here in game number 2? So the shoe is kind of on the other foot, as it just seems that these are the blue side bans that both
I feel
of
like
these
we're gonna
teams
see
feel that
a
are not worth the
Camille
first pick, but
insta-lock.
also cannot be given over to the red side.
I am surprised to see the Pantheon ban come through from GAM. I thought that would be something that they would love to get their hands on. I'm curious as to what the first pick is going to be. BLG have plenty of time to think about how they're going to round out their bans. They have chosen to remove the Gwen away from Kiaya. We talked about Gwen being a contested pick coming into this series. Both top laners love it. And Aurora very much targeted towards that mid lane matchup. Emo played a lot of it. Ares, I mean, they want to still show that respect against the potential pick in the mid lane.
But no games played on it so far this split, so it's interesting, you know.
I mean, it might be that the curveball BLG prepared
Okay,
so much
no
with the
Camille
expedition
insta-lock.
playing Emo, now playing into Ares,
got a
a
Vi.
quantity that they don't know as well.
Well, here we go. I talked about, you know, two most played were the Ryze as well as the Ahri. I called out the Ahri Vi, so it looks like that's probably what we are going to be heading towards here for GAM, giving themselves some playmaking there in the mid lane. And if you are expecting, it could just be a slam down of the Annie, which people do quite like into that Ahri.
Yeah, and this is the thing that I like about it the most. Knight is daring you to pick Ahri into him. Not only is he known worldwide for his Ahri, but also Annie was a champion that he made a name for himself on back in 2023 at MSI. It was something that he was bringing out throughout 2023, and is one of his comfort picks, and as you rightly said, is very good into the Ahri matchup. So he's basically daring Ares to say, go on then, show me what you got, because I'm a big fan of this matchup.
Is he going to do it?
Well, it looks like the gauntlet has been thrown down, and I think the challenge about to be answered as it looks like the Ahri is going to get locked in. So Eris will be going with it regardless of the fact that he's almost being like pre-counterpicked here by Knight. I mean, you know, very similar roles that I think both of these champions play on both sides. We have mid jungle for both sides. It is playmaking, it is engage, it is a powerful 2v2 for both of these teams. That being said, I do think that the Annie Wukong kind of is easier to get value out of and is easier to pilot in these team fights.
I think the big value as well is you're taking the Wukong away from Levi. It's one of his staples, one of his go-tos. And by denying that and also giving yourself just strong team fighting prowess,
that's
I really
such a
like the
safe
approach
pick.
that BLG have taken in the draft. Right now, there's a bit of a cheeky Mel hover, but of course, there's a lot of flexibility. I would love to see a Jack slam for Bin.
Honestly, for Bin, yeah, that's a scary.
This is one outplay. Just
that's a
ride
scary
off that
one to go against.
Believe in yourself in the same way that we're used to from him.
Stop doing this.
We're gonna get the support.
I hate getting baited by them, bro.
Come through from On, another engaged support. So Beishuan and On. I'm expecting to see some of the synergy that we saw from them in Game 1 with so many fantastic engages being set up by the Alistar from On.
And I really feel like the Rel here on 3 is kind of a bit of an adaptation because of Fearless, but because with Rakan taken away and the Alistar as well as the Nautilus already taken away by the first game's Fearless, if you double
either play the champ or not, no, like literally.
You're really getting into a
either
much
lock
lower
that
tier
hoe
of
in or
engaged
stop
supports.
hovering
So
it.
I don't think that On was willing to allow that to happen. So as a result, they're going to earlier pick their engaged support. But
what is that,
series,
Pauls?
especially if Gam is able to get a win, is going to get into kind of that weird territory where
they're
supports
like
cannot
slamming
just
the
pick
computer.
the default meta
Yeah,
engaged champs. They are very
that's how I
quickly going
feel.
to be pushed out of it in Game 3, Game 4, and beyond.
Yeah, and I imagine Nico is going to rise in priority as the series goes on. But Xayah, I feel like, will be the follow-up ban coming through from BLG to deny that Xayah-Rakan pairing. On the side of Gam, though, do they really want to limit the mid lane, the AD carry pool? Yeah, they will. Okay, they're going to ban the Xayah themselves.
It's really interesting because I was going to say, you know, one of the things that they could be worried about is the actual Xayah pick on 4 for Elk, right? Because they are also showcasing a hard dive comp that Xayah answers well. So, you know, it is one of the advantages here of being on red side is that you can essentially like triple ban almost through the AD carry, use your 2 bans, then you take away another on that 4th pick. And you can really limit the champion pool here for Artemis, who had an incredible start to the last game alongside Elio, was able to get that double kill in the 2v3, was really playing well. And it is going to be even more bans thrown down towards that bot lane. Kallista's gone, Xayah's gone, as is the Zeri and the MF and the Jhin and the Varus, all from that previous game.
The AD carry pool, of course, still a very deep one.
Yeah, when you're thinking about safe ones, I'm thinking about things like Ezreal still up and available.
Very true.
So I do wonder if that could be a target for Gam if they are concerned about that. Instead, they are looking more for the offensive option with that Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
But Ezreal feels like a real possibility here for Elk.
It's also just one of his go-to champions as well.
It fits, and I'm one of the best in the world at it. Seems like a good pick.
Yep. I very much align, and I think that this is like, so far, I really like what BLG have done with their
Ezreal is
draft. And
lame.
they're also going to get counter pick at the very end as well. They read the Ahri.
That's not fair.
With the with the Annie, they got themselves the Wukong to set up for some really nice team fighting, and they've got so many options with how they play the fights. Gam now, they're going to have to blind pick top. I wonder if Renekton will be something they consider, maybe even the Gnar. Tristana, relatively safe, solid scaling, front to back, good AD carry. But when you think about Tristana, Rakan as a bot lane, not a huge amount of playmaking potential, but I guess Tristana very good at being independent and free farming to potentially open up Elio to roam with Levi and look for plays on the map.
Yeah, it would have to be, you know, Elk overextending a bit, you know, gets engaged on by Elio, Artemis jumps on his head. But I do like the Buster Shot as the disengage, specifically against Wukong. If you can catch Wukong, you know, as he's going forward, knock him back, that can be quite powerful. Sion, great blind pick here.
Yeah, I haven't really seen
there are concerns about the way this draft has gone
bot
because yes, the Annie was picked before the Ahri, but it was basically a pre-counter pick. You got to pick jungle after the enemy picked jungle. You got to pick support after they picked support. You got to pick top lane after they picked top lane. It's like they kind of got everything they wanted.
Ooh,
it almost feels like BLG is playing blind pick here and getting to see their opponent's draft.
Yeah, pretty much. A lot of hovers coming through from BLG.
A lot of buffs recently.
The buffed Aatrox on the top side of the map, and I think it's a good matchup into the Sion as well. I mean, BLG just have really solid mid-game spike. Like, that first item comes through, BLG's comp is a really scary composition to play against. I think that GAM's composition wants to
Ben's
do
playing
a few
African
too many
American
things.
trucks.
You've got solid dive coming through from the Ari plus the Vi. Rakan
TikTok stream is down,
good
is
on
it?
paper, but you've also kind of got this front to back element with both the Sion and the Tristana.
Did
And so
go
I think
down.
that how they
Why
execute
do
the
they keep
fights
doing this,
is
man?
going to be a little challenging, especially when you think about, okay, the Vi is going
It
to
says it
dive in onto the
can't
back line
connect.
of the
I'ma
Ezreal,
close
but
it and
Ezreal can
reopen
create
it.
a lot of space, then the team fight becomes very broken
Oh,
up, and
it's
then
a
how much security
baby.
does the Tristana suddenly have, and so again, I
just
really
a
like BLG's
baby.
approach to this draft.
Yeah, me too. It's interesting that you touched on the kind of AD carry dichotomy there, because
All
that's
right,
where my
I'm
mind was going too.
restarting
Is often
it.
when you're playing a comp like this, where you're playing Tristana in this comp, you have 4 members who want to kind of dive, right? So they all go and they fully dive. What happens there is you're kind of left behind, and now you have a Wukong and an Annie running at you, and that can be an incredibly difficult situation. If you have no peel, you're often going to die. Ezreal survives in those situations much better, I think, and Wukong, I think, can be also more effective, potentially just as the counter engage. Ari and Vi can't really play peel. They kind of have to dive and be the ones to kill off this Ezreal.
They don't have
or
an
no one else is really
African-American
going to be able to
Trox.
do it. So will be an interesting game here. BLG definitely looking really strong from the draft and from the gameplay in game number 1. But we'll see if Eris can try to mix things up.
Yeah, I mean, all eyes will be on Eris coming into this game. The roster change coming through from the mid lane. Gams,
Let's
no
go.
stranger to making these
Go
change up when they
BLG.
feel like they need to.
Let's go.
Gam moving over to
Go
the blue
BLG.
side.
Let's go.
Let's see what early
Go
game actually can
BLG.
happen. Already skirmishes. We saw Knight getting a bit of damage onto Elio. We're seeing the same thing happen in the jungle matchup too. Beishon going to force Levi back early.
Elio being safe is going to respect the potential of that continued invade, but while you're watching the action unfold, keep an eye out for exclusive drops just for tuning in to MSI. All you need to do to be logged in and watching on lolesports.com for a chance to score some sweet in-game loot.
Freaking sick, brother.
I guess it depends what the loot is, you know?
Honestly.
What if it's like a bag of coal?
Then is that really considered loot?
I mean, I don't know. You tell me.
Technically, yes.
Mr. I like loot.
Is that cool loot? No.
Yeah,
But technically,
I'll do it.
I think it would be
Maybe,
considered loot.
light up the barbecue, you know?
Thank you for
grill some
letting me
dogs.
know, Alicia.
What?
Some hot dogs. Some hot
Ooh,
dogs.
That's what you meant. Okay,
Yes.
okay,
You're
okay.
like, all right, well, we can see the runes. Nothing too crazy standing out. I was going to be interested to see if Ben would have been playing Conqueror or not in that top lane, but Grasp
I'd
is just so
enjoy a
strong
corn
in the early laning phases that most people are going for it, even in some of these tank matchups where you're going to get a lot of value out of Conqueror later on. And you can see it is just a split map, exactly.
Yeah. So the wards from Gam spotted out the deep invade that came through from BLG. BLG was fishing for an early pick, an unsuspecting Gam, but Gam wisely respect it, and they don't fall for
Oh,
the
Knight
trap.
has on their pretty
Meaning that the
pink
spot map will
chroma.
isolate this bot side of the map of Gam, and I think that BLG
Homeboy got
is
on the
very
faker
happy
skin.
about this. It means that
If you
want
want to be faker, just
pressure on
say
this bot lane 2 versus 2, provides a lot
that.
of
Just
safety
say
for Alcon,
it.
and also some much
You don't
needed
have to
revenge after what happened in
cosplay.
game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Elio is going to get pushed back here. There's a flash in from Ana. It's a level 1 support.
Oh, y'all are
and he's got nowhere to go, and
toxic.
Elk snipes him for first blood.
Y'all are toxic.
That was just exquisite from On. He flash engages, ticks over to level 2 at just
They
the
did
right
not have to
time,
do him
and
like
catches
that.
Elio completely off
Oh,
guard.
what
Now,
minute
Levi's
is
looking
it?
for a
At
response.
2
Yeah, this
minutes?
kind of has to work
At
here
2
for
minutes,
Gam,
y'all
but
are
DI is getting
tower
incredibly
diving
low.
past
Willie's
their
just getting
first
knocked down by
turret.
Ben trying to take him
Come
out
on,
in
bro.
that 1v2. Will he be able to do it? Ben now trying to kite back, waiting for the cues. Doesn't look
Nope.
like it's
Well,
going to
you
happen.
know what? I don't
Gam
feel
can't
bad
get
anymore.
Response kill. So that is a pretty
they
big
just
one
did
because
that
it
to
was
Ben.
just the support that died in bot lane, but still, I mean, the kill went to Elk, and as a result, Artemis was kind of starved under that tower.
Yeah, honestly, I do think that's a misplay from Ben. He needed to show a little bit more respect on the top side of the map when you know that the split map is coming. But On, he's looking for another play mid.
He is indeed, and there's the flash stun. The Q, the crash down does not connect. The CC not
Oh, they
chained perfectly.
scrapping.
Eris just
For
enough time
real,
to flash
y'all.
out to
Like, they
safety.
really
On continuing to
fighting.
have impact, a player that I think overall
They real
did
life
have a solid year.
fighting.
Some comments around inconsistency have risen, but overall, I think that he's had a very solid year. And now coming into this series, he continues to find plays on the Alistair. His engages were spectacular. And now already early on in game 2, he's finding some great plays across the map.
Absolutely is, and On definitely threatening in his positioning here. They do have a ward in Pixel that
How
will
you
be able to
doing,
spot
Hezzy?
Beishuan if he wants to head down towards that bot lane. You see the XP advantage there showing itself for Artemis. As yes, he missed a lot of farm, but because his support died, well, it gets some solo XP down on that bot side. So silver linings, I guess, and we'll see if they're going to be able to hold this for a little bit, as On's just going to use the crash down to tank up the minion wave and try to keep it on their side.
TPs going back into the mid lane as the junglers now return to their rightful sides of the jungle. Respawn of the Raptors going to come through. Kind of look across the CS, things relatively even. The gold difference is nothing too significant. Jungle lead in favor of Levi as the AD carry for Elk, and that's really just represented in the kills that they were able to find for themselves. Too chaotic so far. Dragon going to be available on the map in about 30 seconds. In game one, we didn't really see a huge priority on the Dragon.
I'm surprised at the Tristana skin that's being used, because I feel like she has better skins to like
come through.
play
Something
with.
that you want to try and leverage on the Scion
and like have
specifically is
good
trying to go for those
animations.
early swaps, because Scion loves being in the 2 versus 1. But I use love in quotation marks in the sense that he's a champion that just does very well in that situation.
You can tell you're not a top laner by that comment.
Yeah, I know, right? I know.
He's playing against Nico Varus, no problem.
He's such a big fan of
just
playing
stand
2
in your
versus 1.
tower, play for experience. Loves it, trust me.
Loves it. And Aatrox really doesn't. Really doesn't love that. So I am expecting an early swap to come through from Gam. In the meantime, Levi covering his bot side of the map.
He's going to spot On here, and On still has no flash, but should be
A
able
quick
to
1, 2,
just
3 on
walk it
Vi.
out. You know, Artemis and
Got his combo
Leo not in
off.
position to really follow up there. We'll see Gam just kind of fishing around this bottom side. We'll see if Levi wants to be starting up this Dragon. Is On going to threaten
3
with the Axe
a.m.
Flash there?
Bessie, go to
Beishwan does
sleep.
arrive.
What are you doing?
Try to back up the rest of the team, and they are looking here. The Charm does connect onto Knight, and there is the Q to follow. Knight gets 6, but it just
okay,
doesn't
Gam
matter.
is
It's too
pedal to
little,
the
it's
metal
too
right now.
late. They get the kill.
I like that. I
on
like
the
that.
LPL mid laner.
Nicely done. We wanted to see some mid lane investment from Gam, and the first gank
We are.
pays off super effectively. They knew that Knight had burnt that flash earlier on when they tried to make that mid lane play. And,
I never see them
they were
play
able to
Lux.
find
It is a
magic.
rare
They were able to get
sight.
themselves another kill, so Gam.
I don't know why. I feel like he's pretty good right
and
now.
It's gonna feel
but
really nice that he also used Tibbers there, right? Like he spent the ulti, didn't really get anything for it, and Ari did not use ultimate. You know,
All
got
right,
6,
we're starting
I believe,
up
off of the
Infernal
kill
Drake.
or off of the minions as that kill was happening. So there is a chance that they could just look for a rinse and repeat play, as Levi's also closing in on level 6.
Certainly is. Dragon looking to be secured by BLG as the swap is coming through now from Gam. The rotation into the mid lane from
She's
Elio.
always good.
Working with Levi.
Does
Something
a lot
that
of
we continue
damage.
to see this combination
Oh,
of
they
the
played
jungle
Seraphine
plus
today.
support.
There was an
He
Ashe
was able to
Seraphine
sidestep the
game,
vision there.
and they
No, doesn't
won.
matter. He's just going to make his presence known as the Scion looking to
And they
TP
played a
towards the
Nila
bot side
game
of the map.
today.
Dragon secured.
The picks
still
today have been pretty good.
And a bit more away.
Yeah, Levi heading
And
up
then they
towards that
hovered
top
Jinx,
side. They
and
were
then
going to try to
didn't
see,
pick her.
does Bin overstay his
And then
welcome?
I
This time he
wished
does not, as he's going to be
a
backing
loss
off pretty
upon
early.
them, and then
Levi
they
may
lost.
spot him, but is not going to actually catch him
Don't
at the end of that
cross
recall,
me.
and Artemis is just going to be able to farm a couple plates as On is heading up towards that
Don't
top
cross
side.
me.
So we'll likely see Bin back up there as well, but Knight and Beishwan looking to put pressure onto Eris. Not able to get too much, but a little chunk of damage isn't too bad.
Levi looking to steal away some camps as Beishwan making his way up towards
Tom,
the top
thank you
side
for
of
the
the map.
follow.
Levi going to respect this, knowing the possibility of
Subbing
collapse is
emo
very
out after
real.
one game is
Beishwan will
tough.
spot
I
Gam as they
agree.
exit towards the bot side of their
I'm
jungle. The
very
red buff gonna be
much
started off.
somebody who
Levi
believes
doesn't
you have
really
to
get to steal
instill
much away, even though he
confidence in
spent a
your
lot of time on the
players.
top side of the
But
map.
I
He's looking to steal
also
away
do
these
believe
Raptors.
like
Knight is
they
here.
need to win
Knight.
to
4 seconds.
stay.
Well, they're definitely
You
thinking
know what I'm
about
saying?
it. On now
If
has
it
his
was
flash
double
back,
UM,
but it
okay.
feels like it's just a couple seconds too
But-
late. If they had that Tibbers earlier, might have gone for the play here.
He's on Gam. He's Gam's
Swap
mid
has come
laner.
through.
He was a rookie last
Problem
year.
now for
And
Levi is he
you
kinda
know,
wants to
going
clear
up
his bot
against
side
one of
camps,
the
which is very
best
far
mid
away from the
laners,
grubs.
aka
Means
Knight,
that BLG are going to be set up
like,
for
that's
success. And when we
a
think
hard
about how
task.
BLG made this road here, I mean, they started their playoffs in pretty dominant fashion, getting a back-to-back 3-0s. It wasn't until that they actually ran into AL that they suffered their first major defeat, going the full 5 games, and then going up against IG in the lower bracket semi-final to then rematch AL where they fell short once again. And I think it's easy to remember that while they did have a difficult regular season, BLG really did step up in the playoffs, and they were able to showcase a lot of improvements after so many of the struggles that they ran into with the jungle changes, the coaching staff struggles. They were able to find their footing and make their way
what
back
they have
into
with the coaching
MSI.
staff.
Absolutely, and it also speaks to the incredibly high standards that are set for a team like BLG. When you talk about expectations, and people are saying, they're not looking as strong, they're not as consistent. Well, they got second in the LPL, and they kind of, crushed in playoffs for a lot of it, except against AL. So BLG definitely still a team to be reckoned with, and we'll see, if they can reclaim some of that form they've had in the past. to really challenge the likes of Gen G and T1 and the LCK teams that are going to be waiting for them in the group stage.
You're completely right that it's very much expectations, and it's all about perspective, right? And like making the finals of the LPL for many of the teams competing at MSI would be a massive achievement, but for BLG, and especially the way that they got there.
Getting a win over EU, over NA for EU, also a massive achievement.
Exactly, exactly that. And I think that for BLG, they just held to a very high standard, and it's understandable. Like World Finals last year, MSI Finals last year, like they are consistent finalists, and they are hungry for that title. Of course,
that's why I keep saying Ben is hungry, man.
The first step of them.
Oh, I'm so tired,
international events. And right now they find themselves
so
1K gold down.
But MSI is on, and I'm locked in.
Back towards the bot side
and this is the series that I really wanted to watch today.
Still very well defended by the BLG bot lane, but a slower early game.
Yeah, and it's all feeling like it's going to come down to the
Hope
team
you're doing
fights.
well,
This
though,
game, again, is a lot slower than the last one. GAM did get out to a pretty nice early advantage in that one, but of course BLG kind of erased that advantage in the first major team fight.
I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for watching with me.
They do have some good scaling here. You know, when you're looking at the Tristana, when you're looking up at Kiaya and the Scion as well. But there's a lot of power compositionally for BLG, and I feel like what they have drafted really does answer what GAM wants to do.
I mean, and that's the beauty of League, right? Often you have these very clear expectations around how fights are going to go, but then it all comes down to execution in the moment. And I think what the scariest thing we saw in Game 1 was how BLG, they didn't even give GAM the chance to set up. It was like they attacked them in the setup, catching them completely off guard. And we'll see if GAM can find their footing in the fights. Continues to trade in the 1v1 against Kiaya. Kiaya's doing very good. The 1v1.
Both junglers are here, though. You can actually see the jungle pet moved into that. So Beishuan is here, as is Levi, and Ben is going to get the bad news. They go first, and they grab the kill.
A quick collapse from Levi. As you rightly identified, Azael, it was very much just a kind of test to see which jungler would
You're a strong soldier for not falling asleep. Well, the first game I don't think was boring. I think this one is a little bit less.
Honestly, I think it's probably good for BLG that Beishuan didn't go in, because Ilya was TPing up there with his spellbook summoner, so it would have been a 3v2. If he hard committed to that right into this recon, you get double charmed up, you get CC'd, you're probably both going to go down. You can see, though, BLG, of course, trying to punish on that bottom side. Another plate will fall, but no one going to be in range to actually grab that gold, unfortunately, for GAM.
Did you have any crushes at Streamer University? No.
You'll notice as well, Levi was actually given a lot of resources there. He was on the grab the plate.
He was
the one that grabbed that extra farm in the lane. Trini Force completed for him as the second dragon started off. It's going to be a very difficult one for GAM to really contest because of how much time Levi spent on the top side of the map.
Rick.
So BLG quickly stacking up these dragons.
Yeah, I mean, it was like a 23, 24-minute soul, if I recall, in game number 1. And
Did
they are
you have any
definitely
crushes
on
at
pace
Streamer
for
University?
that here again in game number 2. So GAM, yes, they are getting to a pretty strong point, but they're going to have to find their opportunity to try to stop this dragon stacking. And you can always try to say, okay, well, we're not going to fight at 3. We're just going to continue building our gold lead. We'll look towards 4. But then one fight goes wrong, you lose the soul, and often you do lose the game right after that, especially when it's a mountain soul and you're thinking about how these comps want to play. It's so much about the upfront damage, right? It's about being able to get those 100-0 plays with the Vi and the Ahri. Well, mountain soul makes that a lot more difficult.
Certainly does. You'll also notice the early Merc treads on Eris. It's just kind of a necessity in this matchup.
Eris.
There's very little that you can do.
That makes me think of like an Eris to the throne,
when it's paired up with something
but
like
he
the
spells
Rel.
it differently.
And of course it means that you don't either get the Ionian boots or Sork boots depending on your preference. So we'll see how much that actually ends up affecting him. Right now the Vi is looking incredibly strong. Levi really set up for success. The player that, I mean, so many should know based on his international appearances now at this point. We'll see how much of an impact he's able to have on this game. It's BLG's good vision coverage on the bot side of the map means that they have full information as to where he is right now. Those 3 wards that
I thought it was Ares as well, but they're saying Eris.
Observers are highlighting for us now. And this is
So I do not
one of the big
think
things that
that's
so
the
many top teams
case.
around the world remain very good at. Keeping good information, very clear. Making sure that you see what the enemy team is up to. GAM setting their sights on this top tower. TP's going to come through from Bin.
Yep, Ben going to be arriving up here, just trying to protect this as much as he possibly can. Is on around here with Elk, but Eris does have the backup of Levi in the area, and they are trying to look to threaten this dive here. Elio looks, but cannot actually hit there. Will have to back off, very likely, as Beishuan and On now are going to be in the area. On spotted on the ward as Artemis trying to get that tower down. Can't quite finish it off. Levi's going to go in. Here's Beishuan to get the bad news as On is trying to turn this fight around. Ben now on the backside, going to get buster shot out by Artemis. Artemis trying to get the work done as the TP's going to be coming in as well. Gam is fully committing to this. Eris in trouble on the side, though, as he's going to get the charm down on the Knight, but Knight gets a stun of his own, and he's chasing after Eris. Eris has to flash as Elk is now flanking them on the Ezreal.
Oh,
he goes in and he gets the shutdown.
Elk.
Flashes out to safety as well. Another TP coming in,
Elk,
but now
you ain't had to do
wants
it to
nothing
him.
to do with this. He's going to hold out to safety, and it's Artemis that's
Oh
kind of
my
lagging
gosh.
behind here. Kiaya stopping to try to
What's
peel,
up, Sanji?
make sure they cannot catch up to that Tristana, but that means the mid lane tier
Yeah,
1
with an
is
extra
going to be
S
completely
spin.
exposed.
The response from BLG meant that GAM had few options. It felt like GAM was just kind of trickling in one by one, whereas BLG was already a unit much faster than GAM was ready for. They still hold on to the gold lead.
What
but
was
it
that,
is only
Sional? I think he just wanted to, like,
500
get
gold
away.
After BLG secure themselves another tower, or sorry, their first tower of the game and the first tower of the game. The idea was promising from GAM. They wanted to threaten the dive. They were sending their sights on the top tower, and BLG was just covering for the possibility of a dive. But then, when BLG recognized that GAM was ready to fight, BLG are no strangers to a fight. So the moment that GAM tested them, BLG responded in kind. The double TPs came through from both mid laners, and Ahri TPing in that situation is just way more favorable for the Annie. It's so much easier for her to drop her combo. Eris was forced out of the fight immediately. But reminder that Levi still gets the Herald.
Oh, they want this dive. There's Tibbers coming down. The CC chain is going to be enough. Eris going to get smote down by Beishuan.
Yeah, see, they say Eris.
Be able to limp out to safety.
Very nice dive comes through from BLG. They'll now get themselves the gold
BLG
lead.
is starting to
Set their
push.
sights on this bot tower.
Put that pedal to the
Again,
metal.
We're seeing On hovering around here. A little late to the party, but it doesn't matter because the clean play still comes through. Tower secured on the top side of the map, so at the very least GAM will find a cross map. And credit to GAM, keeping things competitive. 3-3 in kills, the gold very even. Knight's back also going to be interrupted.
You can also see the feats of strength are going to come down to one more objective. Both
I think
teams
I'm
on
gonna
2
go
out
back
of
to
3
my
of the
curly
objectives.
hair for
We
next
have the feat
week.
of warfare there for GAM.
wanna
First
see how
tower
much
went
it's
away of
grown.
BLG. So these two teams, it's going to be down to this next dragon fight. You have
See
to
what
feel
we're
like that is in
looking
40
like.
seconds.
Double Trinity Force spike coming through from BLG. We talked about it in the draft. This spike is where I feel this composition gets
Oh, thank
super
you, Hart.
scary. And it's going to be on this next dragon. 30 seconds away.
Alessandra?
Of course,
I could be down for
GAM sitting on
Alessandra.
items of their own. But we'll see how they fare against this setup from BLG. Their team fight setup, I mean, just look at them anyway. You can see all the vision coverage that comes through. There's one potential very deep ward coming through all the way on the bot side of the map. GAM are setting their sights on the mid lane to try and gain control. They have the Rift Herald drop. I like this, giving them access into the river.
Yep, going to be able to get this to crash. You can see Eris marking Beishuan on the side, but Knight has a good position here, looking for a potential flank. Ultimate's ready for pretty much everyone. Knight's going to be up in a couple seconds as Kiaya, fishing, will hit some damage down here onto On. But it's going to be about the engage.
I'm scared for GAM here.
If GAM will allow BLG to get in here. They're going to go, and they're looking for the engage. It's Eris that's caught. It's
All
Eris
right,
that's
their
killed by
mid
Knight,
dies
but in the back line,
instantly.
it's Levi trying to turn things
So
around,
many
trying to beat down Knight,
knockups,
but he
so
can't
much
do it.
CC.
Elio just trying to
Is
peel off
Kiaya going to
Beishuan,
kill
and
Knight?
finally
He
gets killed
sure
by Kiaya,
is.
but he's
And then
knocked
he
down
gets
as
his
well.
second
Levi
life.
on the run. The bot lane is scattered. GAM are running for the hills, but BLG do not want to let them get away here. They're trying to find one more bit of CC. The Vault Breaker will get Levi out to safety.
Yeah, we
as
watched
GAM's bot lane
G2
immediately
versus
runs mid, trying to take a tower
Furia
here, but that
earlier.
means it is going to be feats of strength going to BLG with this dragon as well as the soul point.
On is just exceptional. The small positioning mistake from Eris immediately capitalized on by On. Eris doesn't get a chance. Look, he's just stepped up one step too far. On realizes it, brings him back into the team. Quick,
I wonder how he knows his range is so good like that, dude.
Look at how much work Kiaya
Like,
actually
that's
does in
so
the fight.
good, man.
He gets so much damage
He
down.
knew
Levi
his
wants to
range like the
re-engage with
back
him,
of his
but
freaking hand.
Artemis and Elio are just forced out of the fight, so they can't really contribute much more, and BLG is able to clean up.
Wow.
Yeah, great fight there by BLG. I mean, you called it out. The engage was picture perfect. I also love
I don't
how
think
they
that was
synced up that
terrible for
engage with the
Gam.
True Shot
They got
barrage,
tower
so that even
2.
tanked onto Eris right as he goes forward. So
Yeah,
True Shot barrage
but
hits the perfect engage
BLG
from
is
on,
stacking
and Knight just kinda knocks
dragons,
down
and
Eris.
they're
Would have been a completely
gonna
different fight,
get
like you say,
mountain
had he not
soul.
gotten caught there.
Yeah,
but that's
like
the beauty
I think
of BLG.
I
That's
think the
strength
bigger
of their
problem
team
is
fighting
like
is you don't always get a second chance. You make that one mistake.
they're
and
about to
the fight
get like
is over.
really
Sometimes the game is
tanky.
over.
And I mean, again, I just want to sing
And be
on to
that much
praises,
harder
like,
to kill
he's
during
having a
these team
fantastic
fights.
series so far. His engages both on the Alistar and on
Let's
the
say you're
Rel
playing
have
Jinx,
been
you
nothing
get a
short of
quadra
spectacular.
within
We'll see if
the
he can continue to
first,
find
let's
these
say, 2
engages
to
as
5
Knight finds himself on the top
minutes
side
of the
map.
game
Gam looking
beginning.
for the
Oh
cross
wow!
map, have committed 4 members
So
towards this tower.
you should
BLG wanna
auto
try and
win.
defend.
Then you die and
threatening with
respawn
the
in
X-Flash
Fountain
there, but
with
Kiai is
1200
stepping forward. He
gold.
does
You have
pick up the
Doran's
tower.
Blade as your
Has to
first
be a little
item.
bit careful. He's just tanking that tower. The tower's not getting knocked down. The target is not being focused. We can see TP coming in here from Knight. Is he going to arrive in time? Beishuan going to get knocked down. On's in trouble next, but Kiai has fallen as well. And Knight
Oh my gosh,
arrives,
Knight
just get knocked
instantly
down.
died.
It's a good fight for Gam. They are chasing after them. The resets are coming through. Levi kills Bin. They knock down 3
Hey.
for only the cost of the Scion.
They still in it, bro.
Fantastic fight for Gam. BLG
They
tried
still
to
in it.
defend
Yeah,
a
this is
tower that
live.
they had no business defending. Rather than go for
Whoa.
the cross map, they took the fight to Gam and they paid
Okay,
the
you have Doran's
price.
Blade as your first
Kiai
item. Do
loses
you
his life,
sell
but as you said, Azale, 3 kills
3,
secured
6,
for Gam.
9,
Such an
12?
interesting fight
Yeah.
because I thought
Okay,
it
you have
was
1200
looking
gold.
kind of rough at the start there for Gam.
Do you sell
as
Doran's
Kiai
Blade
picked up
for the
tower, I
180
think,
and buy
earlier than he
BF
meant,
sword
maybe with the
costing
Sunfire cave.
1300 and 1
We
potion?
look back at this engage.
Do you
Kiai
remaining
gets an
30
aggro that you're
gold, or do
talking
you
about
buy tier
on
2
them.
attack
Gets an
speed boots?
ulti
I
onto
feel
2
like you
members.
throw
The
your
crash
lead with
down
tier
comes
2
through,
attack
but
speed
this time
boots.
around, Eris is
I would get a
completely
pickaxe.
untouched. He gets given a lot of space as well. They focus their targets well, taking out Beishuan first.
And
knowing
what
that he's the
other
biggest threat. And the
whatever
moment the Knight
components I can buy
arrives, one
of
shot,
either boots
does not get a
or
chance to move.
And that was just beautiful from Ilio. Notice how he
like
waited to
something.
use his ult so it'd still be there as Knight arrived.
I
And
feel
then he
like
just stood
starting
there with
boots
his
is
ult
an L.
active on the ward that's getting TP to. So there's no chance for Knight to do anything. He's instantly
left
charmed. He's
him
knocked up. He's
hanging,
burst down.
and then
Beautiful
they
team fighting
publicly
from
showed
Gam
that
there.
to
And
the
just like that, they're up
thousands of
again,
viewers.
1,000 gold, and they're looking towards Otacon. This can be a dangerous prospect.
Oh,
We've seen this go wrong
man,
so many
dude.
times for teams as BLG looking to approach, and we'll spot it now.
That's sad. That's sadder than it happening.
Trying to find an angle
It's sadder that they replayed it for the world to see. They were like, no, I don't just want that to be between y'all
They get the
two.
kill on Beishuan. Eris is the one who picks it up. Kiai trying to tank through this.
Oh my gosh,
but the
1300,
junglers are dead on
1300.
both sides, and now it's just a total flip, and it's going to be grabbed here, and it looks
Both
like it went
junglers
to
were dead.
BLG. They steal
Wow,
it away,
BLG
and
got
it's
it.
Knight who gets the last hit.
Nothing short of a scrap as it turns into a front to back between the two teams. I thought that with Beishuan getting one shot at the start, it was going to be a guaranteed fight for Gam, but BLG did not hesitate. They did not slow down. They respond with aggression of their own, and they pick up 2 kills for themselves, taking out both Levi and Kiai. With them gone, the front line disappears, and Gam is forced to retreat.
Yeah, it is tough. You know, you have to wonder, could they have played that different? You know, maybe sacrifice Kiai to try to buy some time, but now Artemis, beautiful buffer on the rocket jump there. We'll be able to get him out to safety. Because Levi turned, they wanted to commit to killing Beishuan. They wanted to go for that, but the problem was Levi died just as fast as Beishuan. Yep. So then they were kind of up the creek without a paddle and no real way to secure that.
Yeah, I mean, this Annie is getting scary. Just the team fight value that Annie can provide, even just stunning up 2 members can be so difficult to deal with. And as we look back at the fight, you'll see Beishuan's approach is very difficult. Elk does a good job of trying to chip away at the HP. Beishuan immediately gets targeted, and then he drops right from the start. But now a lot of resources were used, and then the 2-man stun comes through from Knight. Then the knock-up as well means that the re-engage from Gam, once they take out that initial front line, they're just kind of... They run out of fuel. They run out of options to continue the fight, and then BLG capitalize.
Yep, able to take the fight down. Well played.
Are you allowed to
BLG,
pick who you want to play, or like the team leader or the captain of the team picks?
For Gam. You really do not want to give over that soul. Your ghost being popped there by Elios. He had spell
who you
want to
play.
Now swapping back to another
but
summoner.
It's like a team discussion. Like it's a team.
He's going to get shattering struck and stunned up.
They chat and discuss what
Still
team
losing
comps
about
or
30%
what
of your health
champions
before
they
that
want to
fight.
play into certain
Not what you want to have
matchups.
happen.
It's not just one person's
He's looking for a
calls
knight here.
and
Elk just shifts
decisions.
out of the way though, and Kiaya is now the one in trouble. Air's trying to get some damage down on Beishwan. He can't actually connect much. Elio's got to run, so does Kiaya.
Sounds
And
pretty
Gam are
freaking
getting
funky.
crushed. On
Oh,
flashes
that's
in,
the
Artemis
end of
flashes
the
out.
farm.
Artemis trying to turn the damage around as Artemis gets a kill. He
I
gets
was
the
like,
shutdown
there's
and
no way
spin
that
now.
man gets
Trying to
away.
take the damage
Yo,
in
this
the
fight is
front
so
line.
long.
It's going to be another kill for Artemis as he jumps forward. He's looking for help, but he can't close the gap. BLG
that was
turn on
almost
him.
him.
It's a double for Bin.
That
It's
was almost
Kiaya
him.
knocked down. It's the ace and the triple for Bin. And it's going to be Mountain Soul as well.
It's chaos in the mid lane, but BLG fight their way through it.
Wrap this hell up.
Securing an ace
Yeah, Ben locked
and
in, bro.
walking away with 3 members alive. They will get
Ben locked in.
themselves
Go ahead
the
and wrap
soul,
this
they'll
one
get
up.
themselves a tower, and they're looking to get
$1
themselves game 2 in
million.
this series.
It's a good try there from Gam. They tried to get
Dinner,
very
dinner,
aggressive, but the
chicken
amount of damage they
dinner.
took early on in that fight really did feel like it kind of swung it. Ilio and Kiaya ate so much free damage early on. Even with Artemis and Eris finding angles to try to get in, to try to play it aggressive, it was very tough.
It's 3K.
I mean, we're going to check out the MasterCard priceless moment of the game because it was a situation where as Kiaya goes in, Artemis is going out. He is afraid of the engage that comes through. And you'll notice here, look, Artemis, he's going to jump backwards as the engage comes through from Kiaya. He's afraid of the engage from On, and now they're separated. Elio tries to follow up on the engage
he wasn't
from Kiaya,
pumping out
and
autos
this
right
front
there.
to back doesn't look particularly promising.
He hasn't autoed once, and then as soon as he steps up, Owen tries to go in.
Ultimate that comes through onto the back line, but then the damage is just too much. Eris is going to take one step too far, end up in the meat grinder of BLG, and while Artemis tries to clean it up, he just doesn't
I saw
quite
the
have
vision though.
damage, as
I
Ben
definitely
is
saw
just
the vision
ripping
as
Gam
Tristana.
apart.
If he just had a little bit more spacing or
Of
patience,
the game, powered by MasterCard.
he wipes
Artemis
there.
tried to go big, tried to find that opportunity to get in on Elk, but Elk still had his flash, and Artemis had to spend his flash to avoid the engage from On, so he didn't
G2-1.
have that to actually follow. Even though
Levi
he goes
is
in
good
with
for
the rocket
these
jump,
Elder
was a
Smite
good
steals,
angle,
you believe?
was very, very tough, and
Believe in the dream?
was just kind of life drain tanking everything that he was throwing at him, where Kiaya had taken so much damage. You can see how much of that
Let's
goal
say you wanted
is
to play
from kills
Jinx and your
here
team says
from
no.
Ben.
What happens then?
1,731
I'm
goal.
pretty sure you end up like not picking Jinx if they say no.
We now
There's no I in team. It's like a whole. You
BLG,
probably can still
after
pick
that
her,
last
but
fight, the goal difference doesn't
again,
look
you're playing on a team.
insane, but they're in such a good position with the
But I
souls
also
secured.
don't see a way
vision coverage
that
on the
your
top
team
side
would
of
be
the
like,
map.
no, don't play Jinx if
TPs are
they're
available
confident
for
in you and
both
your
solo
ability
laners.
to
I think
carry.
they could afford to
Only way I
split them
can
up
see
and
that
start
is
getting
like
some
if
control.
they're
You can
not,
see both the top and bot
they
waves
see
somewhat awkward
the
positions
the
as
team
BLG
comps
just
and they're
kinda
like,
grouping
yeah,
up
we're
in the
not
mid
playing
lane.
for you.
I'm wanting to try and challenge this wave. Don't want to concede
Because
full
Jinx is a
control over
very
that Baron. The push
immobile
comes through.
ADC who
Now
needs
BLG will set their
protection
sights towards the Baron
24/7.
area.
If the enemy
There's gonna
team
be
has a lot of
chances for Gam,
dashes,
generally when you give up
lethality,
soul, you're kind of hoping that
all
you
that
can
type of stuff,
keep
and your
things
team is
close
not
enough that you
building
can have a shot at Elder,
to support
try to
you,
steal that away, but
they're like playing for mid
BLG
lane or
not
top
going to
lane.
give you the time to sit back and wait for that to spawn. They are
Yeah,
pushing the
don't play
pace. They are
Jinx.
already here on to Baron, and look at the positioning from Knight and on opposite sides. They could look for the snap engage. Knight going to get spotted, but Levi's already in trouble, and Levi's going to get jumped on by
Yeah, we're
Beach One. Here
live.
comes
Okay.
Bin, and there goes Levi. He is down already. Eris trying
That's
to get one
not
back.
good.
Is able to do so as they trade the junglers back and forth. Kiaya's in the middle of everyone, but he is not going to be living for long. Elk is on a rampage, and Gam is on the run, trying
Artemis,
to get out of here.
run.
But Bin
When is
connects.
his jump?
It's going to be a rocket jump back from Artemis here as Knight is just pushing forward, going to get knocked up. They're trying to make the turn happen. Do they have the damage to do it? It does not look like it. There's a great buster shot
Yeah,
from Artemis, but
On
it's
is
not
too
going to be
good.
enough. He doesn't have another rocket
On
jump.
is
He
too
doesn't
good,
have
bro.
another reset,
On
and he
is way
doesn't
too
have a
good.
way
He is
out.
making
Eris now
sure that
next to
Tristana
fall. He is running. He is running, and he has got
miserable. Do you
nowhere
hear
to
me?
go.
He is
Elk goes
making sure that this
unstoppable.
Tristana cannot play the game.
Take another big win.
The way you
Baron
counter a
to bot
Tristana
lane,
is with
BLG
CC, and baby, they are
hunts down the kills
CCing.
as they look to finish Gam off.
He is
A
trying
nice
hard.
snap
You can
engage
see
once again
it.
around the Baron as they see
He's
the face
trying
check
so
come through
hard.
from Levi.
Ona's
and Knight
not
says, "All right,
letting him.
It doesn't matter who the target is. I believe that we can one-shot
Ona's
whoever
not letting
face
him
checks
play.
me. Especially when they're expecting Kiaya to be that main force heading towards the Baron. They get that initial kill, and it's promising from Gam as they actually
Yeah, you
get
can
the kill
see
back
it,
on
right?
the base run
Like,
themselves.
there's
The problem is in
potential.
the extended
If
fight,
On-
Kiaya is
how about
just
this?
left
If
isolated.
On
And
was
BLG,
not
without
On,
any hesitation, turn their
I think
attention back
Artemis would
towards
be
the Baron.
carrying.
They are on the Baron, and now Gam.
Because I feel like even Knight and Ben are being handled. It's literally just Own making it impossible for him to auto
and the Baron is already gone.
and
enabling
his team to get onto Own and kill him. Because Own has peel, he's got self peel.
But Elk is going in. Elk is going aggressive as always onto Eris. He's going to be able to ult over the wall to safety. Barely surviving the true shot barrage. Gam 2 get out, but BLG got what they came for. That is the Baron.
Now with the Baron, they can work towards the sieging of these tier 3 towers. Beishuan hovering around mid lane to kind of keep the wave pushed in. He doesn't want to clear out the whole wave yet, because if he just pushes in this mid wave, then everything's going to be desynced. We'll regroup with his team. Now they're looking to play through these 2 lanes, so they get full coverage around that topside jungle. They send Bin towards the mid lane. The rest of them head towards top, and now these 2 waves looking to try and crash at similar times. This tier 2 tower going to be a difficult one to defend for Gam.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough, especially when they saw 2 members from Gam mid lane very recently. It looks like Gam are sending 3 towards Bin. I think they're trying to see, is there an opportunity here for a pick? But Bin is playing respectfully. He's just going to back it up while the rest of his team pushes in here, and Kiaya is getting hammered by Elk right now. This inhibitor tower is going to be under fire now. BLG 4 members strong through this top lane. Bin escorting in that Baron up minion wave mid lane as well. And the siege is going to begin in earnest.
No, I was just eating leftover salad.
Pick onto
Alexander,
Bin,
thank you for the follow.
Member. Perhaps if they can find that kill.
Do you think teams from the same region have a similar playstyle?
Their siege is relentless. First tower will fall, and now
as opposed to other teams from other regions.
Soon to follow.
Yeah. Because that's who you're practicing against, right? Like that's who you practice against for the whole entire season.
They are going to be moving over.
You only get to play against other regions when you
They're not going to fight for the inhibitor, so it's just one of these options. They sit back, they turtle up, they try to defend the Nexus. That is going to be the call here. And they're going to be looking towards Elder to try to steal away that Elder, try to steal away this game. It's spawning in 10 seconds, and that is going to be a target for both of these 2 teams.
5-0-9 scoreline for Elk, 1-1-14 for On. This bot lane has been on fire in this game too.
Truly.
Another ultimate will come across, only connect onto Kiaya.
Miss
a couple Qs, but the amount of damage that Elk has been doing in this game has been monstrous.
Absolutely has, and Knight just completed the Shadow Flame. They took that late base though, so this gives Gam the opportunity to start this one up. The question is, can they actually finish it in time? Eris on the side.
I see you, Dose. Let me watch this Elder fight real quick.
With the charm, unfortunately, Kiaya is just getting crushed. There's the flash forward by Elio, but there's no one there to follow it up. Gam spend everything to go into the back line there. They lose 2.
But why did they do that at 7k health points on Elder?
Wants to get involved in the action. Levi popping his ult over onto him, but Artemis just can't
Artemis
move
is trying.
Levi trying to survive. Artemis is down. Eris trying to get one back, but he can't even get that. BLG will not
flashed
allow him to
into them to ult them away.
As Ben catches up and does what he does, he knocks them down. BLG
Did you see that?
are going to be moving for the Nexus here, taking this second game. It's 22-11, a 10,000 gold lead as BLG are making no doubt about it. A clean ace at the Elder Dragon is what will spend the end of this one. BLG are going to be taking us all the way to match point.
Ben is fiending.
Some
reverse sweep incoming.
Team fighting coming through from BLG. The gold stayed relatively even throughout this game, but when it came to the team fights, BLG just got the better of their opposition. On with some incredible engages throughout this game.
Let me see that replay, bro.
Like Elk was just untouchable, and then to round things out, just Bin on the Aatrox. I mean, he was just a literal
Classic
demon
Ben.
in the fights.
He was looking so damn good.
When is he not?
BLG looking in form
There's
in
more
the
games.
first 2 games here.
Okay, how much do you trust T1 plot armor this MSI? The past few MSI, their plot armor was not strong.
That would be their next opponent here.
I trust the plot armor with Worlds,
being down 2 games
but not so
BLG
much on
incredibly difficult. They would have to
MSI.
reverse sweep from here. We're going to be heading to
Like
the break,
the script is already in play.
We'll see if Gam
If it
Esports
wasn't, they
can
wouldn't
fight
be at
off that
MSI, bro.
3-0 sweep from BLG.
The script is definitely in play. Oh yeah, I co-stream all of MSI. Every single game I'll be co-streaming. Bro, I need a replay. I need a replay. The way Faker is on literally everything. Like, Faker is on everything League of Legends. Like, that was exclusively T1 footage and Faker footage. Replay or Riot? He's just him. It's just my baby daddy, man. What can I say, man? What can I say?
And I'ma do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again.
You might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain-free, count me in.
I would have never thought.
Try and beat it. I'll give you a sec.
I would have never thought a day of my life that I see Pete, Mr. Peter, on a League of Legends ad? I guess it technically wasn't a League of Legends ad, but I want T1 to win MSI bad, but if they don't, I won't be surprised. If they do, I will be surprised. I also think this is a good opportunity for T1 to see how strong the other teams are going in the Worlds. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either way as well. I'll be sad either way, but I won't be surprised. He's everywhere, Sven, literally. Oh my gosh, I don't even want to think about that. I remember tweeting out how mad I was that they showed Keria crying. I was like, have some freaking respect for your players, bro. Like, this man is having a literal mental breakdown. That man was shaking. And they had that camera in his face. I was like, dude, that's so freaking sad. I remember being like really upset about that.
Man, this might be something lethal. Like a beast that can't be tamed. This the kind of rage you can't.
Okay, 14 seconds into what could be the last game of this series. Oh my gosh, Alicia, thank you so much for subscribing. And thank you so much for liking the live. I appreciate y'all.
Let me throw it to the ground, make them turn around. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight. In the dark and light.
Welcome back to MSI as we see BLG moving up to 2-0 against GAM in what was an incredibly dominant game and a super dominant final team fight.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing here is you can already see they're so far ahead. Even when Kiahe is trying to go in, tank the damage, he's not able to tank damage. On the backside of this fight, you're about to see champions just absolutely get destroyed.
The passive auto coming in from Bin. Just like that. Actually, I am not dead. You are. He was just a raid bot this game, and they really couldn't deal with him.
Yeah, I mean, it was a nice fat Aatrox angle in that
was.
draft, you know? It was
Domestic Doran did his thing. Now let's see if T1
Aatrox.
International Power is
There was a
strong with
moment.
Doran.
There were some other
The thing
hovers.
is,
We don't
like,
have to
yeah,
talk about
that's
the
why
other
I'm
hovers.
scared. Like,
There's a brief
there's no
moment
way
before
that man
Aatrox had
performs
one
the way
or
that
two
he
items where we
did,
thought, you know,
and
maybe
then comes
it's
to
a good Aatrox angle,
MSI
maybe it's the
and
perfect Aatrox
absolutely,
angle.
like,
That was short-lived.
reeks.
Even from
Like,
14
there's just no
minutes,
way,
we take a
right?
look back at some of the most important fights this game. We
There's
can
just
see
no
BLG
shot.
taking control very early on.
Yeah, because it was a slower paced game, and technically the goal lead was there for GAM, and this fight was looking pretty decent. They had pushed Bin away, but the TPs come through. Guess who was on the flank, Emily?
Ezreal! You're not going to see it yet, but look at where Elk is on the minimap. He is just lying in wait to kill off Levi on
And
the
he
back
did.
half of this fight. And this is really when we've seen Elk's
he did.
Ezreal in action before. That was kind of the first fight where he really started taking over.
Yeah, it
And
does.
this was another instance where like GAM had
I'm
positioning
excited
on the
though.
objective, but,
I can't wait till we
like,
see the
Barry's just
bracket.
stepped a little bit too far forward, and On has just been on point with his rel or just any kind of engaged champion. So if he sees the angle, he is going to go for it. He's able to immediately go on arrest. He dies for it, and they're able to chase the rest of the kills. So like, even though in the early game it was looking pretty good for GAM, Levi was getting early
You
kills.
got a new
got one
car.
mid lane, and they
Oh my
got
gosh, what
grubs,
car
like,
did you
everything
get?
they had pushed through mid,
Congratulations.
everything was looking good, but then the game slowed down. Those two plays happen. Bin is going crazy.
Bin's going crazy, and suddenly flanking Ezreal is pumping out, well, Ezreal damage numbers. We take a look at the post-game breakdown powered by AWS. We can see Ezreal, in general, statistically is going to do well in the damage department. Any poke champion will, but it's still nice to see, you know, a nice chunky number. And I think for BLG, while there's still moments in the early game that look a little bit shaky, overall it's clear that GAM have just not been able to keep up when it comes to the team fighting, when it comes to the execution.
I was curious just to see that small part from that team fight, right?
Yeah.
There's Elk right there.
That's so much damn. 1.9, the Annie full combo getting outweighed by the flanking Ezreal, which is a word I never expect to say ever again.
But we saw it in action.
But we did see flanking Ezreal. Don't try it in your solo queue. It probably won't work. But you know, if you're Elk or do, who am I to judge? Good luck, I think is a good point.
So far, it's doing just as I thought it would.
Although it does feel like a little bit of luck would go a long way.
Not the
because
games
BLG are
themselves,
playing
but
incredibly well. Proficient in the team
my
fights. It's
rankings, I
match
think,
point now. It's not
are
elimination. Of
correct
course, if they
for the
lose here,
time
GAM
being.
will still get another chance tomorrow up
Like, I
against Furia,
predicted that GAM
but I
would
don't wanna
win
count 'em out as we
over
go into this game. What are we looking at? What do GAM need
Furia,
to do
and
to bring this
I
series
predicted
back? What
that
do they need to focus on
BLG would
to try to have
definitely
an edge
win over.
BLG?
I'll start this off if the camera can see it. Basically, 2 points that I have ready for me is like, this is kind of looking to the past. Thankfully, we have Fearless Draft, so we won't be able
We
to see the
cannot see
situation
it,
again.
Raz,
We are
I'm so
by
sorry.
Sion going up against Aatrox, but the main point away is just going to be, let's just focus on getting a better draft in that situation, where if I look at that and I'm like, oh, we're giving that look, that matchup, don't want to see it. Another one is just like, watch your positioning when it comes to objective setups.
So I just want to be clear, you really took the time to make Vi, Sion, and Aatrox the biggest parts. But I think the moral of the story is the really tiny part.
The tiny
that says,
part.
draft better and watch your positioning on
Watch your
objectives and
positioning,
setups.
please, because they have leads early.
Yeah.
It feels depressing when you see these games like pan out the way they are, and a week from now you'll look at this as like 2-0, perhaps 3-0, and you're going to be sad about it. But GAM have windows. They're putting themselves in good position. They need to be able to follow it through.
Yeah, and I think the follow-through, especially if you're going to have a rest coming in the mid lane, right? He is more of a carry player. If you do end up having that mid prio, play around it, right? Like this composition, like obviously we talked about the Aatrox pick, right? But like Vi Ahri combo, that's kind of what you really want to be playing around early. So, and then early Drake stacking, I think, has kind of killed them a bit in terms of there's been a team fight where BLG have been able to set up around Drake, they have the Drake stacking power, and they win it, and then they just kind of take over the game.
Yeah.
I think if you end up in that position where the enemy team has 3 Drakes and that team is BLG and you have to team fight them, that feels like,
Welcome back, Jefferson.
and they've got
coming down the
Aatrox. Like, yeah, it's scary. It's a difficult thing. GAM have once again chosen blue side. I think not super surprising. That has been the priority for most teams in the tournament. I imagine
It's my
that'll continue.
first car, so
Is
it's
there
a used
any
one, but
specific
hey,
pick or
it's
any
new to
specific
you.
player that they
But
really
yo,
need to
that's
focus
so
on.
lit, Dark. Congratulations. That's such a huge like life thing. Congrats. Have you taken it for a little spin around the block? You done picked up somebody, take them out to eat real quick, something like that? Or they take you out to eat. Shoot, you just bought a car.
That I like is the playmaking nature that he had if he was on a like a Yone or something like that. Because something I really wanted to be able to see was like when you had Prio like that, yeah, you can play around it, or also you can use your move to go up top side or bot lane. I like Azir a lot. If we can get to see Azir here, maybe we can see a more scaling element from Gam. That could do well for them. That's a pick that I really want to focus on a little bit more.
And then my really quick thing is, obviously, there were a ton of AD carry bans coming out, especially in the 4-5.
Yeah.
But I'd also similarly want to get Artemis on something that he would be able to carry in team fights.
But I think it's safe to say the odds are stacked. We've got a laundry list of things. But I think GAM is a team that every time we count them out domestically, internationally, they do manage to make something happen. Movistar Koi learned that the hard way last year. We'll see if BLG can learn the same lesson.
What did you like about your car? What's the reason you got that one?
My favorite two color casters, well, a color caster play-by-play hybrid, who's doing a hell of a good job.
We interviewed earlier today, too.
Take it away.
Thank you. I'm a bit of a mudblood, you know, half play-by-play,
The games have been
half
pretty
color caster
good.
these days.
This series is more of a stomp, but the first series went to game 5. It was very back and forth.
Fantastic job of dissecting Gam in the team fights. It feels like that on with his engages, the positioning from Elk, and then Bin just, I mean, it feels like that's the Bin that we expected, like when it comes to international competition.
Absolutely. I mean, it's one of these things where it's sometimes funny.
The price.
Right? I
Okay,
feel like it's similar
period,
with T1, where you're like coming international, you're like, they really struggled, guys. Like, trust me, they had a lot of troubles. It's not going to be smooth sailing, and they just like slam everyone. You're like, no, it seems like the same as last year, you know. And it's like if you didn't watch any LPL, you're watching Ben, you're like, what are you talking about? Like Ben inconsistent? What do you mean? He's 1v2ing them under the tower. He's unkillable on the Aatrox. Like that's the Ben I know. These casters just making things up. What are these guys doing?
The reason why I think it's important that we tell these stories is just because it then makes the bounce back that much more impressive.
I thought you were going to say to control the flow of misinformation.
How freaking cute.
Because to me, that's also very important.
I love a little cosplay.
Very important. But we think back to Worlds last year and T1 coming into that tournament and how difficult their road was getting to it to then win Worlds was truly insane.
Interesting. They were really going to struggle, the world champions, weren't they? Yeah.
I can't tell if that's a custom
this year either. That they had to swap out their AD carry or something ridiculous.
In fact, I may very well say
I don't see why somebody would build a 100% keyboard.
No, swap out Gumayushi. What are you talking about? That guy's a multiple-time world champion.
Well, for BLG,
So that has
they
to be
made
like a
roster
rebuild.
changes in the jungle. They had coaching
just like a
situations,
regular.
I guess would be the best way to describe it. And they definitely had some inconsistencies in their individual
My
performances.
man is
but they were able to
locked
find their
in,
footing.
my boy.
Right now, it feels like that they are firing on all cylinders. We're jumping into game 3. Gam will have to make
All right,
the
let's
reverse
do
sweep
it.
happen. Eris staying in for the roster of
Dude,
Gam.
the fact that there was a player named Wei, a player named Wei, and then the
Familiar
coach
faces on the ban list
name
for sure.
is Big
I'm really
Wei.
interested to see if Leona
Bro,
priority will skyrocket.
what the frick does Wei
sometimes in a
mean
series where teams are
in
really
Mandarin?
dependent upon their
I need to know.
support playing those engaged champs, you will
I'm about
see
to
like
find
first
out.
pick Leona and things like that in a series that has gone this way, because that is the last of kind of like the 5 major
If
engaged
there's a
supports
will,
that
there's a
are
way.
those primo ones. But there is obviously other options.
Apparently
there's
it
things like Renata,
means
there's things
4,
like Nico, there's other styles
power,
of enchanters that you can play. And there is
greatness.
the Nico, which could be going mid, also
Okay.
could be going down in support, and we'll have to kind of wait and see.
I mean, there's also the rare situation where it goes top.
Power, might, or majestic. Can also mean
the
great.
response from BLG looks like that they want to get themselves jungle control early. I liked the Sejuani ban that came through Gam, knowing that we're kind of getting more limited in engaged supports, removing one of Beishang's
And Elk on them. I'm going to be paying very close attention to build
He's
order.
just said, you know what?
And
and a champion that is just very good at going forward, and
freaking,
it's very easy for teams to follow
runes.
up on that type of engage.
Billionaire Bali
And
Boys
with the Caitlyn
Club.
paired up alongside it, I mean, BLG going for a bit more lane dominance this time around.
Yeah, absolutely. Caitlyn, very interesting here. Sometimes people
What a
do
cute
pair up
emote.
with CC to
Look
try
like
to follow up with the
capybara.
traps. So other times, people are going to
Why
go
he got
more
an
just
orange
heavy
on
for
his
poke.
head?
Kate Lux,
Why the
obviously,
capybara
famously
has always
back in
got
the day was
fruit
even
on
like
their
Kate
head?
Zyra and things like that. MF being considered on the other side and will, in fact, get locked in here. So MF going to be the answer. It could easily be MF Nico, which is definitely a strong 2v2. You can set up for that Nico with your E. You throw down the E on the MF. You got that slow. That sets up for the Tangle Barbs coming through. You can land that root pretty easily, and it's very annoying 2v2 to play against.
Ooh, the Skarner hover coming through for Levi.
Misfortune.
Solid engaged jungler.
Y'all know how I feel about a misfortune in pro play.
But Jarvan, a lot more cut and dry. EQ, engage, really good at just kind of locking down once those mobility options have come through. I personally don't love it into Caitlyn. I'm reminded it was the LTA finals where we actually saw this matchup, no? And I think that it's a situation where just because of the net, as long as you're quite reserved as the Caitlyn, you're already going to be playing at range. I think that engage is quite difficult. And you talked about the potential Lux. Yep. Karma is another one that fits the bill to just give you so much lane dominance in the bot lane too.
Yeah.
A huge amount of
bot
range,
lane's
a lot
lost
of and a lot of control
in terms of GAM
objectives. I mean, how many times have we seen the 5 Caitlyn traps you're trying to approach? Then you've also got Karma just throwing mantra Qs at you. It's very difficult if you're
BLG has won bot lane.
It really is quite difficult. And also, the amount of shielding that can come out from a mantra shield.
What the frick is going on with the timer, bro?
As well as the Pop Blossom. If you can avoid that
what the frick is going on with it?
Have the mantra shield
keeps blinking and restarting.
That buys the time your team needs to survive the initial engage.
It's tilting me.
And then, let's be honest, Nico, after the ult is used, is not that useful in a team fight. So we'll see if they can actually lock this down as more bans are coming through. Both teams targeting the mid laners for now. So we've got some cosplayers hanging out in the crowd. The Orianna and Ryze going to be getting banned out.
Yeah, I'm curious as to what direction we go in. Trying to limit this mid lane pool. You talked about how Ryze was something that we've known him play throughout spring, but it's actually GAM that's going to be taking that one away. Thinking about what champions could be good paired up alongside Jarvan, because he is that kind of facilitator, you want something that can provide you with that damage. With things like the Talia gone, potentially they're thinking about something a little bit more aggressive. Maybe even something like a Sylas could be a possibility. Maybe even the Hui if they want to go more towards that mage route. With the Akali being banned away, BLG also concerned about that potential assassin that is very good at taking down champions like Caitlyn and can skirmish quite well against things like the Xin.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Akali being targeted as well. So now a lot of the most played champions here for Eris are all gone. In fact, the top 5.
I was about to say, I thought he already played Akali.
6 out of the top 7 that he actually has played are all banned away because Ryze is banned out. Ari was already played. Akali just got banned. Corki we saw played earlier. Tristana was played earlier. Talia was played earlier. So he has a number of different champions that he has played one time throughout the split, but it's obviously a lot more difficult now to predict exactly where he's going to go.
I will say, I'm surprised to see an Aurora blind pick, only in the sense that I think that she's a champion that can be quite easily outranged.
He really is a faker wannabe.
I think was exactly what I was thinking about, whereas in lane, she is such an effective bully. She can offer a huge amount of teamfight value and potential burst, but if you just choose to blind pick it, there are a lot of matchups that can potentially bully it.
Yorick blind to me is like a cardinal sin of League of Legends. Like I love this champion, I play it a lot, but there are so many matchups that are so unplayable. Even if you don't want to get spicy, like Aurelia is always to me the worst possible matchup you can play in, but people don't generally want to play it in competitive. But even if you just want to play something standard, Cho'Gath ultimate one-shots the maiden at level 6 and gives you a feast stack. It basically means you can't use your ultimate as Yorick if you don't just want to give over free feast stacks for a lot of levels. You can kind of sustain off the ghouls. It's very, very difficult. Yeah. Ben may not want to go towards it, but I mean, I know he has played a decent amount of Yorick, so it's interesting to see like where he takes us, because he should know some of these counter matchups.
It's unrealistic, but I have to give a shout out to my good friend and colleague Gulborg, who dies by the Shyvana.
What's a Yordle support
how
though?
Your Q interacts with the ghouls and how you can freeze them and
stuff.
Yeah, but it also like resets the Q and stuff.
Why are you looking relaxed?
In any case, it looks like I'm towards Renekton for Ben, one of his tried and true staples throughout his many years competing in pro play. I mean, it is relatively safe
30
on the
minutes
top side
away
of the
from
map. It
crashing.
seems the GAM have gone for a little bit more reserved in the mid lane matchup, going for that scaling control mage in the form of the Victor.
I mean, every time you talk about spicy counter picks in top laners are just like, best I can do is Renekton.
You are not wrong.
But it is interesting. Renekton obviously still not bad in this matchup whatsoever. Mainly you don't want to have a champion that's just going to get locked in the cage. That's the biggest thing you want to avoid, and obviously you can slice and dice out of that. Not going to be too bad. But that being said, It's a matchup I don't mind on the York side either. You can
they're
definitely
using
poke
the
them down
arcane
and try to take priority in the side lanes, and that is really just so important for York. And I also feel like when
they
you
should have named it like Arcane
even more
Jesus
important
or something.
to be able to secure
That's
the
really
grubs.
what they
Would you
made him
agree
look
that
like.
at a certain point it feels like Yorick does just kind of win?
Have
on
the skins
sides?
been eating
I think
today?
you will if you're
We
ahead,
got
but fall behind,
a
you're kind of like never going to win. Exactly. Non-subscribers, we will see you in 30 seconds. But yeah, absolutely, York definitely scales well. Has gotten a couple
They
nerfs, though,
always
in a
say
row.
that. They
he's
always
been
say
nerfing 3 patches now in a
non-subscribers,
row,
I'll
or
see
at
you in
least
30
3 of the
seconds.
last couple
But I
patches,
never get
including
ads.
a base armor nerf this most recent patch, Q damage nerf the patch before.
I wonder why.
They reworked kind of how some of the ghouls work, so they were kind of like weaker earlier, but if you go with the attack speed build like Triforce, then they kind of scale a little bit better. So they have made a number of changes, but it's just interesting because York is very game warping, I feel, for both teams. It's not just about playing around him,
Yeah,
but
they run
about how you
they
play
run
against
ads
him.
now.
Because sometimes ganks can be so effective, literally just to kill the maiden. Like if your jungler comes top and you just kill the
I'm
maiden,
so for real. I
well,
think
now
they
all of a
like
sudden you have no pressure
they
for
need
over
money.
2 minutes in the side lane.
They need money for funding.
Very much agree. Let's see how things pan out in the early game. Ooh, Knight.
Knight is going to get found out, and he is going to get rooted up. We'll see if they can force the flash. He's just going to use the W, levels that up, and now BLG have the extra member. Elio going to have to pop the heal and get them back, but minions have spawned. Both mid laners will have to base very late. Neither of them going to be interrupted again. And nice sidesteps there from the Gam bot lane.
Yeah, every time they say that, I don't get ads.
Chased out. This is going to get really rough now for them potentially, as a headshot is even ready.
BLG is looking to split the map once again, and I think it's going to work.
Oh no!
Artemis,
oh no!
wait a minute.
Artemis, why did you hit that?
I think that was a
your
bit of a
escape.
misclick there. As he
That
stopped
happens to me all the time, though.
Low. He's still staying around because they don't want to actually give this over.
That really does happen to me all the
This is a
time.
huge time waster. There's no way you're going to be able to fight for this.
Yeah,
He's not gonna
J4's
start
going
on the
top.
side,
They're
but
not going
now
to fight
he'll
for
start
it.
off on his walls, but
Gam is
Beishwan gonna get
Vietnam,
a nice advantage. The bot
which
lane going to be
is
late to lane
TCS. I
as
forget
well.
the
Elton going to be able
official.
to do a bit of chip damage.
I mean, Artemis is screwed. Like, look at his health, and he
I
already
don't
used his
think it's
potion.
still
right?
called
You're showing up to
PCS.
lane, having missed all 3 of the melee minions of experience.
But yeah.
And look on the other side, Elk got all of that experience.
Vietnam and a bunch
So
of
you're 3
other
minions of
minor
experience
regions
behind.
combined
You're down
to
200,
create a
300
major
health
region.
almost or whatever, and you have no
Is it
potion. So
LCP?
if On is on point with his Qs,
League
if he hits
Championship
those,
of the Pacific?
it is going to be so tough now, I think, for
Is
this
that what it
Gam bot
is?
lane, and they're going to try to go back and
We
push
literally
Beishwan
looked it
off,
up
but
like 2 hours
we saw how this
ago.
worked last time.
Yes, we did.
And I
mean,
forget.
I feel like
I
there
just
needs
know
to
it's
be
like
some
Japan,
recollection of what happened in
Vietnam,
game 2.
Taiwan.
Gam did not prepare for the potential split map. They got punished by
Those
the
are the
Caitlyn
teams.
Karma.
They're still level 1. Like, what can you do here?
And the wave is in such an awkward spot as well. Elk managing it
Oh,
perfectly to deny as much farm
Aquarium
as
of the
possible.
Pacific.
I just don't really get why they're trying to actually contest
The
here,
air
because they're
quotes
missing
after
experience
major
on the other
region,
side. Now
low-key
you can just get
crazy.
dove
That-
as
I
Finn is just
mean,
going to look for the solo kill here on
keep it a
QI
buck.
on the top lane. And meanwhile, Gam's bot lane, it's a
I won't
level
even
3
say
and a level
major
3 against 2
region.
level
I'll
1s
just say
here.
region.
Gam is in so much trouble. Beishwan chasing after him, grabs first blood.
There's 5
as
regions
On
now.
walks it out. Now they're looking for the redive
None are
here.
major,
In
none
goes
are
Beishwan.
small.
Elk tanks it up. It's a 2-for-0 on the bot side. 3 minutes in. 0 CS for Artemis. 0 CS.
Ooh, do they
level
really
1.
cook it?
Got about 1 minion of experience.
It is
He's cooked.
Disastrous for Gam. This is a worst case scenario for any bot lane player. As with 0 farm, 0 experience, all of that gold disappearing to the tower.
I just don't understand why they contested the jungle so hard. Like, you could just play the wave, get level 2, and then probably defend the dive. But
yeah, I mean, the very least attempts to try and thin
Primo,
out the
thank you
wave
so
as
much
much
for
as
the rose.
possible to make the dive harder. Maybe if
Yeah,
you can get the level 2.
that's
But Levi, I mean,
tough.
he's able to clear out the
We
full top side. He's
knew
gotten level 4, but now
that
becomes
that
a
would
question of
happen,
salvation.
though.
I mean, you highlighted it right. The interesting thing
They
as well was
should have
On was
just
working so much with
gone to
Beishwan. You
lane.
highlighted the double level 3. Elk is able to set up all these traps. He also has both the E and the Q. On manages the tower aggro, and he does it so that Beishwan doesn't end up getting
take
the
tower
aggro even after getting
aggro.
the kill. Elk then connects the EQ combo, secures the additional kill as well, and they get the plate to boot.
I mean, it's just
That's
perfect.
tough.
Even on,
Primo, thank you so
if
much for the
notice, stepped a slight
victory.
bit forward to get in
Appreciate
range
you,
of the
fam.
heal on Beishwan before stepping out of that tower range.
Yeah,
not having even
if
used
he
his
wants
flash. This
to
is
ruin
all
some
perfectly
mental
calculated. You can
and
see
make
they
an
have done
easy
it
way,
a million
win,
times before, and they know exactly how to
Yeah,
play
if they
those
wanna
limits.
do
And
that,
now, Levi,
yeah,
you basically have no choice.
it's
you
a
have to go
camp
bot and
bot
see if you
angle.
can get a kill there, but you haven't even forced a flash on the other side, so On and Elk are going to be difficult to take down.
What do you think Gam should have done different or better?
back on the second spawn of the Raptors. He's looking to steal those away. Levi is spending so much time here, but it's an extremely difficult play.
We'll see. There's the flash
They
forward, the
also,
flash response. as Levi does look for the flash.
They threw a
flag
lot
and
of their
drag
leads.
after
Like
Elio
they
did
would
hit
get
that tangle
early
bars,
leads.
because it's not through a
and just
minion,
throw
does not
them.
last as long.
Exactly.
And so it gives on the time to just flash right out. And now that is time wasted there. Beishuan's going to be down on the spot side. Will catch Levi, and Levi now has no flag. You can see he did spend that spell. Gam's bot lane again going to try to help out in the jungle, but here comes BLG.
No
And
way
mid
he
lane
steals
Prio
this,
is also
yeah.
going the way of BLG. Now they're looking to try to chase after Beishuan. We'll see if they can find and engage. Elio in a lot of trouble. Does have to flash out. Artemis trying to get some damage down on the Beishuan, but it's Levi now who is in trouble. Levi flag and drag over the wall. Will he be able to survive? He gets trapped up, and he gets hit by the headshot. And another
Elk, they
one,
have
2 to the
families,
head.
please.
Knock Levi down.
Please, Elk.
It's another kill
Please.
for Elk, and it is BLG
Oh my
running away with
gosh.
the most one-sided game of the series.
Elk.
Exquisite
Let him
execution
breathe.
from Elk. Utilizing the trap over the wall, relying on the roots that comes from the karma.
The freaking
to
trap, yo,
guarantee that
Saber would be
headshot.
proud, bro.
Connects the E as well to get another headshot. Just
Saber would be proud.
beautifully done. And this is just systematic destruction. Gam's response to the split map from BLG has been disastrous. And we see Elio, I mean, he's just so squishy.
Look at the trap
Level
placement,
3
bro.
gets chunked out
Because
immediately,
here,
and again, you'll
his
see
Q
here
is
the
on
root
cooldown,
still
so I'm
goes
like,
through, the trap drops, gets the
immediate
headshot, connects
trappage.
the E, second headshot.
Immediate
Beautifully done.
I mean,
trappage.
what more can you ask? It's just perfectly played right there, just nailing it. Now Bin level 6, looking
Immediate.
for the kill onto Kiaya. Kiaya incredibly low. Bin trying to work his way out of this cage. Kiaya going back forward. Should have mana for a Q, but Bin is about to have his Q. He's going to flash forward. The Q heal does come through. The ulti from Kiaya trying to finish him off. The Maiden, though, doesn't quite have the damage, and now Bin's
truly,
cooldowns are
dang.
coming back up. He's going to flash in, slice, dice, stun, and he knocks him down with the Ruthless Predator. That's what Bin is, and he is king of the top lane in this series.
A slight overstep from Kiaya is quickly
Yeah,
punished. And what
so
was a disastrous
this is
bot
what
side
I
of the
call
map is now extending
DJ
to the
Booty
top
Bandit.
side.
Thank you
Bin
so much
finds
for the
himself with
follow.
a
Hope you're having a good day today.
650 gold
This
lead,
is what I call
and
the
things are falling
classic
apart everywhere
tilter.
as BLG find themselves with a
This is a
3K
tilter.
gold lead only
Okay,
7 minutes in.
BLG
just like, "Hey guys, I'm up 4
taking
CS. How's it going?"
everything and
Well, the
leaving
gold
them
difference is a nice summary.
nothing.
It is not
It's
looking
Lucas. Thank you for
good.
the follow. They are taking them for
Now the swap
every
will come
single
through from
last
BLG. The
thing
grubs are spawning in
that
about
they
40
have.
seconds, and BLG do not want to ease up on the pressure. They will
Every
not
last
go
thing.
easy on Gam. Gam has put up a decent fight in the first 2 games, but here in Game 3, BLG have shown zero remorse.
Yeah, definitely feeling the
Caitlyn
pressure.
3-0-1,
Gam is
a
the best team in their
1.3K gold
region.
lead already.
No,
I mean, you just look at
it's
the itemization, and it is so sad when you're in these kind of situations
CFO.
where it's just like,
CFO is the best
what
team in
can
their
you do?
region.
You can't compete. Like there's no winning
They
situation.
were the ones
from
that we saw
spot.
at firsthand.
And, this is the BLG jungler timeline. A lot of questions about Beishuan, coming into MSI. Of course,
The
he's gonna have to
oysters,
answer more
yeah.
than just a win against Gam, but he has been good, very good, I would say, in this series. As Kiaya having no fun whatsoever. Another trap
Is the
lands.
subscribe
the
to
CC
earn
just
drop
feels
thing
endless.
is
Gonna
the
get chunked down
in-game
incredibly
title?
low, and we can see Beishuan up on that top side. He has filled, to me, more of like the Shun role than the Wei role. He has been kind of more
I
that
see what you're
facilitative
saying.
jungler, playing for the
Your
lanes.
rewards by purchasing
and,
or gifting
has been quite good
subscriptions
at
to
it.
Miss Chim
Helped the team
Chim's
to get here, and
channel
Artemis now in
while
trouble.
they're live
Gonna
in
have
League
to
of
flash
Legends.
out.
Yo,
Almost
I
gets
didn't
knocked
know
down
that
there by
MSI was
Knight.
doing
They
that.
try to move the MF mid lane, try to find
Yeah.
somewhere where
Subscribe
he
to
can
earn
safely farm.
drops.
Nothing doing.
Yeah, I feel like the Beishuan has fit into the mold that BLG needs, and this game is a great example of
I
that.
didn't
He's
know they
played
were
towards the
doing that.
lanes very well, and this is very reminiscent of the BLG that we saw last year, that very bot-centric BLG, really good at setting up their bot lane for success. When you give them that gold lead, they utilize it incredibly well. You just leave Knight to play his lane and he will find advantages, and Gam is just on damage control. Their lane assignments are kind
I
of
feel
all
like Gam
over
has
the
the
place
most
as they try and
international
match
appearances for
BLG
the
where they
VCS.
can.
They are
But
the
BLG are
yeah,
even
no,
punishing
they're
that,
always at
finding the
international
flash
tournaments
in
for
the mid lane
sure.
onto Artemis. The fact that top lane continues to be bullied, it only goes from worse to worse.
Yeah, it is very, very
It's
tough now.
Elkin
for Gam,
time.
And if Kiaya
I
falls
don't
too
know
far
if
behind,
that's
York doesn't really have a
a-
fallback plan, right? Like whether you're winning, whether you're losing, you're kind of running
I
down
don't know if
side
that's
lane.
a,
Like, that's kind of what the
a
champion
saying.
does, how it
It's
functions.
Elkin time. I
Eris
don't
in the
think.
side lane now. Mike
I don't
gets
think
some
that's
bad
an
news.
official
Been
one.
posturing very aggressively. Someone behind him. Yes, of course. Knight is there. The BLG soul laners.
What is this
looking to group up, and
interrelations
Eris knows
business?
he is
Because
dead,
the
so he's just gonna
Proverbs and
knock down
numbers
the
of
wave,
2016
accept
turned out
his
to be
fate. Knight
pretty
is on the
relevant
board
for
in
me
game
in my
3.
life.
Nice
Really?
little window that Knight was able to find.
Well,
to roam
it is
towards the bot
just
side of
I
that,
am
pick up a
making
quick kill.
a series
6-0
of
now, the scoreline in favor of BLG
quotes
as
for
they
the Book
continue
of
to grow
League
the
of
gold lead,
Legends.
TP back into mid.
It's
The
Lucas. Thank
timing
you
is
so much
just
for the
perfect.
subscription and welcome
Like the
to the Mother
pieces just fitting
Redacted
into the puzzle
Mother
one by
Redacted
one.
Turn Up
BLG are not
Squad.
struggling to find those pieces whatsoever.
Yeah, I'm an
We
ADC
expect the
main,
bot lane to swap
Lucas. Thank you so
back
much for
towards
subscribing.
their respective lane.
But
As the
yeah,
Dragon
so
spawns
in
55
Interlations
seconds,
2610, that
it is just
is
textbook League of Legends at
when
this point when you have this kind of lead.
we come
Yeah,
across the
absolutely. I mean,
word
it's
if
so
you
difficult
greed,
to really be
you
able
will
to deal with them when you
feed,
don't
and
have
it
that thing
proves
prior,
true
when your bot lane is
in
so
so
far behind.
many
And you
so many
really are looking for
situations.
some sort of a fallback
So
plan.
I
It's
just
gotta be,
put that on
you know,
my
play
stream
it's
to
gotta be some sort
remind
of
not
an
only
outplay in the side
myself but
lanes,
everyone here
it's going to be really,
that
really
you
hard.
need an
We'll see if
example.
they can find a way in. And
For sure.
We know Gam
So,
really hasn't had much
imagine-
emphasis on the Dragons.
Imagine you are playing ADC as I usually do, and
when Gam was ahead in the last two
you
games,
just
didn't
killed
even
bot
contest
lane.
early Dragon, so I definitely do
You
not
just
expect them to
killed
try to
bot
contest from
lane
behind.
2v1
aren't the strongest when it
even
comes to early game
2v1. You
objective control.
put it down in the bot lane.
I
You're
mean,
now
the
200
reality of
HP,
their
but
situation
you
is that they
want
are
that plate
relying
gold.
on BLG making some egregious
You want that
mistakes,
plate
whether
gold
it be
so bad.
positioning in the
See,
team
Dreamin',
fights
you
or
already know.
overextending in side lanes.
You want that
There's a
plate gold
possibility
so
that with
bad.
this kind
You
of a
200
lead,
health points.
BLG
You
get
got a
little
full
overconfident.
wave.
They go for plays that
You got
they
a
shouldn't
full
really
wave
be
that
going
just
for,
came
but with
in.
the goal lead
You're
that they
greeting.
have, they feel that they can make it.
You're greeting,
But
and if you greed,
as of
you
right
will
now, it's
feed.
been
And you know how
flawless
I know
play,
that?
and
Because
BLG
that
are not leaving
jungler's
any of these
on his
windows open.
Krugs.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're going to depend on mistakes from BLG,
That jungler
at this
is
point, they're gonna have
on
to be some
blue
bigger
side and
mistakes.
on
They're
his
gonna have to,
Krugs,
like,
and
sub
he's
Vedius
coming
in on Nocturne or something
for them
like that, you
cheeks.
know?
I mean, their
And you
chances would
will
only go
die.
up if they did.
I think
I'll
that's
tell you
one
that
of
right
my
now.
most
All right, well, we'll see how their chances
common
are going to be here. Is they're going to let the bull time rip trying to clear out the wave, and he is just gone. It's a magic trick.
Uh-oh.
Now you see him, now
you
you
missed
don't. Now
that,
you're going to
but
get chased down as well. Is still barely alive. The last
oh my
auto
gosh,
will
not they were
finish
gonna
him
let him live
as
like that.
even on grabbing a kill there. That was a fast one.
Yes, it
Yo, are they
certainly
really gonna
That
like
really is
destroy them
the
with
wallet difference that
0
you are seeing,
kills?
the Sunlit Sky being completed.
I
mean,
play
at
on
the
NA
very
server.
least, Artemis got the wave. I guess if you're looking
That's
for
a
bright,
You went bot lane, but then top lane,
I mean,
mid,
right
and
now,
your
that's kind of
jungle
all
are
you can
0
hope
and
for, trying to
5.
find the small semblances
That is
of
the
good
most
news in
tilting
what
thing
is
in the world.
a very difficult situation.
BLG
Giant
playing
has
like
the
they
main
got
back
somewhere to
out.
be, truly.
Level down against Bin.
Yeah, this has to be a crime,
1.1K
bang.
gold difference between
This
the two top
has to be a
laners.
crime.
Yeah, we can see Eris TPing back towards mid lane as Ilio was just cloned up, holding that wave for him. So going to be able to keep his farm going well. Yes, he did get picked off in the side lane well, but honestly, his 1v1 was going completely fine there against Knight. But Knight now is going to be out on the map, and Ilio just finds out the bad news. That is not your jungle, my friend. BLG has laid their claim on it. Going to take the Raptors, going to take the support, and going to continue farming away on these camps. And you know it, when you're playing jungle and you lose control over one side, it gets
I think it
so
was
difficult.
game one.
Elf just shoving up this
It was
wave
game
now.
one,
H1
bang.
is behind Artemis,
Gam
and
was
Artemis
trying to
knows
win,
this
and
is going to
BLG
be
was like,
tough. Levi
no,
is
no.
moving down here, but I don't know if he can actually get
Come
there
here.
in time to really do anything. There's 3 members, and it's going to be Bin fighting on the top side. We can see the dive going off on the bot side. The
Oh,
first
how'd
kill is
you get
already
it,
there.
Kay?
Kiaya trying to run. Levi came in, but he couldn't do anything. Now he's going to get trapped up. Kiaya will be able to survive.
Yeah, it looks like my
Loses the
pickums are
maiden,
safe
though,
for
in
now.
the process, and Eris is going to move down
Nervous
here.
for
They're
tomorrow,
going to
though.
look to try to make a fight happen. It's a triple knockup for Levi. The Chaos Storm comes through. They do get 1 kill. In comes Elio. They're trying to get another, but they just don't have the damage to knock down Beishuan. He is healing up. He's getting shielded, and he's going to re-engage with the Sundered Sky. Trying to go for more here. He will have to try to kite it out, though. Eris looking here with the laser. Does connect. Gets
got
the
'em.
shutdown.
They misstepped.
Gam getting their first kills in this game.
At the very least, Gam get on the board. And I like the
I was
proactivity,
about to
but
say,
BLG's back
no,
on the
if he-
map, and Knight secures himself another kill. That's 3 for him. 2-12 is the scoreline. And Gam, I admire that they have not given up. They still look for those plays.
5K
Levi
at 13
finds
minutes,
a beautiful
yeah.
engage with Eris in a good position. But as you rightly identified, it's just a matter of gold. They don't quite have the damage. If the gold was a little bit closer, that play would have been massive. But the
Yeah.
amount of healing that was coming out from Beishuan was just disgusting.
Yeah, it is very, very difficult. You know, when when these kind of drain tanky bruisers get ahead, it's
This
so
is a
hard to be able to
sad
actually
one.
knock them down. You know, you're
This
losing on the
Mage
bot
Bunny
side.
is
You're
now
trying to
an
make a play
Ari
happen
Assassin
there.
clone.
And I think it was a pretty good play to look toward, as
Yeah,
Artemis, of course, will
I
survive
don't like
that
her
ultimate, but does get
ulti.
pushed back, and this tower is not long for the world. You can see the top lane tier
I don't
1
like how
low
she
as well.
can
The
go
bot lane tier 1 has
invisible and
already been
assassinate
claimed.
you every
And
5
there's
seconds.
a lot of plates going the way of BLG. 1,123 gold, and they're looking like they're 6,000 now ahead. They just crested.
14.5 minutes in.
I see what you're
still
saying.
have confidence that they're going
You've
to be
been waiting
for plays
for
where they can.
somebody to use it in the game.
The biggest issue that they have
and
is
this is the game.
windows of opportunity to actually make these plays happen, because BLG will just, they're suffocating the vision. They're clearing out what little GAM is able to get. And while there are pockets of vision, as our observers are highlighting for us now, it only gets harder for them as the game continues, because BLG will quickly move deep into their territory.
All right, let's look at the build. So he went lethal tempo on Caitlyn with Wild Arrow's rush start. Also got a Cole, and I believe is now working on.
The objective bounties have already spawned here 15 minutes in. That really does tell the tale. We'll see if they can find anything. But it's not looking like it, as the Feats obviously have long since gone over there to BLG. They're going to be able to grab the Rift Herald as well, which could be problematic. Levi going in, as Elk is going to be able to 90 caliber net over the wall. There's the root coming through, and now
he's got him trapped up.
That's an easy
It wasn't
kill
problematic
there
at all.
Tried to look for an angle, but Elk doesn't really have to use much of anything.
The chain CC with this Karma
Elk's trap work is something that needs to be studied.
Kiaya forced to retreat.
Yeah, Kiaya gonna run for it, drops the cage defensively, but will be knocked up and will be tethered. Nice little CC chain there as On is gonna take up the tower for Beishuan. Beishuan trying to knock him down. Kiaya flashes to the side, tries to get the heal from the shovel, but it's not enough. Fall, gets one back at the
what
very
interlations 2610 say y'all?
And now Elio trying to make something happen here with the Pop Blossom. Will he be able to get the kill? Does get the 600 gold shutdown, and now Bin popping the ulti, forces the flash out there from Elio. Eris has arrived, but so has Knight. BLG want to keep the pressure on.
Now the good news for GAM is it's plays like this that help them get back into the game. The problem is that even though BLG is being hyper-aggressive, the gold lead has only gone up for BLG. So even though they get a big shutdown kill onto Beishuan, it really doesn't translate into much, as they lose the top tower, the bot tower falls, the mid tower falls, the dragon is spawning in 25 seconds. Beishuan is already back out onto the map. Eris.
And let the church say.
Knight decided, you know what?
Knight has a mage eyes.
Drake.
Okay, amen.
Where'd he get that?
He's looking to stack that up quick.
If you int, you must repent.
It's really been
if there is a kill,
Beishuan on show. I mean, On is
must
1 and 11 right now.
We're gonna get into that next Sunday though.
Eris, I think you might be in danger.
Yeah, Eris is in a lot of trouble. Ilio there trying to peel, does miss on the Tangle Barbs. Is Knight getting the
if
damage
you
down?
Int,
goes
you must repent. That's chapter 26, verse 11.
Levi does arrive. There's the smite coming
right
through.
after
Levi
if you greed, you
doesn't
will
have his
feed.
flash. It's almost up. We'll see if he wants to commit to it. Doesn't look like it, as he just can't close the gap to finish anyone off.
BLG still fine with this play though, because it leaves the dragon completely exposed. This will put them on soul point. And I mean, BLG, I think this is their 11th dragon in a row. Like, it's just been soul 3 times back to back, right?
That's tough.
And BLG with just nothing but a masterclass in terms of objective control. They hold on to a 7k gold lead.
Yeah.
And GAM is just fishing for any opportunity where they can. They responded to the aggression on the top side well. They stopped BLG from getting another kill.
Eating people up. They don't
that's kind
expire.
Of the best of their options right now, just kind of stopping BLG from getting more. Unfortunately, BLG still finds a way to get something on the map.
Absolutely. I mean, Elk now individually up over 3,000 gold. His call is long since cashed out. And they're going to look for one of these side lane tier 2s. A big prize to take, as Beishuan will just ride this one in for the crash. And that tower is going to be gone for sure. Now it's 8,000 gold in the lead, and he's just going to ride into the next tower as well. Will he go towards mid lane? Sees a lot of GAM members. He's just going to drive for the tier 2 there.
Wow.
Gets that incredibly low. Does get knocked back towards the GAM side, and there's some slows coming through from Artemis, but it's just not even going to matter as Levi's going in for Elk. Nice flash out there from Elk. Does get him to safety from the flag and drag. Kiaya in the area, has the maiden back once again, and Eris arrives with the teleport. You can see Bin in the bot lane has TP'd in as well as Beishuan trying to look for something here. Beishuan is just going aggressive. Elk knocks down Artemis. Bin is chasing after Eris with Knight. Eris is in a
nobody blocked it for the ADC.
He's got nowhere to go. He's rooted up and he's knocked down as well. It's Elio and Levi against the world. PLG not afraid of this whatsoever. They're chasing into the base. It is
Low-key, that could be game right now.
On the map for GAM.
BLG dominate GAM as they just
Low-key,
take
this could be
control
it.
over everything. GAM is left wanting as Levi has to witness the destruction of his base. They will leave the inhibitor up. It is still very early into the game. Simply as a warning. That is a message being sent to GAM that BLG will allow their inhibitor to stay up. They will walk away with the red buff.
They don't
but
got
my
all day.
goodness, Beishuan Yes, he is going in
The
super
end quote
deep,
is going
but
on
he
my
is
wall.
surviving way longer
Interrelations
than he has any right to.
26-10
I mean, you just have
through
to commit
11.
way too much, even if you can kill.
Yeah. I mean, we look back at this fight, and the engage onto Elk is a nice idea. You're forced to flash out from him, but it's at this point where, I mean, what do? The TP comes through from one side, Eris is TPing him from another. You're being collapsed on two sides, and then Baytron says, I'll make the decision for you. I will engage onto your AD carry. He gets shut down by Elk. Baytron says, no, I'm not going out, I'm going back in.
We should
Look at
make
the
it like
healing that
a...
comes through from the Sundered Sky.
We should make it a channel
And
in
it just turns
Discord.
into pick after pick after pick. BLG just picking apart Gam.
Yeah, it is really, really tough. I mean, even if you find a good play at this point, no play looks like a good play when you're down 8,000 gold this early, and now it's nearly 11,000 gold. There's one combo, two basic abilities there from Knight. Take more than half of Levi's health, and they are onto the Otacon right on spawn. We've seen this one before. Gam going to teleport down. They are going to look to try to make a stand at this objective, see if they can get some kills, see if they can get an objective bounty, but it is getting incredibly low. As Ilio going to go in, finds a multi-man engage.
Oh
into the
my
backline goes
gosh.
Levi. There's the ulti coming down. The bullet time does get the kill onto Elk. Artemis trying to get the damage rolling, but
The
it's Knight now
BLG
going
got
forward, looking for
Otacon.
Artemis, gets the 2-volt hex and knocks him down. It's
And
been,
it looks like they win the fight
kills
after
another
as
one.
well.
We've seen this one
Ares is
before.
on the run.
Eris is going to run for the hills,
Oh,
as
Ares,
is
my bad.
Elio, but An is chasing him, trying to juke with the clone. It just doesn't even matter. BLG winning another fight.
It looked quite promising for Gam. I thought that there was actually an opportunity for them to go even in the fight, but unfortunately, again, it's simply a matter of finances. They don't quite have the resources. Knight is still so destructive in the backside as well, with 24 stacks on the Mejai's. We look back at this play, and it's BLG just starting off the Otacon. They are not afraid of anything. A nice engage comes through from Elio, and they shut down the Elk almost immediately, and that's why you think, oh, this actually looks quite promising. Baserun then takes a lot of damage himself, but the AoE ultimate that comes through from Knight is huge. Bin on the front line soaks up a huge amount of damage, and then in combination with Knight and Bin,
GG,
along with
bro.
the support from On, it's just a very one-sided
he
fight
lit.
in favor of BLG.
Yeah, he's looking
He
happy
lit off the
now.
juice,
He can
man.
sense that they are getting incredibly close to closing this series out, to sweeping Gam down to the lower bracket. Of course, in the play-in stage here, it is 2 wins and you move on, 2 losses and you are out. So neither team would move on or be eliminated from this one. But of course, BLG with an incredible start.
And that's important to note, just because that it's not all doom and gloom for Gam. They will have an opportunity to play up against Furia, which I'm expecting to be a very interesting matchup, especially with what Furia showed us today. And Gam showing us some great moments in this series against BLG. Right now, though,
Oh my God.
Okay, there's stack number 25 for Knight.
That wasn't a range minion, I swear. There was someone playing that character.
Yes, that was. I mean, it was on the support, but my goodness.
No, because I know he's pissed.
Showing what you can do when you get
I
ahead. He's going
know
between
he's
the worlds.
pissed.
Looking for Artemis. The barrier
I know he's
almost gets
pissed.
one shot through it, but Knight
Yeah,
is in
no, that
trouble,
was
and Knight is going to
disgusting.
lose some stacks here. Some pages getting torn out of the book. But I don't think Kiaya can get anything more. Knight feeling himself, wanted to just one-shot him under the tower in front of his team. Couldn't make it happen.
That was way too cocky for him, Knight. I mean, oh my goodness. And I think the downside for him is we're going to get a MasterCard priceless moment of the game. We're going to see the one-shot again, and we're also going to see his overextension. Good news for Gam is, hey, they'll get a bit of gold
That's
back,
wild.
but it's still an 11K gold difference between the two teams.
Yeah, it's going to be a mountain to climb for them. And it is now Soul added in there, as it is an Infernal Soul. So maybe that's what he needed. You just blame the jungler for not getting the Soul earlier.
You're quite right.
Otherwise, he would have been able to get this kill. So we can watch this one more time. That is, of course, Elio, not Eris. But that is 2 basic abilities and a dead Nico.
Yeah, that was Thor cosplay. That was a lot of lightning.
Yeah,
coming
so
down
do
from
we
the
think we
skies.
should nerf her after seeing that?
To clear out some vision.
Granted,
Baron
he is
not
7 and
alive
1.
yet.
But
So
like,
BLG are
there
just
needs
gonna
to be
have
a little
chill
bit of
until that
fine
objective
tuning, no?
spawns, but you can imagine that they will just kick that one off immediately.
It's grim as Baron spawning into a game like this. You don't have a very long lifespan.
It's quite true. Baron excited to witness the rift. Beautiful spirit blossom. And it will not be long for this world.
No, and Kiaya might not be as well, as he loses almost all of his health there. As the ace in the hole going to get blocked by Eris and Ilio, excuse me, as he is always cosplaying there.
Beishwan,
yeah.
You need to chill out. Baron is still 35 seconds away. If BLG make a mistake here, I mean...
They might only be 10K down if they make a mistake here.
That's quite right. I mean, the worst case scenario for BLG is 2 members die, GAM have 5 members, and then they can contest the Baron. But even in 3 versus 5, I feel like BLG could still win.
Yeah, so definitely scary. Oh, and look at Knight. He's sitting on that blast cone. If he finds an angle, we know he wants to go for it.
I mean, he's got to fill the pages of the book back
Did
up.
you eat dinner yet? No.
Stories to tell. That
I
one's
don't have
for sure.
a plan for dinner. I think I might. Maybe I run to Trader Joe's.
There is going to be an engage here coming through. Kiaya trying to find some sort of an angle, but there's no angle to be had. He's going to be going back to the fountain. Knight, though, does get CC'd up, gets hit by the Tangle Barb, but they can't finish him off just yet. Eris, though, does finally get the kill. Base one on the other side with Bin and Elk.
They're popping
in the
like
base. They're killing everybody. Eris is going to have to try to flash out of there and run. He's the last surviving member trying to battle here against On, but On is too strong.
Yeah.
Mantra
support, by the way.
healing up, setting him up for Bin to knock him
they were
down.
dropping like
BLG
flies,
marching
bro.
on the Nexus. Gam made him work for it in the first couple games, but they made no doubt about it in this third one. BLG came out with a
I think the series went
in, 15K gold up.
how I
BLG
expected it
will
to.
sweep
Not
the
gonna cap.
series.
A convincing game to round the series out.
The series went exactly how we went, or thought it would.
BLG looking dominant in this best of 5. They will be going up against G2 tomorrow. But my word, of course, while there still may be some question marks, I mean, I feel like...
It's also some exclamation points.
There are definitely some exclamation points. BLG looked fantastic in today's series.
It's going to be a scary prospect for G2. Of course, they're going to be the ones awaiting the winner of this. So it is going to be G2 versus BLG in that winner's bracket. Winner will advance to the main stage. And of course, in the loser's bracket, it will be GAM versus Furia. You touched on that earlier. I think pre-tournament expectations were that GAM would be favored there.
Yeah.
But with Furia really showing up and playing so damn well, nearly taking down G2 in a series that went all 5 games, I think you really have to reevaluate how you're looking at this team and how close the series could be.
GAM put up a fight.
I'm really excited to see that
I
best of
wouldn't
5
say
play
they
out
really put up a
tomorrow.
fight in that
Of course,
last
the loser
game,
of
though.
that series will be
That
eliminated. The
was
winner
tough.
will have an opportunity
Game 1,
to play
game 2,
against
yeah.
the loser of G2
Oh,
versus
we're
BLG
getting a
for that
bin
final
interview.
main stage
Maybe
spot.
the Furia G2 rematch.
We're
Who
getting
knows?
a bin interview.
The answers will be given to us tomorrow, and you can see a look at the bracket for the
Yes.
playing stage on your screen right now.
Yeah, of
So
course.
as we were saying,
All right, so
G2
that's what
versus
we're
BLG
seeing
will be the
tomorrow.
second
We're going to
best of
see
5 tomorrow
G2
with Furia
versus
and GAM kicking
BLG.
off the
And then
day.
we'll see
The winner of Furia GAM will go up
Furia
against the loser of G2 BLG,
versus
whereas the winner
GAM.
of G2 BLG will
So we've
join
got 2
the
more
other
best of
teams
5s
in the
tomorrow. Y'all
MSI
come ready
main stage. So a lot of awesome League of
to get
Legends,
lit, ready to play, ready to
still
watch.
to be had. I mean, MSI is
And
just
then
many
we'll
days in
have
a row
the
of awesome League of
first
Legends, I
person
feel.
who will get into
I just love the new format.
regular
Double
bracket.
elimination, full fearless, all best
And
of
then we'll
fives.
get a little,
Teams will have no excuses. You're going to have the opportunity to prove
a
how
little
good you are,
tiebreaker.
that you can compete with the best, or that you can't. You know, you really do get the games you need to showcase your talents, and I do think
see
it's going to
who
be
will
a
win.
lot of fun to watch it. You know, playing out.
The
We have
second
5 best of
spot.
5s here just in play-ins. The old format only had 3 total. And that's not even to mention, we have, I think it's something like 16 total best of 5s throughout the tournament. So more than 5 years of what we got, you know, in the old MSI format.
Nah,
so it's going to be really,
we'll
really
need,
exciting in
Sunday.
these coming days to
After
see
Sunday
how they're
is
going to be
when
able to do
the
it. But look at
pick'em
Base
results
One
are
really standing
decided.
out, I think, as a massive part of this.
There's no
final
way
win.
they beat BLG.
I wanted to
Oh,
kind of round out
I know
think
that.
in each game, I think we saw
BLG is a
different
shoo-in at
members
this point.
stand out
They
from
were
the
a
side of
shoo-in from the
BLG,
jump.
and I think that you can credit a lot of their
I
individuals
do
for their
think
performances throughout the series. but for me,
G2 will end up beating.
On was just fantastic, and he was a pleasure to watch.
Absolutely
whoever they
was.
play
We are
next.
joining Lore and Bin for the Verizon post-game interview.
Yay! What's up, Benny boy?
Thank you so much for joining me. Congrats on defeating GAM, and Wendy, of course, thank you so much for being with me on stage. First question I have, I want to reference an interview that you had with the Chinese media Tuan. You said, the old bin is gone. I don't want to be funny anymore. So who are you now?
首先，恭喜你们获得今天比赛的胜利。那第一个问题要问到的是，在最近的媒体采访当中，突然的采访当中，你有提到说自己不会再嘻嘻哈哈了，以前那个搞笑的边将一去不复返了。所以现在的你是怎样的呢？
我觉得现在我会严肃一些吧，不管是对待比赛还是采访，就是想呈现一个最认真、最严肃的状态。
So
From now, I'm going to be more serious for the in-game and also for all the interviews. The serious speed mode is on.
All right, the serious mode is on.
Man,
and I
like
feel
silly
like you
Ben.
always want to be the best. You have a couple enemies to take down on this new revenge arc because Genji, they stole MSI from you in Chengdu last year. T1, World's Finals. Anyone's Legend, won LPL. Who is your biggest enemy right now?
那我们也知道你们永远都想做到最好，但是在你们的路上可能也有一些对手需要你们完成复仇。那其实这次来到 MSI 的舞台当中 ，GNG 是你们曾经在去年 MSI 落败的对手，那 T1 是去年的世界赛的舞台，那同时还有 AL 是在 LPL 的决赛上。所以说，谁会是你们最大的对手呢？
觉得，我们自己的话是我们自己才是我们最大的对手吧。其他他们这些战队，我觉得只要我们能拿出最好的状态打他们，我们都有很大的机会会赢。
I believe this BLG ourselves is our biggest rival because if we were able to have a really good momentum to put it to all the ends, facing against any opponents, we still got the potential to get the victory.
I see.
Very
and
PR
on this
answer.
quest to fight against yourself, first you're gonna have to fight G2 tomorrow in the winners bracket. You kicked them out of Worlds last time you faced off against them. So what is it gonna come down to tomorrow?
那在你们不断去成长、去进步的过程当中，你们接下来将面对到的下一个对手是 G2。在去年的世界赛上，你们淘汰掉了他们。那在明天胜者组的比赛当中，再次和他们相见，你觉得会是怎样的一个展开呢？
其实我们去年2年很多次会遇到 G2， 然后每次都是在生死局遇到他们。这次不是生死局，所以我把他们淘汰了，我心里会好受一点吧。
I feels like in the past 2 years we always face off against G2 in the elimination match, the death match. So this time tomorrow, if we face against G2, it's not the elimination one. So I feel just more comfortable, a little bit better if we just take down G2, right?
Confidence and more comfortable. Bin, it wouldn't be a Bin interview if I was not asking you for a message for your English fans. Is there anything you want to tell them today?
当然了，当斌哥站到我们的采访席当中，大家都想听一下你来说几句英语。那现在是你的时间了。
Yes, I can speak English. Thank you. Now we will see you tomorrow.
We will see you tomorrow, Vin.
Vin, Sheshe, thank you so much for the interview. Wendy, thank you so much for the translation. And that's all for us here on this side of the stage. See you tomorrow.
He said, yes, I can speak English. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lauren.
See you tomorrow. Hey, bro. What more can one ask for? What more can one ask for? Good goobly goo. He said, I don't need no translator. I can speak English. Oh my gosh. All right, guys. Who is playing tomorrow? G2 versus BLG and Fur versus Gam. Low key, after the looks of today, I think Fur might beat Gam. I think Fur might beat Gam, y'all. So I do think my pick'ems will get their cheeks destroyed. However, and then that means that Gam will be eliminated and will be in 4th spot. And then Fur will have to face G2 again. And that was a hard series for G2. I feel like Fur could take it, low key. So I'm a little bit nervous, y'all. I'm a little bit nervous. Yeah, same time tomorrow. So it'll start at 12. And we'll be running it until whenever the game's freaking in, bro. So yeah. Be there or be rectangular. And nobody likes a rectangle. They like squares or circles. All right, y'all. I love y'all so much. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Thank y'all for watching with me. Thank y'all for being here with me. Thank y'all for being with me in the club yesterday. That was freaking insane. I can't believe that happened low key. But I'll see y'all tomorrow. Until then, I wish y'all nothing but W's in your games. Bountiful LP, lowest ping you could ever imagine. Bye-bye. Have a good night.